Ijo Rentarou has confessed 100 times, and every single girl has rejected him. Desperate for answers, Rentarou visits a shrine and meets a god with a wild explanation. The god says Rentarou has 100 soulmates waiting for him in high school, casual divine paperwork. At the entrance ceremony, Rentarou spots two girls, Hikari Hanazono and Karinanda. One look is enough, and both girls crash into him like fate forgot personal space. Hikari finally confesses, trembling as she asks Rentarou to go out with her. Karama admits she feels the same, but her blushy tsundere pride makes every word a fight. Rentarou freezes. He cares for both girls, and choosing one feels impossible. Then the god reveals the cruel catch: a rejected soulmate will die from heartbreak. Rentarou refuses the rigged choice and asks both Hikari and Karani to date him. They accept, and Rentarou vows to make every soulmate happy, starting with these two. Rentarou Iju arrives at school glowing, while Hikari and Karani immediately size up their romantic competition. The girls introduce themselves, and Rentarou realizes both of his new girlfriends are painfully adorable. Then, the real crisis hits. One of them will be Rentarou's very first kiss, and neither plans to lose. Hikari launches a Pocky game ambush, smiling sweetly while turning snack time into psychological warfare. Karani explodes at the trick, convinced Hikari has declared open season on Rentarou's lips. Rentarou calls them together and admits he wants their first kiss to make both girls happy. Their fairer solution becomes a ridiculous blind dice game. Romance has apparently entered the casino phase. When Karami thinks Hikari cheated, the argument turns physical before Rentarou can stop it. Rentarou finally says it plainly. He loves both girls and he refuses to leave either one hurting. Holding hands, Hikari and Karain choose the only answer that works. They share Rentarou's first kiss together. At the library, Rentarou Iju spots a tiny girl hiding behind a book, completely panicked. One accidental touch hits like lightning, and both realize fate has just ambushed them. Shizuka Yoshimoto desperately tries to answer, but her lips freeze and her embarrassment gets worse. Rentarou sees her determination to communicate, even when a simple reply feels impossible. Outside, Shizuka finally speaks through the story she loves, and Rentarou listens like it matters. She admits people call her strange, so she has learned to live quietly inside books. Flashbacks show why Shizuka fears conversation. Other students treated her silence like something creepy. Rentarou finds a workaround, turning her favorite book into a voice she can borrow. With the tablet speaking for her, Shizuka gathers every ounce of courage and confesses. Rentarou answers instantly that he loves her too, and the lonely girl finally breaks into tears. His other girlfriends hear the plan and stare at him like he has lost the plot. Rentarou vows to protect every soulmate because fate has apparently assigned him 97 more. Rentarou introduces the situation. Hikari loves a good book, and Shizuka is quietly devoted to hers. And the girls discover their shared weak spot. A simple smooch is enough to send them spinning. Rentarou decides fate has spoken. Everyone has to maintain chastity until this tickle battle is settled. Our boy announces the plan. Tickle each other until everyone laughs and gets along. Flawless logic, obviously. Karani immediately melts under the attack, laughing hard while insisting she absolutely does not enjoy this. Hikari gets dragged into the chaos too, and the game starts looking far less innocent than Rentarou planned. Hikari is laughing so hard she can barely breathe, while Rentarou realizes the girls are dangerously committed. Karani finally gets an opening on Rentarou, and her embarrassed determination turns the tables fast. She closes in with a very specific target, and Rentarou suddenly understands what real danger feels like. But Shizuka's adorable reactions create an unbeatable wall. Even Karain cannot bring herself to attack. The laughter fades as Hikari and Karane face each other, leaving Rentarou caught between two very different storms. Hikari calls him out for holding back, and her frustrated glare makes the problem impossible to ignore. Shizuka is genuinely scared by the tension, while the others realize Hikari is not just being dramatic. Rentarou catches Hikari forcing a smile, and our boy finally sees how confused she has become. He decides that hiding his real feelings will never bring them closer, so he chooses courage instead. Hikari makes her own decision first and boldly asks to lock lips. Subtlety has officially left the building. Their nerves melt into a close embrace, as Hikari finally lets herself accept what she wants. Rentarou and Hikari share their first kiss, turning all that anxious distance into instant relief. He reassures Hikari, Shizuka, and Karane that every one of them is the cutest girl in the world. With no one left out, Rentarou shares another tender kiss and proves his feelings are not half-hearted. The girls call this an outrageously packed ending, but the happiness on their faces says it all. At school, Rentarou spots a silver-haired classmate who dismisses romance as completely insignificant. His girlfriends panic where he admits this ice-cold genius might be his next soulmate. Nano aces every subject and calls copying notes pointless. Efficiency has apparently declared war on fun. She says repeated experiments waste time, then tells Rentarou to simply do things right. Rentarou tries to get her attention, but Nano coolly investigates him like a lab specimen. Nano insists fun gains nothing, while Rentarou realizes her life has no room for little luxuries. Alone, Nano studies with brutal focus, but one strange thought keeps breaking through her perfect routine. Unable to ignore it, Nano asks Rentarou out, admitting she may have fallen for him. Then she immediately rejects herself, convinced dating him would only end this love before it starts. Rentarou refuses to surrender. No matter how impossible Nano makes it, he will protect his love. Rentarou heads into his first date with Ai, already treating it like the biggest mission of his life. At the zoo, Ai calmly translates animal behavior while her boy tries to keep up with her logic. She cannot understand why humans choose crowded attractions, which is fair, but romance rarely survives a spreadsheet. When Rentarou takes her hand, Ai freezes, then quietly lets him lead her through the park. Afterward, Ai declares the date insignificant and says she gained nothing, hiding behind that unreadable face. Then she finds their photo, and the memory suddenly feels far too valuable to dismiss. Rentarou tells her that keeping something precious means she did gain something. Ai's defenses finally crack. With tears in her eyes, Ai admits she has fallen for him and asks for another date. Rentarou accepts without hesitation, and their awkwardly perfect first date ends with a kiss. Rentarou brings all 4 girlfriends to a newly opened spa resort for one big pool date. Hikari looks nervous around the water, while Nano quietly admits swimming is not her strong suit either. Then the swimsuits arrive, and Rentarou gets a front row seat to pure romantic chaos. Karone immediately starts competing with Hikari because apparently a pool date needs a rivalry arc. Meanwhile, Tiny Shizuka drifts happily through the lazy river, treating the resort like her private adventure. Hakuri and Karune's jealous showdown gets way too heated, and poor Rentarou is caught in the splash zone. The girls suddenly think Rentarou has gone under for good, and their panic hits maximum volume. While everyone scrambles for help, Shizuka keeps drifting farther away, completely stranded by the lazy river. Nano takes charge with emergency help, but Karane is too flustered to do much besides worry. Just as the rescue gets desperate, a group of sleazy men closes in on Hikari and Nano. The spa date ends on a nasty cliffhanger, with the girls facing trouble from every direction. Hikari and Nano keep circling Rentarou, each quietly wondering how far this strange relationship can really go. Hikari finally draws a line, declaring that neither girl should spend any more time with him. Rentarou cuts through the argument instantly. He refuses to let anyone treat his girlfriends like rivals to discard. To prove it, our boy gives both girls the same overwhelming affection. Subtlety has officially left the building. The peaceful moment explodes when Rentarou realizes Hikari and Nano have vanished into serious trouble. Nano softens first, admitting she needs help understanding feelings that never fit neatly into her logic. Then Shizuka sends a desperate call for help, and Rentarou's whole mood flips from romance to rescue. He rushes towards Shizuka without hesitation, while the girls watch him prove that every one of them matters. Shizuka clings to him in relief, and the others see he is not saving one girl at another's expense. Hakari's jealousy hits maximum overload because apparently sharing a boyfriend comes with 0 emotional safety rails. Rentarou answers their fears with one impossible promise. He loves them all, and he will keep choosing every one. Rentarou steps into the chemistry lab and meets its elegant resident genius, Kusuri Yakuzen. She welcomes him with a sweet smile, while our boy realizes this lab is definitely not normal. Kusuri unveils her human magnetization drug, a potion that pulls people toward whatever they love most. She talks about Nobel Prizes, but this is very much a drink-at-your-own-risk situation. Kusuri happily drinks the testos herself because her true passion is apparently trying new drugs. The potion reveals her real obsession immediately. She loves the feeling of making and taking medicine. Then Kusuri locks eyes with Rentarou, and the first sight spark hits her like a second chemical reaction. The love potion sends her emotions into overdrive, and she panics at the thought of him dating someone else. Rentarou gently tells her she is still cute, and that kindness finally lets her admit what she feels. But the tiny scientist suddenly looks deeply offended, because there is one huge detail he has missed. Kusuri explains that a failed neutralizer shrank her body, while her mind remains far more mature than she looks. She bows and asks Rentarou out for real, and he accepts her dramatic confession without hesitation. Rentarou's girlfriends praise Kusuri's newest invention, a drug designed to make anyone feel amazing. Kusuri casually admits her life is basically built on drugs, and nobody looks remotely reassured. Hikari is furious that Rentarou refused the drug, while he braces for the obvious disaster. The girls suddenly swarm him, and Rentarou realizes the medicine has hit far harder than advertised. Kusuri explains the drug boosts pleasure, which is a terrible detail to hear in this room. Nano, normally ice-cold and logical, gets kissed and immediately looks completely overwhelmed. Nano loves the feeling, but warns that this kind of happiness could become dangerously addictive. Kusuri heads for the bathroom, then reveals the drug has a very inconvenient physical side effect. The girls decide kissing the person they love is the perfect cure, and Rentarou is that person. Jealousy explodes as everyone wants their turn, leaving Rentarou trapped in a romance stampede. Rentarou tries to escape the incoming kisses, but his girlfriends chase him with terrifying teamwork. At this point, they are basically kissing zombies, completely consumed by love and zero self-control. Kusuri calls it a side effect, but Rentarou knows he is now the sole target of the outbreak. Rentarou finds Shizuka acting strangely, and her innocent little kisses suddenly look very dangerous. He realizes her makeup is melting, but no disguise can hide this kiss zombie energy. Shizuka locks onto our boy with one goal, and she is not accepting a polite no. The kiss lands, and Rentarou immediately fears he has caught the world's most affectionate infection. He gently sends Shizuka home, hoping distance will save everyone before this gets worse. Too late. Hikari and Karani arrive as flying kiss projectiles because Subtlety has officially died. The two girls start kissing each other instead, and Rentarou watches the outbreak somehow become a romance tournament. Their non-stop kissing finally works, leaving the girls relieved and Rentarou completely stunned. Rentarou has no faith in this cure yet, because the two-girl zombie horde is still terrifying. Then he spots Kusuri, racing from the chemistry lab, already infected and heading straight for him. Kusuri can barely breathe under the attack, and the chapter ends with Hope officially dead. Kusuri barges in with a suspicious love drug, and our boy instantly senses trouble. The potion works far too well, turning his girlfriends into kiss-hungry zombies. Chemistry class has officially failed. Nano coolly identifies the problem, but Kusuri's experiment is already spiraling beyond anyone's control. Rentarou runs for his life while the infected girls chase him through the school. He gets cornered and overwhelmed, leaving the whole ridiculous outbreak looking completely hopeless. Kusuri admits she made the drug because she wanted attention, then realizes how badly she hurt everyone. The tiny genius learns her own reversal drug will undo the transformation once her body shakes it off. Crushed by guilt, Kusuri blames herself as the girls recover and the chaos finally settles. Rentarou refuses to abandon her, telling her they can fix the problem together. He declares his love for the drug-loving senpai anyway, and her terrified face melts into stunned relief. Kusuri accepts his feelings of the kiss, earning herself one very forgiving boyfriend and a new family. At the park, Rentarou's girlfriends decide that sincere effort matters more than natural talent. They officially form the Guerrilla Alliance, and everyone looks fired up enough to scare the wildlife. The training gets wildly intense as the girls throw themselves into the challenge with everything they have. Shizuka is launched into the air, panicking hard while Rentarou watches the disaster unfold. A perfectly timed catch saves Shizuka, proving teamwork can apparently come with emergency cushioning. The rescue lands safely, and the shaken group realizes they really did protect each other. Rentarou's family claims victory together, cheering like this park game decided the fate of civilization. Kusuri wants a keepsake photo, while the others scramble to make the chaotic group look presentable. The girls gather around Rentarou for the picture, smiling openly after surviving their ridiculous adventure. Then Nano appears in a wedding dress, smiling softly as she asks Rentarou to break up with her. Rentarou learns Hikari is acting strangely, and the whole group can feel something is seriously wrong. Hikari calls from her mansion in tears, clearly terrified of whoever is controlling the situation. She forces out the breakup, but Rentarou instantly hears that this is not what Hikari wants. Hikari admits her mother knows about every girlfriend, and she is being sent away tomorrow. Her mother calmly decides distance will solve everything, planning to send Hikari somewhere Rentarou can never reach. Then the mother crushes a flower while warning that nobody gets near her precious daughter. Very normal parenting. Rentarou breaks down, furious that love and happiness can be ripped away by someone else's decision. He snaps out of it with one answer: sneak into the mansion and bring Hikari back. The girls stand with him because leaving Hikari alone would mean abandoning one of their own. With everyone committed, Rentarou leads the charge to pick up Hikari before she disappears for good. Rentarou and the girls arrive at Hikari's mansion expecting a friendly visit, not a full security operation. The welcome committee is a massive guard dog, and its stare says this house has very strict guest rules. Nano coolly analyzes the situation, but Hakari realizes the dog is locked onto a far more vulnerable target. The dog suddenly charges, and Shizuka is caught in its path before anyone can stop it. Shizuka throws herself in to protect Hakari, proving the quietest girl has serious courage when it counts. The dog bolts away with Shizuka, while the others can only watch the rescue mission turn completely feral. The clue is bizarre but clear. The beast settles down around Shizuka's scent like it has chosen her. Rentarou finds a hidden infrared security system, and now even the mansion itself is blocking the rescue. The girls realize Shizuka may have become the dog's precious friend, not just another person it chased. Rentarou decides they are saving her anyway. Impossible mission, he is already charging straight into it. Rentarou learns Hakari's mother sees romance as a threat, and Hakari suddenly understands the danger. Karandi dives in to help, but Hakari's mother shuts down the escape with terrifying confidence. Hakari is overwhelmed by her mother's bizarre sensory attack, and the whole rescue turns painfully absurd. While everyone is distracted, Hakari makes her break for it. That mansion suddenly needs better security. The escape fails, and Hakari is dragged back to face the mother who calls love a mistake. Hakari admits she wants Rentarou's happiness, yet believes becoming his mother means destroying her own. The truth lands hard. This poised woman is Hakari Hanazono, Hakari's impossibly young-looking mother. Rentarou refuses to look away and begs Hakari to accept the love between him and Hakari. He vows that their happiness is real and that he will believe in it with everything he has. Hakari reveals a lonely past, mourning the man she loved and fearing nobody could ever replace him. Rentarou gently pushes back. Hakari does not need a replacement father. She needs her mother beside her. Owl Boy makes his final promise. Even if it costs him everything, he will not let Hakari lose her mother. Hakari stares at him in shock as his stubborn devotion finally cracks through her defenses. Hakari's mother has found Rentarou, and she is dead set on killing this romance before it starts. She brings out a lie detector and announces a full interrogation. Apparently dating now requires government-grade paperwork. The questions begin harmlessly, but Hakari's panicked answers prove this machine has absolutely no chill. When asked about Rentarou, Hakari tries to deny it, but the detector instantly calls her bluff. She finally bursts out with it. Hakari loves him more than anyone in the whole world. Rentarou hears every word, stunned but deeply moved, while Hakari stands there completely exposed. Hakari wrecks the trial and refuses to let a machine reduce her heart to test results. Her mother snaps, grabs Hakari, and makes a terrifying move toward the window. Even through tears, Hakari realizes Rentarou is someone she can wait for forever. Hakari refuses to let fear decide her life, shouting that nobody should look down on their love. Then Rentarou arrives with one promise. He is here to save Hakari, and everything would be okay. Hakari's mother decides Rentarou can never stay with her daughter, and the pressure turns brutal. Our boy cannot imagine life without Hakari, while she quietly starts breaking under her mother's control. Rentarou reaches for her hand and promises love forever, asking Hakari to spend her life with him. Through tears, Hakari returns that promise. She wants them together forever and means every word. Then Hakari makes a terrifying move from the window, and Rentarou launches after her without hesitation. He catches her mid-fall and shields her completely. Forget caution, this man picked maximum romance. Hakari sobs and calls him an idiot, but the fear in her face says she never wanted to lose him. Rentarou vows to make Hakari happy, even if it costs him everything, and her mother finally understands. He makes the promise bigger, telling Hakari's mother he will protect her happiness too. Hakari chooses the happy future he offered, then shyly asks the question she has been holding back. The crisis ends with a sweet kiss and instant chaos. Apparently, true love has a very loud fan club. Hakari's mom is enjoying the bath way too much, while Hakari quietly panics beside her. The girls realize the bath was not private, and Karine's patience immediately leaves the building. Haade storms in furious, blaming Rentarou for the chaos and threatening to crush him herself. A hunt that qualities has to calm her down, but Haade is already treating this like a personal showdown. The rest of the girlfriends arrive, and this family bath suddenly has an audience. Perfect timing, obviously. Hakari calls it a pajama party, but everyone can tell she is plotting something bigger. The girls play along with adorable pajamas, and Hakari melts faster than she wants to admit. When Hakari corners Rentarou, he refuses to back away from Hakari or their relationship. Hakari sees how completely Rentarou accepts her, and her fear flips into overwhelming happiness. Hahari finally snaps at the whole situation, while the girls cheer on Rentarou's impossible devotion. Seeing their sincerity, Hahari stops fighting it and lets the strange new family move forward together. With their crisis settled, Hahari heads for her own bath, leaving everyone deeply suspicious. The girlfriends settle into a pajama party, but they quickly decide to sleep over and eat some scary stories. Kisuri announces there will be no victims, then casually starts building the world's least reassuring haunted house. Meanwhile, Rentarou heads for a bath, completely unaware that his innocent girlfriends are plotting nonsense nearby. A horrifying scream erupts outside, and our boy realizes the bathroom may not be the safe zone he expected. The girls turn the hallway into a full ghost parade, sentencing poor Rentarou to cross the street of terror. Even the brave girlfriends start cracking, because every creak suddenly feels way too real. Rentarou finally breaks and begs the ghosts for mercy. The haunted house budget has clearly gone too far. A determined pet charges into the chaos, proving that one fluffy rescue squad beats a room full of fake ghosts. Shizuka appears drenched and frightened, and Rentarou immediately drops the panic to check on her. The whole group finally rushes in, revealing their scare session had become a much bigger mess than planned. With everyone safe again, the girls remind him that good boys and girls sleep peacefully and never peek. Hikari shots herself away, terrified that her love for Rentarou might not be real. She admits she still loves him, but she cannot forgive herself for even having doubts. Rentarou refuses to let her spiral, telling Hikari that love means accepting every feeling she has. His steady answer reaches her, and Hikari kisses him while her mother watches from the doorway. Hikari immediately celebrates in private. Apparently subtle parenting was never on the menu. The next morning, Hikari corners Rentarou with a stare that could file legal paperwork by itself. Instead, she thanks him. Rentarou has freed Hikari from the pressure her mother put on her heart. Rentarou breaks down calling her father-in-law, and Hari melts into a very dramatic family moment. Then, Hikari storms into school as the new chairwoman, proving this family meeting is far from over. The girls suddenly realize they have all swapped bodies, and Rentarou is completely blindsided. Rentarou checks on Hikari, while everyone struggles to act normal in somebody else's body. Kurama's grumpy face shows up in the wrong place, proving this body swap is pure chaos. Rentarou apologizes, but the girls can see his brain is already short-circuiting. The test take his to undo the swap, and immediately discover the situation has rules. One girlfriend treats Rentarou like an adorable child, and he cannot handle the tenderness. Shizuka gathers her courage for a kiss, turning the weird experiment unexpectedly sweet. Hikari's body brings out some very bold feelings. This science project needs adult supervision. Goddess endings when their bride takes a hit, when another girl's affection breaks through her defenses. Nano finally gets a lovey-dovey moment, and Rentarou sees how much each girl cares. With the kissing chaos finished, they focus on returning every mind to its rightful body. In the end, Rentarou says he prefers every girlfriend exactly as herself, and everyone melts. A quiet girl with huge headphones suddenly locks onto Rentarou, looking completely stunned by him. She bluntly asks if he has a problem, and Rentarou realizes this lunch encounter is getting intense fast. Her face lights up at fried egg and toast, then immediately collapses when she cannot taste what makes it special. She admits food is always on her mind, but eating it never feels as satisfying as it should. The next day, she finds her favorite cutlet sandwich sold out, and her frustration finally boils over. She snaps at Rentarou for eating it, then freezes when he honestly cannot tell why the flavors matter so much. Embarrassed and angry, she storms off, convinced that nobody understands her obsession with food. Rentarou takes the problem seriously. Buying a full spread of snacks like lunch has become a rescue mission. He offers everything without judgment, determined to learn what food means to her instead of dismissing it. Then it clicks for her. Eating beside Rentarou feels even better than eating her favorite food alone. Blushing through every bite, she shyly asks if they can keep eating together from now on. She introduces herself as Kurumi Haraga, and Rentarou happily gains another very hungry friend. The family debates their food styles, and Rentarou realizes this contest has some seriously hungry competition. Their deal is simple: enter the food fight festival and win as one ridiculously devoted team. Kushiri brings a dessert, while everyone quietly prepares to turn lunch into a battlefield. One teammate immediately demands food, proving hunger has officially replaced all social manners. Weiss arrives, and the group attacks their bowls with the focus of elite athletes. The preliminary round begins, and Rentarou watches in awe as his girlfriends absolutely demolish their meals. Their hunger stops looking cute when one girl starts eating with terrifying, unstoppable determination. Rentarou keeps everyone going with more servings, turning their table into a perfectly synchronized rice machine. Every bowl tastes different, and Rentarou beams because each girlfriend has her own favorite flavor. The team finishes strong, but the tournament reveals monsters who make their appetite look almost normal. Then the super deluxe contestant appears, and the next round suddenly looks like a survival challenge. Rentarou's group enters a food fight challenge, and the rules are basically eat first, regret everything later. The contest starts, but the tiny black-haired girl is already treating this buffet like a personal mission. She keeps stuffing herself without slowing down, while everyone else realizes they picked the wrong opponent. Even Rentarou looks rattled as her appetite refuses to quit. This is no longer recreational eating. The girls compare her to a tiny animal, except this tiny animal can apparently clear an entire restaurant. Her throat keeps swallowing impossible amounts, and the stunned group starts wondering what she is made of. The others are full and miserable, but she is still focused on the next plate. She spots more sushi and bolts for it, driven by pure appetite and absolutely zero shame. Kusuri tries to explain the absurd situation, but even she cannot make this eating spree sound normal. Then the mood shifts. Her hunger is not just greed, and Rentarou notices something seriously wrong. Rentarou refuses to abandon her because his answer to chaos is always more care, somehow. As everyone reaches their limit, the hungry girl remains the center of this escalating food disaster. The food fight begins, with Rentarou's family facing the loud, intimidating Guerrilla Alliance. The Guerrilla crew treats this like total war, because apparently ramen now decides honor. Their leader calmly downs bowl after bowl, and Kurumi realizes these opponents are no joke. Kudomi stares at the food, convinced nobody understands its value better than she does. Her friends keep eating beside her, and Kurumi's lonely battle suddenly becomes a team effort. Both sides are stuffed to the breaking point, but nobody is willing to surrender first. Kurumi fights through the pain because she wants to win with everyone, not alone. When Kurumi reaches her limit, Rentarou fiercely stops her from wasting food her girlfriend's made. That stubborn declaration seals it, and Rentarou's family takes the victory. Afterward, the girls tease Kurumi, but they clearly accept her huge appetite without hesitation. Kurumi shyly asks Rentarou to share pear halves with her, a sweetly simple reward. Their kiss leaves Kurumi blushing as she realizes it tastes far better than any pear. Kusuri's strange experiment turns the household into babies, and Hahari eagerly starts playing mommy. Kokari watches her mother closely. She is not jealous, but Hari's overbearing affection is getting scary. The girls look absurdly adorable as babies, and Hari is completely overwhelmed by the cuteness. Then baby Hahari bolts away screaming. She insists she will not eat anyone, which is not reassuring. Hahari clings to Hakari and begs her not to leave. Her silly act has become a real emotional breakdown. Her baby instincts take over completely, and the girls struggle to calm the desperate mother down. The family finally settles together, but Hakari can see her mother is still hurting beneath the chaos. Rentarou realizes Hahari raised Hahari young and gave up everything to become the perfect mother. Hakari gently tells her she does not need a different mother. She wants Hahari exactly as she is. Hahari snaps back with one final demand. Bring every diver over right now. Motherhood is back in business. Pentaru wants a real adventure, and Rentarou quickly realizes this tiny bird has huge plans. The girls send him off with a pen, treating this little quest like a sacred expedition. Rentarou charges ahead, turning ordinary school life into a ridiculous mountain climbing challenge. Every obstacle gets more dramatic, while the girls cheer him on with completely straight faces. Then Kurumi mistakes the adventurer for food, and Pentaru's expedition becomes a survival mission. Karane joins the chaos, transforming the quest into an absurd fantasy battle. Naturally, nobody questions it. Tarani gets carried away in the role, and even her fierce confidence starts cracking under pressure. After surviving the madness, Pentaru finally receives the treasure every great hero deserves, cold hard cash. Rentarou sees the real reward was everyone caring enough to turn one tiny dream into an epic. The adventure ends with affection and relief, while Pentaru's off-screen fate remains hilariously dramatic. The girls notice their maid always smiles with her eyes shut, and curiosity hits critical mass. They try jump scares first, but she stays perfectly calm. This woman is built like a horror movie final boss. Even a blade near her face cannot crack that smile, leaving everyone completely unnerved. The group switches tactics, offering food and affection, but she politely thanks them without opening up. One impatient girl finally lunges at her, determined to force an answer, and the room erupts. Rentarou stops the chaos cold, reminding everyone that a person's boundaries are not a party game. Then the maid quietly opens her eyes, and Rentarou realizes he has never actually seen them before. Her gaze is stunning, and the whole group freezes as the familiar soulmate spark lands. Everyone instantly understands what happened, while Rentarou looks like his brain just tripped over itself. The maid admits the feeling this way is unacceptable to her, yet she cannot deny it anymore. She asks to go out with Rentarou, and his stunned silence gives her all the answers she needs. Rentarou visits May at the mansion, and she nervously asks what kind of master he wants. May presents a handmade lunch, then immediately worries it may fail the standards of a proper maid. Her politeness turns unsettling when May asks if Rentarou has any order he wants from her. Rentarou realizes May's whole identity is built around obeying, and she cannot choose anything for herself. Trying to help, he asks simple questions about what she likes, starting with dogs. But May still begs for orders, convinced serving him is the only value she has. So Rentarou gives her a strange assignment: sit quietly beside him and do absolutely nothing. When May worries she is useless, he gently tells her that everything she does is cute. That kindness hits May hard, while Rentarou realizes he may not understand every girlfriend's heart yet. He tells May she is valuable exactly as she is, not because she follows someone's commands. With a real wish finally forming, May accepts Rentarou's invitation, and the devoted maid gets her happy ending. Rentarou comes home to find his girlfriends in maid uniforms, and the welcome is already dangerously adorable. The girls launch a soaking maid survival game, where water guns decide who earns Rentarou's special prize. The match begins fast, and every maid charges in with a different strategy. Household service has become tactical warfare. One sharp-eyed maid slips through the chaos and fires with unnerving precision, leaving her rivals scrambling. Another maid goes full defense mode, protecting herself with style while the battlefield gets wetter by the second. Nano reads the attacks before they happen and moves like a machine, but even perfect calculations meet their limits. Shizuka quietly finds her opening, proving that the smallest player can still make the biggest splash. Kusuri gets drenched anyway, and her pout says this competition has stopped being fair a long time ago. Hikari joins the fight with total confidence, but the remaining shots turn this maid battle into pure chaos. In the end, every maid is soaked, exhausted, and still laughing together after the ridiculous showdown. Rentarou hands out the promised reward with sincere affection, making the hard-fought prize feel very personal. Then Rentarou ends up drenched too, and the stunned maids realize their winner was never escaping the splash zone. At school, the girls' baseball club is desperate for members, and one quiet student suddenly volunteers. Aiko Suto puts on the uniform with a shy blush, already looking thrilled to join the team. The club's old members left for America, so Aiko is now the entire baseball team by herself. Training alone hurts badly, but Aiko is grinning through it. That is a very specific hobby. Rentarou helps Iku after practice, and his kindness makes baseball feel fun again. With her face burning red, Aku asks Rentarou to go out with her. Our boy apologizes and admits he already has 8 girlfriends, leaving Iku heartbroken. Then Rentarou realizes the tears are not to spare. Iku genuinely loves the pain of rejection. Rentarou refuses to treat her feelings lightly, and promises to love every part of Iku, even this. At school, Rentarou meets Iku, a first-year athlete joining the baseball club with a fierce little glare. The girls are curious, but Iku makes it clear she cannot stand weak, half-hearted sports. When practice starts, Iku throws herself into it, while the family realizes this is serious business. Rentarou's family suddenly becomes a full training squad. Apparently dating him includes mandatory athletic suffering. Oki swings and pitches at full force, shocked that the others can actually keep up. May calmly catches the wild pitches, and Iku's competitive spark burns even hotter. Iku admits the only way she reached this level was endless swings, every single night. After pushing herself past exhaustion, Uki finally crashes, but she still wants more training. Rentarou worries about her, yet Aku insists that quitting now would betray everything she worked for. The whole family answers her determination with their own, promising they will train and win together. Then Iku spots Rentarou's loincloth and loses it completely. Training camp has officially gone off the rails. Rentarou's whole crew heads to baseball practice, determined to win together, no matter how chaotic it gets. The other team politely explains the rules, while Rentarou's girls stare like they just entered a boss fight. Rentarou takes the mound, but the opposing school has serious players, and this is only the warm-up. Their pitcher fires a Toronto cannon fastball, and the baseball suddenly looks personally offended by the batter. Another full-burst pitch screams across the plate, leaving Rentarou's side scrambling to survive the inning. Iku gets hit hard and crumples in pain, while the team realizes this game is no joke. Shizuka refuses to back down, charging in for a desperate catch with pure determination on her face. Timeout gives everyone a breath, but Rentarou can see his battered team is losing confidence. Then the rival unleashes an extinction meteor, because apparently normal baseball equipment was not dramatic enough. Even under that ridiculous pressure, the girls rally around each other and choose trust over fear. The rivals finally understand it. This team is powered by devotion, and they are super smitten. The game opens in chaos as Aku charges in, swinging like baseball, personally insulted her. Iku gets crushed by another hit, yet that grin says pain is somehow part of her warm-up. Behind the bravado, Iku admits she wants to make a lost friend proud with this game. Rentarou steps up and blasts the ball, turning her desperate match into a real comeback. The opposing batter unleashes a monster hit, and Iku trembles as the ball rockets toward her. Her body is already wrecked, but Iku still swings with everything she has left. Rentarou refuses to let the catch slip away, throwing himself in with reckless boyfriend determination. Iku makes it home, and the team erupts after stealing victory by the narrowest margin. Exhausted and overwhelmed, Iku kisses Rentarou and thanks him before telling him she loves him. Rentarou's girlfriends realize their stories all orbit the same possible guy, and every one of them loves him. They start comparing feelings, wondering whether love changes shape depending on who is holding it. One girl blurts out a huge thank you because Rentarou keeps bringing happiness into her life. Rentarou worries whether he's doing enough, but his promise to protect their happiness is dead serious. Even the most energetic girlfriend admits she feels unbelievably lucky just to have met him. A flustered confession becomes tender fast, as she says being his girlfriend made her the happiest person alive. The affection gets wildly enthusiastic, but beneath the chaos, she thanks him for entering her world. The quietest girl gathers every ounce of courage and tells Rentarou she would be happy beside him forever. Another girlfriend finally says it plainly. She likes someone exactly like Rentarou, flaws and all. The final confession is almost too much to handle because she loved absolutely everything about him. The whole group collapses into a teary love pile, leaving our boy completely overwhelmed and very loved. Rentarou brings his ever-growing family to karaoke, where even choosing songs becomes a full contact sport. The girls take turns singing with total confidence, and every performance hits a very serious fan club. Hahari watches the adorable chaos and gets hit by cuteness so hard she nearly short-circuits. Hahari asks Rentarou for a karaoke date, hoping one quiet song together can calm her racing heart. Nano spots the danger immediately and launches herself between them like romance has triggered the alarm system. The rescue backfires when Hahari insists everyone should hold hands. Privacy never had a chance here. Kunumi fights desperately to stay composed, but the room is overflowing with the exact kind of cuteness she cannot resist. Hahari finally admits she just wants to be close to Rentarou, and the whole room softens. Instead of competing, everyone joins hands and belts out a love chorus powerful enough to shake a building. With the chaos settled, Rentarou and Hahari shared their little date at last, still singing hand in hand. Rentarou spots a stunning transfer student and instantly realizes this is no ordinary entrance. She introduces herself as Utsukushi Sugi Mimimi, proudly declaring herself naturally beautiful from every angle. Mimimi asks Rentarou out, and our boy gets completely spellbound by her dramatic confidence. Mimimi explains that beauty draws people in, but she refuses to call herself beautiful without effort. Behind the vanity is serious discipline. Mimimi built her beauty herself, one relentless habit at a time. Then a spilled drink ruins her outfit, and the Mimi's elegant moment crashes into full school chaos. Rentarou offers help, but Mimimi sharply rejects the idea that she needs anyone buying her beauty. Even so, Mimimi asks him out again, her determined smile showing this is more than a casual crush. Rentarou admits he already has 9 girlfriends, leaving Mimi stunned by the most absurd answer possible. But Nano appears as Mimimi's beauty rival. Mimimi finally takes the challenge head-on. A beauty-obsessed senior dismisses friendship as meaningless because wasting time is ugly to her. She challenges the whole family to a beauty contest, and Rentarou immediately recognizes a dangerous level of commitment. The contest starts with brutally specific judging. Apparently, being beautiful and being cute are separate tax brackets. Even while competing, the senior gives Shizuka a sincere compliment and her guarded expression finally softens. Nana receives points for being cute, then gets none for beauty. Her face says she has discovered a flaw in reality. Rentarou even sacrifices his eyebrows for the contest. Our boy treats emotional support like an extreme sport. The absurd showdown ends in a draw, proving neither side can simply declare herself the one true beauty. The senior admits she wanted Nano to understand why beauty matters so much to her, even if you push too hard. Then she drops the rivalry and nervously asks Nano to be her friend. Nano breaks into tears, overwhelmed by a simple request she clearly never expected to hear. They accept each other's beauty, and the contest's real prize becomes a brand new friendship. The girls argue over what makes someone beautiful, and Rentarou gets dragged into their very serious debate. Mimimi proposes the most direct experiment possible. Every girlfriend should kiss Rentarou in turn. Apparently, this is now peer-reviewed beauty science. Nano tries to analyze the process calmly, but one kiss immediately sends her logic into overload. Karane steps up next, acting tough while clearly enjoying every second with our boy. Her competitive streak kicks in, and Karane decides this kiss cannot end in defeat. Even the athletic girlfriend treats romance like her final event, with Rentarou as the finish line. Shizuka is terrified of the attention, yet her feelings push her forward anyway. The spectacle gets so intense that one girlfriend suffers a dramatic nosebleed just watching. By now, every kiss proves the same thing. Each girl feels more beautiful when Rentarou loves her honestly. The chapter closes on the whole loving crew looking like a romance poster after absolute chaos. A strange scent fills the school, and the girls suddenly become far more affectionate than anyone can handle. Kuzuri realizes Hahari's hormone manipulation medicine is behind it, while everyone starts losing their usual restraint. Rentarou tries to contain the chaos, but one love-crazed girlfriend after another breaks through his defenses. Hahari admits the drug is hijacking their brains. Humanity was clearly not built for this much charm. The girls chase Rentarou through the halls, convinced that one kiss will finally calm the unbearable craving. Karane joins the pursuit at full force, furious at herself and still unable to stop chasing our boy. Rentarou and the others make a frantic getaway by car, with the pursuit somehow becoming even more ridiculous. Hahari's runaway hair lashes across the road like a living trap, leaving the escape route dangerously narrow. Her hair spreads across the entire school, and Rentarou realizes this bizarre outbreak may have no easy ending. As the world seems to rumble around them, the chapter leaves their impossible love emergency hanging in the balance. Hahari's hair suddenly starts growing at absurd speed, and her lonely question becomes a city-sized problem. Nano and Mimimi push through the chaos, treating this runaway hair disaster like an extreme sport. Rentarou climbs after them, but the hair keeps rising and yanks his friends into the sky. With everyone scattered, Rentarou realizes the whole city is being swallowed by Hahari's endless hair. Our boy launches himself after her without hesitation, because apparently gravity cannot stop a boyfriend on duty. Hahari tries to push Rentarou away, convinced her happiness has become a burden for everyone else. He refuses to let her disappear, reminding Hahari that every life she helped create matters to him. Rentarou holds her close as the storm finally softens, turning a ridiculous crisis into a heartfelt rescue. The aftermath confirms it. Hahari's hair drama was huge, but the family somehow made it through. Kurumi is starving again, and the whole family realizes her appetite is becoming a full-time emergency. Rentarou gently asks what she wants, but Kurumi admits she has never even tasted beef tongue. She refuses special treatment, so the others panic while Rentarou promises to find another way. His backup plan is an Italian tomato, but Kurumi has already eaten it, naturally. On their date, Rentarou sees her disappointment and decides he can teach her something more personal. Inside a quiet hotel room, his innocent lesson becomes a nervous, tender French kiss. Kurumi loves it so much that her hunger transforms into a very specific new craving. Hikari declares the family should share every happiness, and suddenly everyone wants a taste of romance. Rentarou and Kurumi end up tongue-tied together, grateful for a bizarrely loving family bond. At school, Rentarou meets Mi, a nervous girl so hidden behind bangs she practically files for invisibility. Mi panics when her bangs are threatened, even declaring them more important than her own underwear. Priorities are priorities. When someone grabs her fringe, Mami freezes in terror and yanks it back like her whole identity is under attack. She demonstrates her special talent. Hide behind those bangs for a second, and she vanishes from everyone's notice. After their awkward meeting, Memi apologizes and slips away again, convinced she should stay unseen. Rentarou finally understands her fear. Mimi has spent years avoiding attention because being noticed feels unbearable. Still, she admits she likes him, then immediately tries to disappear before the feeling can overwhelm her. Our boy searches the school with ridiculous determination, refusing to let even one missed detail stop him. He finds Meme hiding quietly, proving that her escape act cannot outrun someone who truly wants to see her. Rentarou promises he will always find her, and Meme shyly promises she might fall for him too. That sincere promise hits Ming like a full emotional power-up, and her hidden feelings explode into pure delight. Rentarou announces a hidden ball game, with one very tempting prize waiting for the winner. The girls bolt across the school immediately because apparently a kiss is serious athletic motivation. One girlfriend stalks the halls alone, convinced the missing ball has to be nearby. Instead, the search uncovers two girls sleeping in a storage box like this is perfectly normal. The group realizes the school is packed with bizarre hiding places and precious little cooperation. Shizuka and Nano discover a hidden jewel box, but the real prize is still missing. Kuromi follows her stomach to the cafeteria, treating the search like an emergency snack mission. Hahari finds Kuromi first, and their reunion arrives with maximum motherly drama. Then Iku and Mei are found too, piled into another ridiculous hiding spot. A teacher reveals her secret world, and the game suddenly feels much stranger than expected. As the chase narrows, one girl nervously asks Rentarou for a kiss before anyone else can claim it. Rentarou answers with a quiet kiss, leading the hidden ball contest forgotten for one sweet moment. Hahari notices Rentarou struggling with gift ideas, and she quietly worries he does not understand her at all. Our boy admits he has never bought her a gift before, so the whole shopping trip suddenly becomes a serious mission. The girls crank up the shop's atmosphere, and Hahari gets completely swept away by the flashy presentation. Hahari declares she would give him everything, then immediately calls that a terrible gift answer. Fair enough. Rentarou asks what she truly wants, determined to find something that reaches her heart instead of just her wallet. The answer is a maid outfit, and Hahari's stunned face reveals this is far more personal than a luxury purchase. The fashion show explodes into chaos as Hahari embraces the costume fantasy with absolutely no restraint. When Rentarou gives her a smooch, Hahari finally gets the affection she was really hoping to receive. Hahari thanks him with a huge smile, while Rentarou realizes a gift matters most when it makes someone genuinely happy. The chapter ends with their affectionate kiss, turning one impossible shopping request into a perfect romantic payoff. The girls worry because Karini's usual prickly attitude has suddenly become way too soft. The medicine has stripped out her Tsundere defense, leaving Karani sweet, confused, and completely exposed. Karani is so frightened by her own friendliness that she wonders if this drug will kill her. Even a desperate tackle comes out weirdly gentle now. Her internal Tsundere is filing a complaint. The others enjoy her open affection, but Rentarou notices Karan is uncomfortable with this version of herself. He admits he loves the original Karani, including the sharp edges she keeps trying to hide. Karane refuses the cured first, terrified that returning means she will push everyone away again. Walking home together, she quietly admits she has always wanted to hold his hand like this. Rentarou tells her plainly that the girl he fell for was Tsundere Karani and he will not reject her. His promise finally reaches her. Nobody in the world loves Karani more than he does. Karamer breaks down because she can still love Rentarou, but she cannot feel that love at all. The girlfriends identify the culprit. A Tsundere-making drug has pushed Karane's defenses completely out of control. Rentarou sees past her usual attitude and realizes Karani's genuinely scared by this numbness. He makes a hopeful theory. Overwhelming her Tsundere reaction might reboot the feelings trapped underneath. The family showers her with love, and Karana answers every confession with the same desperate response. Nothing works. Even surrounded by hugs, Karani looks crushed. She wants to feel close to them again, not just hear the words. Karani chooses the most direct treatment possible and asks the girls to push past her usual limits. Doctor's orders, apparently. Hikari and Karani match each other's energy perfectly, but Karani still cannot feel the reaction she's chasing. The group pauses when Karani's mother arrives, and Karani wonders whether her condition is actually inherited. Her mother steps in with total confidence, declaring it is her turn to bring Karani back. Then the cure takes a bizarre turn. Everyone rushes to secure Hahari's matching blood type before Karani loses hope. Rentarou's family decides Karane's Tsundere side needs a little help. This will be completely normal, surely. They explain the plan, gather every trace of Karane's prickly affection, and amplify the Tsundere factor. Rentarou immediately volunteers to be the emotional fuel for this extremely questionable love experiment. The Tsundere festival begins, and Karane is pushed into denying affection with maximum dramatic force. Each girlfriend gives her best Tsundere line, but they're all too sincere to really sell the cold act. Karan tries to absorb their performances, but the strain leaves her shaken and unable to find the right feeling. The group thinks they succeeded, until Karen's emotions crackle out of control instead. Rentarou refuses to treat her harshness like a flaw. He sees how fiercely Karen loves everyone. Her feelings overflow into one giant cry for Karani, and the festival becomes an emotional emergency. Rentarou reaches her through the chaos and tells Karani exactly what matters. He loves her. The Tsundere is back, and Kat immediately denies everything while looking painfully relieved. After all that, Karane is mortified by the rescue and declares she will never act nice again. The family knows better. Karane's sharp words are still wrapped around a very real, very stubborn love. Rentarou visits Uncle Hiro's house, expecting a simple favor, until a tiny class president barges in. Chio stares him down, furious that he is not acting like a proper grown-up. Her strict little routine is falling apart, and every fidget makes Chio panic even harder. When she catches a chill, Rentarou moves fast, while Chio trembles at every imperfect detail. He gently steadies her, explaining that being small and unsure is nothing to be ashamed of. That kindness cracks her composure. Chio sobs his name, realizing this feeling is much bigger than nerves. Uncle Hiro objects at first, then sees Rentarou's sincerity and accepts Chio's confession. Chio admits she likes him, and Rentarou answers with the kind of warmth she needed. Their first date is officially on, and the 12th girlfriend celebrates like she just won a trophy. Rentarou introduces his huge girlfriend family to Chio's father, and the poor man immediately sees the problem. Chio's dad admits she is his first priority, but Chio panics when everyone treats her like a child. She bolts, and Rentarou catches her before this awkward family meeting becomes a full sprinting disaster. Chio tries acting grown-up and independent, but her forced smile makes the whole performance painfully obvious. The girls pile on increasingly ridiculous adult jobs because apparently emotional support now includes newspaper delivery. Even the cleanup squad cannot keep up, and Chio watches their chaos multiply faster than they can fix it. Chio finally understands it. This family is not disciplined, but every one of them is fiercely devoted. She attempts a fair system for Rentarou's attention, turning romance into rock, paper, scissors. Very sensible, obviously. The plan instantly explodes into jealous slaps and screaming, proving rules are no match for 15 girlfriends. Chio realizes the problem is not the others alone. She is trying to force this family into her own shape. Rentarou blames himself for the strain, but Chio breaks down and admits she created this mess too. Together, they push through the chaos one step at a time, and Chio is welcomed into Rentarou's family. Rentarou opens with an advertisement chapter, proudly showing off the family's brand new merchandise lineup. The girls immediately demand answers. Why promote merch when some girlfriends still have none? Rentarou argues that merchandise can be practical, beautiful, and a sweet way to support everyone. Hakari spots matching couple name tags and freezes, already imagining the romantic possibilities. The family organizes every item by girlfriend, turning one bag of goods into a full display. Mimimi admires earrings worthy of her beauty, while Ahari happily treats tiny figures like babies. Ahari suddenly snaps, calling the whole family disgraceful for treating the girls like merchandise. The smallest items cause chaos too, and Kurumi gets intensely protective over her precious goods. Rentarou imagines a life-changing collection of 100 girlfriend goods. Restraint has left the building. Overwhelmed by the pile, Rentarou tries to break free, but his love only makes him cling tighter. With enough merchandise, Rentarou can recreate his girlfriend armor. The collector has become the collection. At school, Chio panics at even mild affection, treating every kiss like a 5-alarm scandal. Meanwhile, the girlfriends are already competing because Rentarou first. Personal space has officially left the building. Chio snaps, shuts down the whole kissing scene, then quietly spirals because she cannot stop thinking about it. She tries to act composed, but the thought of kissing Rentarou has her totally locked up. The family realizes Chio needs a kiss with Rentarou, but she is too nervous to make a move. The bottled-up anxiety mutates into a full kissing zombie, and our boy is suddenly her target. Chio launches herself across the room for the kiss while Rentarou braces for impact. The other girls get tangled around her, but Chio keeps charging ahead with frightening romantic determination. The family swarms in to help, turning Chio's first kiss crisis into a very crowded rescue mission. 12 rapid-fire kisses finally overwhelm Chio's nerves, proving his family solves problems with maximum affection. Meme Kakure is so shy she can vanish from photos and the whole class is baffled. Aiku spots the problem immediately. Meme's confidence is rock bottom, especially when cameras appear. Ayoko declares a training plan and starts chasing the perfect shot. Subtlety has left the building. Rentarou steps in as referee, but Mimi keeps slipping away before anyone can photograph her. Meme admits she wants to improve, so Oku gently asks her to practice being seen. The first outfit experiment is a bunny costume, and Memi instantly regrets every life choice. After watching everyone cheer her on, Meme finally asks them to look at her properly. Rentarou tells her she's already beautiful, and Meme's nervous face softens with real confidence. Ayuku catches the breakthrough on camera, while Meme proudly stands still instead of disappearing. Meme calls it a victory, then vanishes again before the praise can become too intense. Rentarou's girlfriends turn a lazy nap into a full lap pillow championship, and our boy is suddenly the prize. Mimimi arrives like a Paris runway model, convinced beauty itself should win this contest. Nano treats sleeping like military logistics, building the most efficient route straight into dreamland. Aiku turns pillow time into endurance training. Apparently romance needs a coach and a stopwatch. Mei goes all in as Rentarou's loyal dog, offering a lap pillow with maximum devotion. Kainis Dunare dream goes airborne because apparently affection now comes with fighter jets. Shizuka imagines a gentle fairy-tale nap, shyly asking her prince to stay close. Hahari brings overwhelming mom energy, ready to pepper Rentarou until he forgets every worry. Kurumi's solution is brutally honest: snacks first, cuddles second, and no complaints. The contest gets so wild that Rentarou's imagination turns the finalists into pure sci-fi chaos. Instead of choosing one winner, the whole group makes a giant futon lap bed for everyone. Rentarou finally sleeps surrounded by the girls he loves, and the ridiculous contest gets its perfect ending. A cowboy-dressed mute teacher storms in, proudly claiming she came from America to teach English. Her English is so enthusiastic that even the class is wondering where the grammar went. She hugged Rentarou like an old friend, and our boy instantly realizes she is painfully alone. Natty admits she likes him, then asks what he thinks of her very American greeting. Rentarou catches the biggest clue: Natty is actually Japanese, and her confident act starts cracking. Her mother suddenly appears, exposing Natty as a Japanese woman raised deep in traditional expectations. Natty's mother explains the chaos at home, while the classroom freezes at this family-level ambush. Rentarou understands that Natty loves English because she wants freedom to become whoever she chooses. He tells her she can be herself, and Captain America finally asks him out with a glowing smile. Miss Natty charges into class preaching freedom, and the whole school immediately regrets giving her a dress code. When a uniform threatens her identity, she treats it like enemy junk and vows to reach freedom her way. The next day, Natty arrives dressed as a walking puppy, proving subtle fashion rebellion was never on the menu. Her outfits get even wilder, from princess to macaron fairy, while the girls cheer this unstoppable freedom parade. Mimimi admires Natty's fearless style, but Natty blushes because dressing freely still means showing her real self. The girls welcome her openly, and Natty realizes freedom feels better when someone accepts every ridiculous version of you. Then Hahari spots a stranger watching nearby, and the carefree costume party suddenly picks up some serious tension. A mysterious old driver's license reveals this visitor has a connection to Natty that nobody expected. The visitor is Natty's mother, and Natty nervously asks whether there is room for her in this freedom-loving family. Her mother thanks Rentarou for understanding her daughter, then pulls Natty into a tender hug that says everything. Rentarou's entire crew gets packed into the train like sardines and nobody can even move. The crowd keeps grinding closer, and Karen is furious that personal space has officially died. Hahari gets swallowed by the crush, while everyone desperately tries not to lose each other. Accidental handholding becomes a full-on mystery game. In this crowd, every grab is suspicious. When the train lurches, Rentarou throws himself between Shizuka and the wall without hesitation. Shizuka clings to him for safety, and Rentarou treats the tiny hug like a precious rescue. The crush gets so absurd that even breathing feels like a complicated group activity. Nano is visibly overwhelmed by the chaos, while Kurumi has one urgent concern: food. One rough jolt sparks another outrageous misunderstanding, because this train has absolutely no chill. Even jammed together, the girls keep checking on one another and refuse to let anyone panic. Then Rentarou spots a photo booth nearby, and suddenly their escape plan starts taking shape. The group finally spills out near the booth, ending the date with photos and exhausted relief. Iku tries dressing more feminine, but her gloomy stare shows the outfit cannot fix what is bothering her. Then our boy spots Aiku's real excitement at the batting center, where baseball gets every joint in her body buzzing. Aiku starts crushing pitches with reckless joy until a nearby player takes the challenge personally. Naturally, romance has become baseball warfare. Rentarou cheers her on so hard that Aiku smashes another ball, then gets flustered by his praise. When the rival demands a serious game, Rentarou calmly joins in and reveals absurdly powerful batting instincts. He turns the showdown into a love-powered baseball lesson, because apparently devotion is a competitive stat now. Aiku finally admits why baseball hurts. She loved it deeply, but her boyish side made her feel unwanted. Rentarou refuses to let her erase herself, telling Aiku she can enjoy baseball and be exactly who she is. With tears in her eyes, Iku accepts it. She loves him because he loves her whole boyish self. The date ends with a bridal carry and a home run-sized confession, as Rentarou declares his love right back. Rentarou takes Chiyo, Kusuri, and Shizuka shopping, but Chiyo already looks ready to manage the whole expedition. A family keepsake hits Chiyo hard, and she quietly admits how much she misses the comfort of home. Even while browsing, Chiyo keeps checking on everyone like a tiny exhausted supervisor with no lunch break. Seeing Kusuri and Shizuka together reminds Chiyo that these girls gave her a place where she belongs. Rentarou gently takes her hand, reassuring Chiyo that she does not have to carry every worry alone. Then a melon bread disaster strikes, and Chiyo reacts like the bakery aisle has declared open warfare. A careless guy causes the mess, and Chiyo snaps because he has put her friends in danger. Kusuri and Shizuka stop her cold, making Chiyo apologize before her protective streak turns into a brawl. The troublemaker gets launched into a spectacular splash anyway. Retail therapy has apparently become combat training. Wrapped in their hugs, Chiyo finally understands that shopping with friends is fun, especially when everyone shows up. Spring brings the school festival, and Rentarou's enormous family starts hunting for the perfect event. The girls reject the obvious ideas one by one, until an idol show becomes their bold new target. Ahari instantly takes charge as producer, demanding nothing less than performance quality at once. Training begins with clapping, dancing, singing, and acrobatics. This is less rehearsal, more beautiful chaos. Even the loudest girls turn the routine into a serious opera, while everyone else struggles to keep up. The whole household throws themselves into practice, each girl adding her own strange little spark. But Ahari sees the problem. Their styles clash, and the show could collapse before it begins. Rentarou refuses to let anyone quit, reminding them that loving the work together is the point. Recharged, the family promises their best. Their idol debut now has one unstoppable ingredient: family quality. At the school festival, Rentarou's huge girlfriend squad arrives ready to enjoy the day together. They are welcomed on stage as Rentarou's family, and he immediately asks everyone to cheer for them. The girls begin their dance, glowing with excitement while Rentarou watches like their proudest manager. The crowd sees a rough first performance, but Rentarou sees every girl chasing a sincere dream. His standards not low, they're just powered by unconditional boyfriend support. Hearing that they all dream of becoming idols, Rentarou is stunned, then completely fired up. The girls apologize for their amateur act, but their faces show they refuse to let this dream end here. They attack the next performance with everything they have, and suddenly the audience wants autographs. Their leader cuts through the chaos, and Rentarou answers their shining effort with a full-throated, "I love you!" Now dressed as proper idols, the whole group storms the stage with a much bigger, brighter routine. Afterward, the girls collapse into a teary group hug, overwhelmed that their dream finally reached people. Then the school offers them idol training, and their ordinary school life takes a very loud detour. Rentarou meets Yamame Yasushiki, a cheerful gardening girl who treats every living thing like family. Yamame is so tender-hearted that she apologizes to plants before plucking weeds. Gardening has never been this emotionally demanding. She adores animals and tiny creatures, but that kindness leaves her terrified of hurting anything. Her gentle routine catches the attention of the school's terrifying vice principal, who suddenly crashes the garden. Yamame panics at the thought of fire, because flames destroy plants, animals, and everything she loves. The vice principal unleashes a ridiculous sneeze-powered assault, turning a school garden into a disaster zone. Rentarou throws himself in front of Yamame without hesitation, protecting her when she freezes in fear. Shaken but smiling, Yamame realizes this boy respects her boundless love for nature, and she falls hard. Rentarou admits he likes Yamame too, including her unconditional devotion to every creature around her. Their first spark becomes another unmistakable zing, proving Rentarou's girlfriend count is still growing wild. Rentarou brings the whole girlfriend crew to the gardening club, where flowers are clearly serious business. The club hands over white dresses and flower crowns, and the girls light up instantly. Yamame proudly shows off her enormous blooms while the group frolics through the garden like goddesses. Surrounded by strawberries and giant flowers, Hikari falls hard for the place and wants to live here. Rentarou takes one look at every girl in flowers and nearly short-circuits from the cuteness. Hikari steals a kiss, and Rentarou realizes these flower crowns come with dangerous side effects. The kisses keep rotating through the group, while Chiyo calls out the suspiciously tipsy romance energy. Even the garden seems overwhelmed by their affection, as every little bloom gets a heartfelt reaction. The flower crowns put the girls at nearly the same height, making the group feel closer than ever. With the height gap finally solved, one shy girlfriend gathers her courage and asks Rentarou for a kiss. Rentarou happily gives every girlfriend her special kiss, until the flower dress chaos becomes hilariously colossal. The whole family gathers for a sleepover hot pot, and everyone arrives hungry with wildly different tastes. Kusuri admits she added a suspicious ingredient, and the room immediately objects to this violation of food rights. She insists it is only a protein booster, while the others stare like dinner has become a crime scene. The first bite wins them over. The hot pot is delicious, which is exactly how these disasters begin. Each ingredient gets a dramatic introduction, and the girls seriously debate flavors like elite culinary warriors. Then a chicken tender starts acting alive. Karane looks horrified, while everyone else takes the nonsense far too calmly. A shark fin earns a very literal complaint, but the hot pot keeps producing stranger and stranger food personalities. A Rentarou ingredient melts into a miserable mess, and the group realizes this meal may actually be cursed. A rose ingredient tastes surprisingly good, leaving one girl offended that her floral challenge worked perfectly. The next reveal is a giant Big Mac hot pot, and the entire table treats it like an important national event. After sea otter meat enters the pot, the mood suddenly gets much more affectionate, and our boy is completely blindsided. The strange ingredient sends Rentarou into sumo wrestling instead, proving even romance chaos follows its own ridiculous rules. The girls kick off a sumo tournament, and Rentarou realizes every opponent has a wildly different advantage. Our boy charges in, swearing to protect his girlfriend's fighting spirit even as the challenge gets ridiculous. Mime's soft, ticklish body completely breaks his focus, and she slips free while he staggers back exhausted. When Rentarou nearly blacks out, Kusuri deploys a kiss of life. Medical science has entered the ring. Hahari catches him in an overwhelming embrace, leaving Rentarou standing upright but spiritually flatlined. Kusuri powers him up with a drug that makes him 100 times heavier, which is absolutely doping. Kurumi wins her round, then happily heads off with Rentarou to celebrate over panna cotta. The next challenger launches a full-speed tackle, and Rentarou learns romance can hit like a freight train. Another opponent's impossibly smooth skin makes every grip useless, turning the match into a natural defeat. Bruised, drained, and surrounded by aching girlfriends, Rentarou survives the tournament with love still winning. Rentarou enters a sumo tournament where the prize is simple. The winner gets Love Mountain. Nano calmly knocks our boy down, proving romance apparently includes full-body tackles. Hahari watches in delighted disbelief, while Rentarou refuses to accept an easy elimination. Then Yamame steps in, impossibly strong and absurdly wholesome, and sends him flying with a hug. Rentarou clings to Yamame for dear life, but her tree-like power is way beyond human. Karane charges next, determined to win even as Rentarou braces for the tsundere storm. She unleashes a flurry of slaps, but her flustered face gives away how much she cares. Karane grabs him and almost blurts out the truth. She thinks he is ridiculously cute. Her tsundere backbreaker finally lands, and the match becomes a spectacularly romantic disaster. Even surrounded by challengers, Rentarou refuses to quit. For him, the tournament is not over yet. At school, Rentarou finds students collapsed everywhere, like the mysterious massage club has declared war on muscles. The culprit is Momiji, whose unbelievable skill leaves every customer blissed out and completely unable to resist. Momiji explains that touching soft bodies is pure joy to her, and Rentarou listens with sincere admiration. She admits she wants to massage every kind of body, dreaming of a job where she can share that happiness. That dream comes true too fast though, as non-stop requests leave Momiji overwhelmed and her hands worn out. When her beloved massage touch vanishes, Momiji panics and bolts, convinced her whole reason for living is gone. Rentarou storms into Nosawa-sensei's world for answers, because apparently even manga authors get dragged into boyfriend emergencies. He reminds her that every girl matters deeply to him, then begs for Momiji's story to get a better turn. That together, Momiji confesses she likes Rentarou and asks to keep massaging him, strong body or not. Rentarou answers with total devotion, and Momiji's hands finally recover when she gets to share her love again. With the whole family cheering her on, Momiji runs forward, ready to make every aching body happier. Momiji notices the whole group is sore, and her massage-loving instincts immediately kick into overdrive. She works through shoulders, jaws, and every stubborn knot she can find. This is her kind of festival. One intense treatment sends a girlfriend yowling while Momiji proudly calls the painful pressure point effective. Even Momiji learns her limits when a completely limp quiet destroys her competence. Massage magic has a weakness. The girls fire back with cheek rubs and squeezes, leaving Momiji flustered by their affection. Then the attention shifts to thighs, and Momiji treats the new territory like a sacred professional challenge. A little massage becomes a full-on sensory revelation, and the girls are blissfully overwhelmed. Momiji gets embarrassed for 1 second, then declares she will massage anyone who needs it. Rentarou backs her up, and Momiji realizes his support means more than any compliment. With everyone soft, happy, and shamelessly affectionate, Momiti admits the feeling is completely irresistible. Chiyo notices Natty looks lonely, but Natty brushes it off with her usual loud confidence. Natty tries learning proper Japanese manners, then immediately turns a tea lesson into a disaster. When a teacher criticizes her behavior, Natty decides words are optional and picks a fight instead. Now calling herself the Merkin Patroller, Natty storms out to hunt down smoking students. Subtlety has left the building. Chu sees the chaos and freezes, torn between stopping Natty and doing her class president duty. Natty doubles down, treating every confused student like a criminal in her personal anti-smoking crusade. Chiyo finally snaps and calls it child abuse, while Natty insists she is protecting their futures. Behind the nonsense, Natty explains that people need freedom to find their own way forward. Chiyo starts understanding Natty's heart and rushes after her, ready to help instead of judge. The next day, their strange teamwork has somehow made them look like matching troublemakers. Nano treats every wasted second like a crime, while Rentarou's crowded love life keeps crashing into her logic. When the girls call Nano a mini Nano, she panics at the idea that affection has made her inefficient. The group praises her flower drawing, but Nano quietly admits she only wants to be useful to everyone. Her old classmates push her to prove herself, and Nano decides romance is an inefficient distraction she must cut away. Rentarou spots her distant stare and realizes Nano is preparing to erase every messy feeling she has. As everyone heads home, Rentarou promises to protect the people he loves. That promise is about to get tested. Nano's grandfather warns Rentarou that if he lets her go now, she may never come back. Nano launches herself away at full speed, but our boy dives after her and refuses to release her hand. The rescue turns gloriously ridiculous as Rentarou gets dragged through the chaos, because subtlety clearly left the building. Back home, Nano finally stops running. Rentarou holds her close, and her perfect logic starts making room for love. Nano chooses to stay, accepting that loving him is not efficient at all. It is simply what she wants. The girls gather to compare notes, wondering how their boyfriend handles every wildly different date. Their verdict is unanimous. He is less Prince Charming and more a whole horsepower romance machine. Even a snapped bra strap becomes proof of his care because he calmly fixes it and never makes things weird. One girl remembers a perfect water date, where he literally carries her across with effortless devotion. Another date turns into chivalry gone wild when he sacrifices himself to support a collapsing roof. Then comes the bandish aftermath. He calls it a small accident, but the evidence says otherwise. For one girlfriend, he becomes a wilderness guide, mushroom hunter, and accidental monster slayer all before dinner. A quieter girl admits his surprise date terrified her at first, because he had prepared absolutely everything. The biggest reveal is absurd. He wore a Frieza costume for an entire date. Commitment has no ceiling. By now, the girls can only call him an honest-to-goodness monster boyfriend, and somehow mean it lovingly. He hears the label and instantly panics, insisting no monster could ever be better than his precious girlfriends. Rentarou heads to Kusuri's house, already sensing this family reunion will not be normal. Kusuri introduces her mother, whose absurdly youthful face leaves our boy completely stunned. And then the whole Yakuza household appears, and every introduction somehow raises more questions. Their family hobby is drug research, so dinner conversation comes with a safety warning. Kusuri's intimidating dad decides Rentarou is not welcome and draws a gun without hesitation. Rentarou refuses to back away, even as the furious father starts firing at point-blank range. He shields Kusuri anyway, proving his brave boyfriend act is frighteningly sincere. Kusuri answers that devotion with a kiss, because apparently bullets are not romantic enough. Dad takes an experimental drug and becomes a hulking disaster, but Rentarou still will not fold. Seeing that resolve, the family finally understands that Kusuri is safest with someone who truly loves her. With the chaos settled, Rentarou gets one last dramatic jolt, teasing that this strange family has more in store. Rentarou meets Kusuri's grandmother Yaku, and the tiny girl calmly reveals she is 89 years old. Yaku explains her body became 8 again after an experimental age-reversing drug. Family reunions must be chaos. Her husband has already passed away, but Yaku still praises him as a lively old man. She once treated wounded soldiers during wartime, proving this sweet-looking grandma has seen absolutely everything. Yaku says her age is only a number now, and she wants to make friends her own way. She asks for Rentarou's phone number, then promises she will call him whenever she wants company. Rentarou realizes Yaku is not merely a child in appearance, and she may be facing love again. Yaku decides she will stop playing it safe, dressing wild and rugged for a proper date. With terrifying confidence, Yaku grabs Rentarou and asks him to be her man. After the kiss, Rentarou worries she is forcing herself, but Yaku refuses to let fear make her choices. Yoko admits loving again could be fun, and Rentarou promises to take her feelings seriously. Rentarou introduces Yaku, an 89-year-old grandmother who somehow looks younger than everyone here. The group freezes at the word grandmother, while Yaku proudly insists she is a fully grown adult. Rentarou starts the introductions, and every girlfriend immediately spots a different extreme trait in Yaku. Yaku is tiny and delicate, but Rentarou recognizes the physical and mental toughness behind that fragile look. Then Yaku reveals she is a Yankee at heart, making this sweet-looking granny far less harmless than advertised. Nano calls her super smart, but Yaku's sudden freedom turns the conversation into a human life form. Karane catches the Sundara energy, and Yaku's natural beauty gets treated like an emergency situation. The girls keep piling on labels, and Yaku discovers this family has absolutely no brakes. Even the chaos cannot drown out Yaku's confidence, especially when she tells them to get old people glasses. The introductions collapse into one final misunderstanding, but Yaku made sure everyone remembers her actual name. The onsen date starts peacefully, then the whole group erupts into a screaming splash war. Everyone fires water like this is a battlefield, because apparently relaxation was too easy. Kusori tries to block the jet, but the series bath keeps escalating faster than anyone can react. The water pressure becomes absurd, blasting the girls around while frantic voices beg it to stop. As the chaos spreads, one girl reaches out for help while another clings on and refuses to let go. The bath's bizarre effect hits Hahari too, and she looks equal parts proud and horrified. Hahari's situation gets wildly out of control, and the others realize this bath has no sensible limits. Mime's anxiety spikes when an unexpected kiss becomes the only move anyone can think of. The family rallies around the stranded girls, turning the ridiculous crisis into a rescue mission. Their reward is a tiny girl smooch storm, which is somehow treated like perfectly normal bath etiquette. With the danger gone, everybody finally gets the peaceful paradise bath they came for. They float together in total bliss, ending the onsen date with a very serious snooze. Yamame happily tops flowers with the girls, while Rentarou learns this gentle giant has a serious soft spot. The conversation turns to appeal, and Yamame honestly cannot see what makes her special. That insecurity hits fast. Hikari proposes a glamour shoot, and Yamame agrees to try a bolder look for everyone. Yamame strikes a pose, but her bear-like awkwardness keeps hijacking the makeover. Fashion has met the forest. She worries the whole plan might end badly, because she only wants Rentarou to be happy. When Yamame steps out in her new style, Rentarou is stunned, and her confidence finally starts to bloom. Her sudden energy is so overwhelming that Rentarou can barely keep up with the charging sweetheart. Yamame throws herself into Rentarou's arms, proving her natural power is much stronger than any practiced pose. The impact echoes everywhere, and the girls realize Yamame's innocent affection comes with earthquake-level force. Yamame decides she can cultivate her charm after all, as long as she never stops being herself. Rentarou compares her appeal to flowers. It is not flashy perfection, but something beautiful that keeps growing. At school, Hahari quietly learns that Rentarou is still a student, and the news clearly rattles her. She still waits after class in a date-ready outfit, trying hard to look carefree despite the doubt. Rentarou takes Hahari to a teddy bear museum, and her guarded mood instantly softens around the adorable displays. Then a quiz challenge begins, and Hahari looks intensely serious. Apparently teddy trivia is serious business. Hahari answers every question perfectly, revealing that her childhood obsession with Teddy Baby never really disappeared. She realizes the quiz answers describe her own old bear, a toy she thought had vanished long ago. The bear's memories hit hard, including the embarrassing reminder that little Hahari used to chew on it. Under the lights, Hahari admits she wishes she had been born closer to Rentarou's age. Rentarou refuses that wish, saying he is glad she was born when she was because it led her here. He spots the original Teddy Baby in a gift shop, and Hari's stunned expression says everything. With her childhood treasure returned, Hahari stops fighting the moment and kisses Rentarou with pure relief. Rentarou brings the whole family on a mountain date, and a hike starts with heroic optimism. That optimism dies fast. The girls scream like this harmless trail has declared war on them. Hahari refuses to be called heavy, while Rentarou gets dragged into the chaos from every direction. Chio spots Kusuri slipping near a drop and lunges in, suddenly taking the hike very seriously. Even the confident girls are fading, but nobody wants to admit defeat before reaching the summit. Rentarou carries an exhausted girlfriend without complaint, because this boy treats romance like endurance training. Kurumi's tired too, yet she insists on helping. Her appetite is not the only thing with stamina. IQ turns the climb into a personal challenge, grinning through the pain and charging onward. The group spreads out as exhaustion hits, but each girl keeps moving for the others. Kurumi finally declares that her stomach is the real emergency, and honestly, fair enough. At the summit, the ridiculous love-powered ritual somehow works, and the storm clouds begin to clear. They make it together, celebrate with a mountain of affection, and even the sky cannot stay gloomy. Rentarou meets Kishika, an intimidating third year who treats every school moment like a battlefield. The second she starts fighting, our boy realizes her kendo skills are seriously unreal. Kishika proudly calls herself a third year in the kendo club, refusing to look anything less than grown up. She invites Rentarou to practice, and he's eager to see what drives this intense upperclassman. A clumsy grab sets her off instantly. Personal space is apparently a full contact rule here. Then Kishika cracks, admitting she sometimes wants to be pampered, but cannot bring herself to say why. Rentarou apologizes, while Kishika admits she cannot bear feeling like a burden to anyone. Her secret comes out. She spent childhood caring for younger siblings, so she never got to simply be a kid. Rentarou gently offers her what she missed, telling her she can lean on him whenever she wants. One head pat later, the terrifying kendo ace is melting down with pure, unfiltered baby mode happiness. Kishika finally calls him daddy, and Rentarou accepts the new responsibility with heroic sincerity. They leave hand in hand, counting down to their next date, as Kishika lets herself be cared for. Kishika wants into Rentarou's family, and the girls immediately understand her lonely determination. She proposes a full group duel with soft practice swords, while Rentarou nervously takes referee duty. The match begins, and Kishika charges in with terrifying confidence. This club activity escalated fast. Kishika's vision fails her in the chaos, but she refuses to let go of her sword. The family attacks as a team, using decoys and angles to finally box the lone fighter in. Hahari spots the real opening and unleashes full mom energy, charging straight toward Kishika. Kishika loses and her hard expression cracks as the childhood comfort she craves comes rushing back. Rentarou realizes her secret wish. Beneath that fierce discipline, Kishika wants someone to mother her. Hahari happily accepts the assignment, and Kishika melts into bliss. Subtlety has left the building. With the whole family gathered around her, Kishika finally feels at home for the first time. The family heads to a ramen shop where finishing every challenge bowl wins a free meal. The first tasters discover this is not dinner, it is a spice-powered medical emergency. One girlfriend keeps slurping through the pain, then realizes the heat is only getting worse. Instead of quitting, the group organizes a full schedule to attack the challenge ramen together. A towering eater stays completely unfazed by the spice, leaving everyone else quietly terrified. Orders keep arriving, and the owner watches their determination like a man witnessing his own doom. Even a beauty-conscious challenger joins in, treating the massive bowl like a personal makeover. The next challenger demands the legendary bowl because apparently ordinary suffering was not enough. Then comes the million-yen bowl, a mountain of ramen so huge it needs its own postcode. The family reveals they are tackling 2 bowls at once, and the owner can only stare. They finally clear the monster bowl, turning the shop's proud challenge into a costly defeat. After their bottomless appetite wrecks the business, the devastated owner closes shop for good. The group gets baby outfits, and the girls instantly realize this innocent idea may get weird. They commit to the bit fast, crawling around and treating the room like a tiny playground. One little menace starts a massage routine with zero awareness of personal space. Classic baby logic. The motherly girlfriend sees the tiny chaos and immediately melts, calling them her babies. Meanwhile, the baby squad turns playtime into a full-contact grudge match with adorable sound effects. Our boy watches closely, trying to give them the carefree childhood fun they never really had. When one girl tumbles near the stairs, he dives in without hesitation and catches her safely. Even dressed like toddlers, their usual bickering survives perfectly. Some personalities are simply indestructible. Then the pretend babies get affectionate, and the whole game suddenly becomes dangerously sweet. The girls pile onto their mommy figure in tears, while he realizes nobody is calling him mom. That is the final blow. He sobs because he wants to be their mom too somehow. An hour later, everyone returns to normal, leaving him emotional and the room completely exhausted. Rentarou is still juggling 18 soulmates, all because the love god made one spectacular clerical error. One shy girlfriend proudly unveils a new haircut, and Rentarou treats the reveal like a national event. The family keeps piling on affection, while Rentarou patiently accepts every bizarre declaration of love. At the library, a girlfriend finds comfort in books, collecting new favorites like tiny emotional lifelines. Shizuka reveals she wrote a book herself, and the group immediately turns reading time into an event. Her book becomes a love letter in story form, so everyone gathers to experience it together. Even Kurumi gets bribed with beef jerky for the reading. Literature has finally found its budget. The sweet moment suddenly turns alarming when a strange drug mishap leaves everyone scrambling for answers. Then the love god returns, grumbling that Rentarou's impossible romance has become his favorite ongoing disaster. Rentarou apologizes for the burden, but the old god sincerely thanks him for caring for every girl. Seeing the whole group together, the love god realizes he has never been happier. And just when he gets sentimental, somebody threatens to blast the shrine apart. Romance remains hazardous. Rentarou's whole family gathers for an 18-player Pocky game, and the mood gets competitive immediately. Everyone picks a Pocky stick, but the rules are brutal. Whoever reaches the middle gets kissed. The girls start crunching forward without hesitation, turning one snack into a full-contact romance sport. Full girls link up in a Pocky smooch chain because apparently normal tournament brackets were too sensible. One determined pair closes the gap naturally, while the rest keep chewing like their pride depends on it. The pressure keeps rising as rivals stumble into each other and every remaining stick becomes dangerously short. Rentarou realizes he can sense every girl even with his eyes closed. Our boy is locked in. The game ends in a rapid-fire wave of kisses, leaving Rentarou's family happily defeated by Pocky. They call it a perfect ending, then immediately promise to do it all again next year. Rentarou spots a new girl whose relaxed, dreamy vibe instantly makes her stand out. Akko admits she gets carried away by cute things, then loses interest just as fast. She likes people, but keeping conversations going feels exhausting, so friendship has always been hard work. When Akko sees other friends casually chatting, she realizes she is painfully jealous of that easy connection. Rentarou understands that she wants friends because sharing happy feelings makes those feelings even better. He invites Heiko out to browse shops together, and to Sleepy Face finally lights up. At the shops, Akko goes full cute stuff detective, and Rentarou happily follows the trail. Their little outing proves it. Relationships are not just talking, they are sharing what moves your heart. Akko asks to stay by Rentarou's side, and he promises he would be happier than ever. The promise seals with a kiss, because this guy collects girlfriends like emotional destiny cards. Family hits a department store and immediately turns picking a stall into a full-scale competition. Instead of choosing one favorite, they decide to investigate every stall. Sensible planning has left the building. At the flower stall, one girl falls for mountain flowers, while another happily discovers a floral shop. The book stall is a dream stop for the quiet reader, who lights up over shelves full of stories. At a bread stall, the taste test gets so good that self-control becomes a distant memory. The snack tasting grows chaotic fast, with cookies, strange treats, and one girl openly demanding more. The candy section brings pure joy, especially when an American-themed stall welcomes its loudest fan. Then the group finds a paddling center, proving this store has a hobby for absolutely everyone. After touring the stalls, everyone compares favorites and realizes the outing was better together. The day ends with the whole family charging ahead, already ready for the next ridiculous adventure. At the temple, Mei announces brutally serious training, and Iku instantly begs to join. Iku asks for another 100 laps, while Mei watches with her usual stone-cold calm. Mei turns every lap into aggressive encouragement. Cardio has become a hostage situation. The routine escalates into waterfall training, but Mei pushes on to protect her girlfriend. Hours later, Mei is soaked and exhausted, yet she refuses to quit. Back inside, Uku notices Mei has gone unusually quiet and fears she is angry. Mei finally reveals her hurt. Iku kept holding back despite accepting her training invitation. Iku answers with fierce gratitude, promising to keep going while Mei supports her through every limit. At sunset, their impossible workout ends in a hug, past with flying colors, and closer than ever. Shizuka finds a harem romance so cute that she cannot even turn the page without blushing. Rentarou realizes she has been quietly rereading the same book, trapped by fear of reaching the ending. Then the book's author appears, drunk, smoking, and somehow treating a library like his personal lounge. The author mocks his own work, calling it better than the nonsense written by a drunken horse gambler. Shizuka tries to cheer him up, but his gloomy honesty makes her own worries hit even harder. Overwhelmed, Shizuka begs him to say it was all a prank. Her nerves are completely fried. The author admits he's proud of every reader, then apologizes for upsetting her. Rentarou snaps back, furious that anyone would make Shizuka cry over a book she loves. Shizuka explains that stories keep her moving forward, even when finishing one feels terrifying. With Rentarou beside her, Shizuka decides to keep writing, grateful for every happiness books have given her. The family decides every girlfriend needs special equipment, and Rentarou watches the chaos officially begin. Momigi's massages become a full-body upgrade, leaving everyone impressed and slightly terrified of her technique. Even the cool-headed girls insist their usual charms already count as perfect friend equipment. One girlfriend leans hard into an American costume fantasy because subtlety left the building hours ago. Karani volunteers her tough body as equipment, then immediately gets embarrassed by the attention. The game gets dangerously affectionate, and the shy girls start overheating from the closeness. Ahari tries to restore order like a responsible mother, then melts into a spectacular babyish tantrum. More girlfriends demand their turn, each convinced her own bizarre gimmick deserves Rentarou's approval. Kuzuri decides the whole point is entertaining the family, so everybody piles in without hesitation. Together the girlfriends transform Rentarou into in the ultimate perfect girlfriend armor. The armor immediately delivers its finishing move, burying our boy under kisses and chaotic affection. After school, two girls go shopping and one casually suggests they become friends. They immediately start judging cute clothes, proving friendship can begin with serious fashion criticism. The other girlfriends watch in disbelief because these two seem like completely different species. Still, the quiet girl admits she has wanted to get closer since they first met. She worries that her blank expression makes her look bored, even when she genuinely cares. Her blunt new friend insists the feelings are obvious, then gets roasted for missing every social cue. The teasing goes too far and she realizes she may have hurt the person she wanted beside her. Then the tsundere charges in and loudly declares herself Akko's best friend. Subtlety has left the building. Eiko pushes back, admitting she is jealous and refusing to pretend everything is fine. Their emotional honesty instantly turns into a ridiculous best friend fight complete with grabbing and yelling. Once the noise settles, both girls admit they care more than either of them expected. Akko is still totally mad, but now it is the kind of anger only a real friend earns. Rentarou starts wondering why classes make people look so good, and the girls immediately volunteer as evidence. Karane puts on a pair and demands a closer look, while pretending she absolutely does not care. Nano's sharp glasses make her look even cooler, like efficiency itself discovered fashion. One bookish pair turns a sweet girl into a reading machine. Please keep her away from traffic. Another girlfriend becomes a gentle office supervisor type, and Rentarou is already completely charmed. Hakari goes stylish with heart-shaped frames, confidently declaring herself the hottest version yet. Mime hides behind secret specs, but the disguise only makes her bashful panic more obvious. Chio tries an alternate costume, then freezes when Rentarou gets close enough to inspect it. A candid look brings out one girlfriend's feral side, and Rentarou wisely offers head pets. Even the adorable little grandma look cannot escape Rentarou's praise. The glasses strike again. The final elegant pair leaves everyone dazzled, proving this entire chapter was a glasses appreciation summit. Then the maid asks the dangerous question, why are they not kissing through those glasses yet? Rentarou finds a strange bard fishing in the woods, and she immediately has him completely confused. She calls it fishing, but there is no river. This girl is clearly operating on bard logic. When Rentarou asks what she wants, she answers that she is searching for her own self. Her next clue is an abandoned sandwich, which she treats like sacred littering instead of lunch. Then she sings, and Rentarou realizes the theatrical loader is actually a real wandering bard. She admits she hopes to share her life with someone, and Rentarou feels that familiar spark. Rentarou explains he already loves 18 girls, yet promises every one of them is precious. The bard asks whether loving someone means they must stay together, terrified that love demands a cage. Rentarou refuses to trap her. He promises their love will not fade, no matter how far she travels. She leaves for now, but Rentarou already knows exactly where to bring her when they meet again. The reunion reveals the twist. The grand wandering bard is simply Rentarou's second-year junior high school mate. A dramatic newcomer arrives calling herself a bard, and immediately turns a simple greeting into a grand adventure. She insists every club means spiritual depth, while the others stare like they accidentally joined a cult. Under all that theatrical talk, she admits she just wants friends who can share a strange little world. The bard keeps declaring everything an immortal drug, and her audience is politely losing the plot. When asked about favorite food, she freezes. Her endless cool act suddenly has a very human weak spot. She dodges ordinary questions with poetic nonsense, but everyone can tell the mysterious bard is bluffing hard. The group does not mock her. They answer sincerely, proving effort and honesty matter more than sounding impressive. Then Rentarou appears, and the girls explain his ridiculous reputation with a kind of pride that should be illegal. The bard finally drops her guard and asks to be accepted. Rentarou's answer is immediate. She is family now. Surrounded by the whole chaotic family, she realizes this is the audience she has been searching for. She declares she likes them for real, then instantly panics. Even a bard cannot improvise around honest feelings. At school, a gigantic ancient jar suddenly arrives, and everyone stares like it has its own zip code. The girls crowd around it, curious and competitive, while one bright-eyed troublemaker wants to use it for training. Kishika dies in expecting treasure, but the jar squeezes her into a bizarrely cozy trap instead. Kusuri realizes the curse is warping their behavior, and her medical fix only makes the situation messier. Kishika fights the urge to regress into a needy child, but the cursed jar keeps pressing every embarrassing button. The curse turns the rescue into a mommy and baby routine, leaving the girls flustered but determined to help. Kishika finally reaches out, and the others answer with patience instead of teasing her for once. They tried changing the jar itself, but every clever move threatens to make the cursed space even more dangerous. Then Rentarou breaks free and charges in, because apparently a cursed jar has picked the wrong boyfriend. He finds the girls tangled in the curse and races to undo it before their childish impulses take over. The disaster finally eases, and Rentarou admits that being squeezed together somehow fixed his aching back. With the jar mystery solved, the family immediately starts imagining the next terrible idea. Naturally. Sports Day is here, and Rentarou's entire family arrives ready to represent Tsukisuki Town. Chio immediately treats Rentarou like a father-in-law, while Kusuri gleefully stirs up trouble. The rival towns bring terrifyingly serious adults, because apparently local sports day needs boss fights. The costume race starts fast, with Karasugi Town grabbing an early lead over Tsukisuki. The scoreboard looks grim, but the girls refuse to let one rough event decide everything. A wild basketball scramble sends Shizuka flying, and the family answers with a perfectly timed save. The competition gets stranger when a competitor unveils a terrifying no-face final form. That bizarre transformation becomes a snack monster, and somehow it gives Tsukisugi Town a chance. One girl demolishes a paper plate like a gourmet meal, leaving the crowd completely stunned. The blindfold race turns into chaos, but Tsukisugi finally races ahead by a wide margin. With points tightening up, the next challenge demands ninja moves, strength, and absolutely no mercy. Then the Ongo brothers, 3 appear in one costume, proving this sports day has no normal setting. Karasugi Town opens its athletic showdown against Tsukisugi Town, and the girls are fired up to win. The rivals already look terrifyingly polished, but the Kairesugi team refuses to fold under pressure. Kusuri turns the race into a hopping disaster, proving athletic form is optional when chaos is available. The giant ball event becomes a runaway stampede, and everyone suddenly has survival on their mind. Sue charges in with pure spirit, shouting herself hoarse as Karesugi finally grabs first place. Rentarou watches his girlfriends push through every absurd challenge and swears their love will carry them. The next event is folk dancing, so the whole squad somehow turns synchronized sweetness into combat power. Their teamwork pays off as Karesugi takes the lead, leaving the rivals visibly stunned by the comeback. While the other team gets completely hammered, Rentarou's crew stays focused with their suspiciously special tea. The final event looms, and the girls refuse to let Rentarou and his friends be pushed aside. With every girlfriend locked in, Kairasugi rallies for one last push and declares they will win. Even from the bottom, the team has a plan for the finale. Confidence is apparently their cardio. The family enters a relay race determined to beat Tsukisugi Town and bring home the baton. Their rivals are terrifyingly serious, sprinting like this local sports day pays rent. One runner charges in with pure confidence, loudly thanking her mother for those heroic genes. The baton keeps changing hands, as exhausted runners beg each other to hold on just a little longer. A fresh runner launches an American super dash, but the rivals refuse to give them breathing room. The gap closes fast, and every handoff becomes a desperate promise that nobody gets left behind. Their final runner sees the finish and pours every last scrap of strength into one furious sprint. She remembers every friend who carried that baton before her, turning exhaustion into resolve. Tsukisugi Town wins the race, but the family meets defeat together instead of falling apart. Even after losing, they treasure the sweaty chaos because every runner gave everything for the group. And naturally somebody points out that a horse would have won. Fair criticism, honestly. The poll results are finally here, and every girlfriend braces with the rankings. Mimi stands glowing with confidence after pulling an absolutely ridiculous number of votes. Miu sees the announcement and freezes, convinced the shocking winner has to be her. Even the shy girls get heartfelt praise, while everyone crowds in with genuine excitement. The compliments keep escalating, because this group treats first place like a shared sport. Karan and Kusuri celebrate together, proving the rankings have become beautifully unhinged. Kishika gets her own moment too, overwhelmed by affection and trying hard to stay composed. Our boy finally asks the obvious question: how can as many people all be first? The answer is pure chaos. Every girlfriend is tied for first, with millions of votes behind them. The vote breakdown confirms it, and the organizers are left drowning in ballots. Fair enough. Rentarou meets Mei's little sister, Mai, a maid whose entire world revolves around her beloved big sister. Mai insists Mei needs a proper day off, then immediately tries to take over every core herself. When clumsy Mai tumbles into Rentarou, he instinctively catches her. Smooth save, maximum awkwardness. Mai panics when Rentarou gets too close, convinced her sister's precious space is under attack. She goes full tiny bodyguard mode, swatting Rentarou away while declaring Mei completely off limits. Behind the jealousy is history. Mei raised Mei with patient care after their difficult childhood. Mai admits Mei is graceful, kind, and perfect to her, even if her devotion gets wildly intense. Rentarou finally calls out her sabotage, explaining that loving Mei should not mean pushing everyone else away. He says he wants to know Mai too, and promises his love for Mei is real, not a threat. Mai cracks, blurting that she loves him too, then demands a sister date with Rentarou included. Her enthusiasm sends the whole plan rolling out of control. This family has no indoor voice. The family learns Mai's little sister has joined the crew, and the maid world instantly gets competitive. The sisters welcome everyone politely, but Mai already looks like she is preparing for war. Mai treats a flawless smile like advanced combat training, while her sister makes it look effortless. When Mai's tea service becomes a full disaster, she refuses to accept that anybody can outmaid her. Her sister calmly calls the whole mess part of serving their master, which only makes Mei bristle harder. Mei finally snaps and declares that no friend of hers can become her dearest sister's equal. Behind that anger is pure admiration. Mei has spent years chasing the sister she thinks is perfect. The others explain that being a proper maid starts with respect, not proving you are better than everyone. Mei finally gets it. She does not need to replace her sister. She can be her sister's sister. Their emotional reconciliation immediately becomes a ridiculous slapfest. This family truly processes feelings at maximum volume. Even after all that, the sisters stay together, finally seeing each other as equals in their own way. Hakari suddenly comes down with a fever, and our boy panics before she can even explain it. She admits the problem is not just a cold, her emotions are running dangerously hot. Rentarou tries to cool her down, but Hakari turns a simple medicine run into an obstacle course. Even the air conditioner cannot help when Hakari is performing emotional acrobatics in the hallway. She slips free and clings to him, leaving Rentarou one bad decision away from total chaos. Hakari begs him to give in, but Rentarou sees she's overwhelmed, not truly thinking clearly. He apologizes and takes the blame himself, refusing to use her feelings for an easy win. Rentarou reaches for an emotion-erasing medicine. That solution is about to get very weird. Hakari goes frighteningly blank, and Rentarou realizes removing her feelings was never a real cure. The medicine stops working, and Hakari's buried emotions return with absolutely no chill. She snaps back to herself and rushes straight for Rentarou, fully aware of what she wants. Rentarou finally answers her honestly, and the crisis fades into a tender, very private embrace. Later, the two are chilled to the bone, but smiling together. Love survives another ridiculous emergency. The group heads into the woods chasing a legendary flower field already buzzing with cheerful energy, and a tiny rabbit crashes out of the bushes, looking like it just lost an argument with a forest. The girls instantly adore it, but the nervous little thing keeps trying to make a getaway. They decide the rabbit is scared, not hostile, and follow it carefully instead of forcing it closer. A bird of prey suddenly swoops overhead, and the rabbit bolts before anyone can protect it. When it finally slows down, the girls fuss over the exhausted bunny with maximum emergency cuteness. The rabbit panics again and dives straight into the water, leaving everyone scrambling after it. Its escape route gets worse when tangled vines block the way, turning this rescue into a tiny survival mission. At last, the rabbit finds another bunny. That frantic journey was leading it home all along. The trail opens onto the flower field they wanted, now made even sweeter by the reunion. Meanwhile, Rentarou reveals he quietly removed every forest creep that might threaten the girls. To debris. With the danger gone, everyone can enjoy the flowers, the rabbits, and their absurdly wholesome little victory. Rentarou joins Yaku and Kishika for a date, while everyone quietly wonders how this trio will work. At the amusement park, Kishiga looks determined to keep her cool. That plan lasts about 5 seconds. Inside the haunted house, Yaku stays brave while Kishika clings on and pretends she is totally fine. The roller coaster hits, and Kishika immediately becomes a frightened passenger she swore she would not be. The bumper cars turn brutal fast, with Rentarou getting tossed around like the park hired a stunt crew. Rentarou patiently teaches Yaku to drive a go-kart, and her nervous little smile says she trusts him. On the Ferris wheel, Kishika finally relaxes in Rentarou's lap, feeling safe enough to act childish. Kishika challenges Yaku to a duel, because apparently even a date needs a tournament arc. Their whack-a-mole showdown ends in a draw, proving neither woman will surrender her pride easily. In the end, Rentarou lets Yaku spoil him, and the date closes with both girls softer than they expected. Rentarou brings his enormous family to yakiniku, and everyone is already sweating through the marathon to the table. The menu becomes a full-scale negotiation because choosing one drink for this crowd is apparently impossible. Rice arrives, and the girls immediately start debating how anyone can fit this much food inside them. Rentarou proudly admits he loves food, then announces yakiniku starts with the family favorite, grilled cabbage. One girl carefully teaches the perfect grill technique, while the sizzling cabbage suddenly gets treated like sacred treasure. Even Cowton cannot compete now. The table has found its new obsession, and it is cabbage. The addictive side dish hits hard, leaving the girls wide-eyed, hungry, and demanding another round immediately. Orders multiply by the dozen as cabbage takes over dinner. The meat never stood a chance. Rentarou finally notices the label. This addictive cabbage comes from a serious group. That sounds completely normal, right? Still, he swallows his own craving and lets his beloved girlfriends enjoy every last bite. Dinner starts with cabbage, but one bite has the girls acting like they found forbidden treasure. The craving hits fast, and the girls raid the table for more. This side dish has serious ambition. When the cabbage disappears, one overwhelmed girl collapses into tearful regret and apologizes to everyone. Our boy realizes a stronger addiction can beat cabbage, so he tries the most Rentarou solution possible. Affection. The plan works too well. The cabbage addicts instantly switch targets, and now they demand kisses instead. Rentarou freezes when the kisses stop feeling like a joke. He needs to know what they truly mean. He reassures Mai that his feelings are real, turning a ridiculous cure into an honest, tender moment. With that sincerity settled, Mai finally accepts the kiss, and the frantic craving melts away. The group finishes dinner happily, their tongues satisfied at last. Crisis solved, somehow. At lunch, Rentarou hears that the ethics teacher lives alone and apparently enjoys vegetables almost as much as booze. Then Bono-di-sensei bursts in already sloshed, flashing a fearless grin like, this is perfectly normal. Our boy locks eyes with her, and the familiar soulmate zing hits him immediately. The problem is brutal. She is drinking on school grounds while teaching ethics. The irony has arrived early. She happily reviews liquor like a gourmet critic, while Rentarou realizes this teacher is a glorious mess. Rentarou gently asks how she became a teacher, but Bono-di-sensei keeps staring at him with growing intensity. Her drunken brain skips every social checkpoint and blurts out a wildly inappropriate proposal. Rentarou panics instantly. When he draws a boundary, she resets, remembers ethics, and asks the question that actually matters. Should they date? Behind the chaos, Rentarou learns she struggled with drinking and keeps people at arm's length. He tells her that a few kind friends can matter more than endless money, and her guarded smile finally softens. Rentarou admits that he will date her, promising he will not abandon her. Bonucci-sensei can barely believe it. The girlfriends trade mature drinking talk, and everyone starts planning a very ambitious party. They are desperate to share a grown-up night together, with purity apparently already under attack. Rentarou hits a wall. Alcohol, gags, and anything with similar effects are completely off limits. So the group builds a sober drinking party from every favorite drink they can find. Cold drinks, sugar, and stimulants are ready. This substitute party already feels suspiciously powerful. The mock drinking party begins, and the whole room instantly acts like restraint never existed. The first round makes everyone giddy, loud, and wildly expressive despite every disclaimer. Mamimi gets cheerful, while Hahari becomes blissfully drunk on her beloved futon. Ako becomes a chatty cuddlebug, and Rentarou gets buried under pure affection. Karani turns adorably needy, demanding hugs while immediately getting jealous of everyone else. Then shy Shizuka flips into a bold delinquent persona and declares her love at full volume. Kusori insists she is only reading, but her upside-down book signals trouble is already brewing. The strange effect spreads fast, and every girlfriend suddenly gets embarrassingly honest about her affection. Meme turns loud, clingy, and fearless, while the others realize this is no ordinary mood swing. Even normally composed girls start acting syrupy and impulsive. The room has officially become a romance hazard. Maddie looks blissfully relaxed, but her dreamy smiles confirms nobody escaped Kusuri's bizarre concoction. Mimi's usual shyness flips completely, and she openly admits she wants to pass as a normal girl. IQ takes the chaos in the most dramatic direction possible, begging for punishment with a terrifying grin. By now, the whole group is sprawled across the floor in a full-scale affection-fueled meltdown. Rentarou stays calm as Iku stumbles into him, fighting the urge to let the moment run wild. Instead, our boy answers her vulnerable confession with one gentle kiss, keeping the chaos tender. Oku is still eager for more, but Rentarou holds the line until the strange spell finally wears off. The group heads out for a school trip, already dressed like a fantasy party with zero budget limits. Yuju insists that being alone has value, while Ako quietly admits she wants company. Their wandering leads them to a peaceful campsite, where the girls settle in and admire the view. Uto meets fellow travelers and realizes their shared journey feels less lonely than expected. Then our boy proudly introduces his 21 girlfriends, making Uto's quiet world suddenly much bigger. One Trevor immediately accuses him of plotting to found a nation. Honestly, the evidence is not great. Uto thanks the travelers, but leaves with a softer expression than when she arrived. Hako stops Uto from slipping away, honestly admitting that she does not want to say goodbye. The girlfriends instantly approve of Ako's new connection and declare both girls honorary gals. Watching Ako and Uto together changes the visitor's view of companionship, leaving a warm feeling behind. Over craves and a selfie, Ako and Uto make their bond official in the sweetest possible way. At the musical club, Mimi eagerly accepts a new challenge, determined to make her beauty shine on stage. She calls the cast her sisters and wants every friend to look gorgeous, but the club's routine feels painfully ordinary. Mimi tries to coach everyone's posture and faces, then melts down because the girls are simply too cute. The rehearsal suddenly demands a kiss scene, and the beautiful stage production gains one very nervous obstacle. When Mimi hears the plan, she erupts in outrage. Apparently, romance choreography is where her confidence draws a line. Rentarou returns and gently tells her he wants to see her act as beautifully as she possibly can. Mimi insists this is her own choice, refusing to perform affection just to satisfy somebody else's expectations. On opening day, Mimi appears as a princess, stunning the audience while Rentarou watches from the wings. The girlfriends cast a would-be prince hesitating and brutally volunteer Rentarou for the role. No pressure, our boy. Dressed as a prince among a wildly enthusiastic cast, Rentarou steps beside Mimami and saves the final scene. Mimi rewards her beautiful prince with a real kiss, and the crowd cheers for their unexpectedly perfect ending. Rentarou's girlfriends turn an ethics lesson into a full-scale debate because apparently romance requires homework. Our boy listens as everyone defines happiness differently, then realizes tonight's date could get complicated fast. The group heads to an illuminated garden, but one girl immediately insists there is too much beauty to choose from. She wants to see every possible sight, while the others quietly wonder if their route even makes sense. One girlfriend gets overwhelmed, admitting she cannot understand her own feelings well enough to make the call. Rentarou gently points out that everybody sees the same display differently and nobody's preference is wrong. That answer lands hard. She starts asking whether following personal happiness can really guide the whole night. The girls settle on a flower display, and its many colors together become the answer they were chasing. Standing before the roses, they finally agree. Separate tastes can still make one gorgeous shared memory. By the end, Rentarou decides this date was basically ethics class with better lighting and more emotional damage. The girls are already ready for another lesson, proving this group can turn any outing into a love seminar. Rentarou heads out with Karane for a date, and she's already nervously overthinking every possible romantic disaster. Karane treats holding hands like a major threat, while Rentarou patiently assures her that happiness is allowed. Their peaceful outing somehow becomes cooking chaos because even long beans get drafted into this love emergency. When Rentarou gets close, Karane is completely flustered. She thinks he's absurdly handsome, then panics harder. Karane finally sees the real problem. She wants to stand beside Rentarou, but cannot say what she feels. She blurts out a huge confession, immediately regrets it, and tries to bury the moment under pure tsundere panic. Karane remembers growing up unable to show affection, so being loved now makes her feel undeserving and scared. Then the dam breaks. Karane screams that she hates him, but admits she loves him a million times more. With Rentarou and the others beside her, Karane can laugh again. Her impossible confession finally lands where it belongs. Rentarou notices Rin is smiling politely, but her eyes are carrying a heavy little storm. She explains that she practices violin because it is her dream, yet the music still feels incomplete. When Rentarou asks what she really enjoys, Rin phrases like the question hit a secret pressure point. Then she admits it. This refined violin girl absolutely loves violence. That escalated with impressive speed. At the arcade, Rin lights up over brutal games while Rentarou watches her happiness finally become real. She attacks the punching machine with wild joy, turning one harmless date into a combat showcase. Rentarou realizes her strange passion is not a flaw, and Rin looks relieved to be understood. He tells her there is nothing wrong with loving what she loves, as long as nobody gets hurt. Overwhelmed by acceptance, Rin blurts out that she loves him, then unleashes a very enthusiastic embrace. The arcade machine calls it a draw, but Rin is thrilled because this date was violently perfect. Rentarou's group needs a new activity, so they settle on zombie nurse tag. Termi immediately loves the violent idea, while everyone else realizes this game may hurt. The rules are simple. A tag nurse turns zombie and spreads the chaos. The zombie nurses appear, and the family launches into a very dramatic schoolyard escape. Karani gets splashed with crimson paint and looks genuinely horrified by her new zombie role. Even after being tagged, Kurumi stays conscious, hungry, and dangerously focused on chasing people. A tiny zombie charges in, but her victim complains that the bite lacks impact. The defenders start firing toy weapons, and the hallway becomes an absurd zombie battlefield. Slow zombies are supposed to be easy, until another nurse gets infected behind them. Kurumi finally catches Rentarou and happily declares that she's starting to eat. With Kurumi on the loose, Karani gets one last chance to catch her rival. Kurumi notices something is wrong as the girls start acting dangerously obsessed and the mood turns feral fast. Hahari is completely unfazed by the mayhem, happily feeding the madness with her usual shameless motherly enthusiasm. The infection spreads through the room, and even the calmer girls realize they cannot sense their usual inhibitions anymore. Hikari gets bitten and instantly joins the horde, while a gun-wielding girlfriend calls it friendly fire. Sure, why not? Natty proudly declares herself a moving nightmare, but her zombie act is more adorable than terrifying. The zombies keep multiplying, and Hawari charges in with the determined look of someone who has abandoned all caution. Rentarou finally steps forward and refuses to abandon anyone, declaring that every one of his girlfriends will be saved. He asks, what can make a brighter day, then realizes the answer is simple: nobody gets left behind. Surrounded by his infected girlfriends, our boy charges straight into the pile because love apparently ignores basic survival instincts. One kiss leads to another, and the whole zombie crisis is overwhelmed by pure, ridiculously violent affection. In the end, Rentarou's family is back together, proving their love can survive even a full zombie outbreak. Natty's cowboy slang already has the class baffled, while Rentarou's girlfriends defend their wonderfully strange teacher. The school shuts Natty down for using American English in class, and she looks genuinely shaken. Rentarou steps in, arguing that words only matter when people use them to understand each other. The girlfriends line up behind Natty, demanding that the school take back its unfair judgment. They explain that every person speaks differently, and Natty's cowgirl vocabulary is still her honest voice. Natty proudly demonstrates her many flavors of American slang, turning the hallway into a one-woman rodeo. Though when Natty tries too hard to fit in, even Yaku can see how badly this pressure is hurting her. Natty realizes the real issue is not perfect language, but whether she can truly reach the people listening. The older students write back to Natty, thanking her for believing in them and their words. With her confidence back, Natty gives Rentarou a very personal answer. Subtlety has left the classroom. Natty returns to teaching with a clearer purpose, guiding every student's language toward their own goals. The next Momifest round begins, and Rentarou immediately walks into a very hands-on battlefield. One girlfriend panics as the surprise attack keeps coming, while Rentarou looks completely outnumbered. The competition turns savage fast, with dramatic threats, flustered faces, and absolutely zero personal space. Even the serious girls protest, but nobody can resist getting dragged into this ridiculous love-fueled chaos. A fresh pair charges in to help, treating the whole thing like an emergency rescue mission. Rentarou tries to retreat, but the determined crowd closes in and refuses to let him escape. Some of the girls hesitate, blushing hard, but their competitive spirit finally pushes them forward. The team attack becomes a chaotic pileup, proving teamwork can be terrifying when everyone is disaffectionate. Rentarou makes one final push, and the girls react with equal parts outrage, embarrassment, and disbelief. Then the real twist lands. Momiji reveals that she and Rentarou have switched bodies. Now everyone realizes they were chasing Momiji and Rentarou's body. That is one brutal rules loophole. The round ends with every girl red-faced and defeated, while Rentarou gently shares their embarrassment. The Gyaru crew leaves a sad movie sniffling, and their tears immediately become a weird dad debate. At school, a simple question about sisters turns into a full-on identity crisis between two dramatic girls. Shizuka slipped into her favorite hiding pot while everyone searches with absolutely zero detective skill. One gentle girl hears Uto's violin music for the first time and is stunned by the musical chaos. Iku and Mei turn a casual smack into a battery-powered training session. Romance has truly left the building. Mamimi and Nano quietly admire each other, proving these two can make standing still feel competitive. Yaku and Kusuri argue over who looks younger because his family treats age like a contact sport. A declaration of freedom sparks instant mayhem and every girl finds her own excuse to chase it. Kotomi enjoys a suspiciously intense smoothie massage, then realizes the service comes with way too much enthusiasm. Kurumi tries acting like a dependable upperclassman, but her friends can already see the soft side underneath. Rentarou reveals he saved the money for years, hoping that one day he could make someone happy. The family erupts at that lonely revelation, determined to make sure our boy never carries everything alone again. A tiny Rentarou feeds his piggy bank, and suddenly all the day's nonsense lands on a heartfelt note. Rentarou arrives with the girls and meets the bizarrely adorable Nirvana family. They build their own tiny mascot crew, and every choice is aggressively cute. The peaceful play area immediately becomes contested territory. Relaxation has apparently been cancelled. A harmless argument escalates into a ring showdown, with Ren thrilled by the violence. Rentarou realizes these cute mascots carry serious fighting spirit, and nobody wants to yield. The girls launch a full Nirvana fight, and Rentarou jumps in to protect the fun. One determined player proves frighteningly skilled, controlling her mascot with ruthless precision. The rivalry gets personal as each side chases its own idea of satisfaction and beauty. Then the mascot activates weapons and turns the cute arena into total chaos. Rin is having the time of her life, while everyone else barely survives the enthusiasm. After the wild battle, the girls beam with pride, and Rentarou thanks every one of them. The day ends with a crowded kiss, proving even mascot warfare cannot shake this family. Rentarou brings Memi home for the crochet all day, but she's already shaking with nervous excitement. They settle in for a movie, and Rentarou gently gives Meme space when she feels overwhelmed. Meme suddenly bolts upright, convinced the sweet date is almost too much for her heart to handle. When Rentarou asks why she looks disappointed, Mimi admits she wanted the date to feel even closer. The crochet doll feels strangely intimate to Meme, like she is seeing Rentarou through her own skin. After leaving, Mimi cannot stop imagining hugs with him. Her imagination has absolutely no chill. Her fantasy escalates from hugging Rentarou to wanting him in her bed, and she practically overheats. Rentarou finds her emotional wreckage and answers it simply, holding her close and thanking her. The next morning, Memi wakes from a vivid dream, still carrying the warmth of that impossible closeness. Meanwhile, Rentarou is still obsessing over every tiny trace of Meme. Romance has become a full investigation. A new year begins, and Rentarou spots Hifumi quietly setting up a card game by herself. She stares at the cards like each number has a personality. Honestly, she is not wrong. Hifumi admits she is madly in love with numbers, even though she is terrible at math. For her, arithmetic is less a subject and more a hostile work environment. Every number has its own charm to her, from a date-shaped 2 to a sleek, curvy 1. Rentarou gets it immediately. His heart already has room for every girl, so why not every number? But when he asks Hifumi out, she freezes. Choosing one number feels impossible for her. Her panic becomes a full gymnastics routine as she tries to count her way out of the decision. Hifumi has trained for years to become number 10, but even that dream suddenly feels too small. Rentarou offers the answer she needs. She does not have to choose. He can love every number she loves. Hifumi finally smiles, realizing his love can stretch across every number, all the way to infinity. Rentarou introduces Hifumi Su, his 33rd girlfriend, and she cares about numbers more than people. The girlfriends trade romantic memories, but Su blankly admits she cannot remember names. Awkward timing, honestly. While everyone shares sweet first dates and kisses, Su's detached stare makes her loneliness painfully obvious. Uko asks if Su has forgotten her name again, and Su admits people never stick in her mind. Su finally snaps, saying she hates Rentarou because he expects her to remember every girlfriend. Rentarou refuses to give up, showing Su that every number has its own meaning and personality. He makes it simple. Every single 9 is one of a kind, just like every girl here. Su starts matching numbers to the girls' quirks, and the whole group becomes her living study guide. Then she nails Karani's identity through pure number logic, and Rentarou's training suddenly pays off. Sue remembers every girlfriend by name at last, leaving the family cheering around their very proud boyfriend. Happy she can finally see people clearly, Sue gives Rentarou the kiss he has been hoping for. And when Sue correctly recognizes Akko, the girls swarm her with hugs. Lesson complete, chaos intact. Kusuri cheerfully tells Nano they share the same boyfriend, while Nano calmly calls them a couple. Their classmates freeze in disbelief, but Kusuri is beaming like she just announced perfect exam scores. Rumors spread fast, and Nano gets furious that strangers are judging a relationship they do not understand. Kusuri doubles down, proudly defending Rentarou's family and declaring that nobody gets to question their happiness. Nano stays surprisingly composed, asking whether Kusuri truly knows the boyfriend she is defending so fiercely. Then Kusuri admits she messed up badly. Her medicine erased everyone's memories of Rentarou's love. Nano takes charge of the panicking girls and orders Kusuri to rush back to the lab for a cure. Kusuri sprints in with the antidote, because apparently even memory loss cannot slow down this chaos. The cure goes hilariously wrong, turning the whole group into babbling babies, including a very angry Nano. Kusuri calls it one step from bioterrorism, then insists the next drug will restore their memories safely. Once everyone recovers, Kusuri and Nano proudly repeated. They are both dating the same boyfriend. Kusuri happily lists the family's bizarre bonding habits, and the room can only scream her name in defeat. Rentarou and Shio arrive in an adult theme park, where her dad has planned an extremely ambitious date. Kyo takes one look around and panics. This place feels less like romance and more like a death game. The park throws them onto an adult rodeo ride, and Shio clings to Rentarou for dear life. When Rentarou checks if she is okay, Shio realizes he is worried about her, not himself. A dead end traps them beside lovey-dovey couples, and Shio urgently tries to escape before she melts down. Then the park pulls another ridiculous stunt, proving Chio's dad designed this place with zero chill. In a private hot pink room, Rentarou calmly stays beside her, and Chio's guarded heart starts racing. Chio admits to herself that every uncomfortable moment only makes her fall harder for him. At sunset, a photo of her parents' first kiss makes Chio understand why this date matters so much. Her dad reveals the whole plan was his desperate attempt to help Chio take one step toward adulthood. Chio answers his love with a heartfelt promise. Her mom is still number one in the whole world. Back home, Chio thanks her dad and admits she loves Rentarou even more after their wild date. The whole crew scores a private night pool reservation, and they are already buzzing for a midnight swim. One by one, the girls arrive in swimsuits, turning a simple pool visit into a full-scale visual event. The calm lasts about 5 seconds before a sudden splash starts the first round of poolside chaos. A shy girl freezes at the attention, then bolts for cover like the water itself betrayed her. The splash war escalates fast, and one unlucky girl gets launched into a very undignified rescue. Then the water slide opens, sending everyone screaming downhill with zero concern for looking cool. While some girls compete for space, another happily clings close and enjoys the gentle float. A water ball game breaks out next, and the players attack it with absurd championship-level intensity. Someone even finds the DJ booth, because apparently this pool party still needed more volume. The inflatable ride looks relaxing until it becomes another excuse for everyone to wobble and tumble. By the end, the entire pool is packed with laughter, splashes, and one gloriously crowded night out. Rentarou joins the fun at last, while his girlfriends proudly hide their swimsuits behind a bubbly little secret. The group heads out for a big photo event, excited to make memories together. They arrive in animal costumes, and everyone immediately commits to the absurd bit. A cheerful welcome comes with one warning: this cute shoot is secretly a survival course. First, they pose like professionals despite looking like a wildlife documentary gone completely wrong. The sticky wall stage wrecks their dignity fast, but nobody wants to quit. A sleepy obstacle nearly knocks them out, proving even plush animals need cardio. At the trembling bridge, their confidence wobbles harder than the obstacle itself. Next comes the memory challenge, and they realize every stage needs a different strength. The final hanging challenge looks impossible, until the team starts helping each other through. One girl squeezes with everything she has, turning sheer determination into their last chance. They clear every stage and are named the 5 winners, exhausted but absolutely thrilled. After surviving the madness, they celebrate together, proud that nobody got left behind. Rentarou starts a peaceful picnic with 3 girlfriends, but yesterday's failed date is still hanging over them. The trio admits they messed up badly, and their determined faces say they want a proper do-over. Rentarou rallies them for another shot at perfection because this boyfriend treats dates like final exams. When the girls skip their usual Seiken game obsession, Rentarou realizes something is seriously off. One girl admits pain is part of the fun, while another hides a craving for costume-fueled chaos. Even Hahari gets swept into the weirdness, thrilled by the idea of leaning into an outrageous role. The group finally commits to what they actually enjoy, from cash stacks to absolutely shameless fun. Rentarou leads them into a gorgeous park, and the girls light up as their dream outing takes shape. The park special is free booze, betting, obstacles, and baby demon costumes. Naturally, this is perfection. With everyone laughing together, Rentarou earns another perfect score because their happiness is his real reward. The family erupts over the anime announcement, while Rentarou gets buried under an avalanche of love. Elsewhere, two girls compare their wildly different dreams, proving this group never does normal conversations. A lonely reader quietly starts a deviant exchange diary, hoping it might finally reach someone. Mei and Uto trade awkward honesty, and their embarrassed faces make the connection impossible to miss. Uto tries to sound profound, but Mei calmly declares they are on the same team. Mimi gives her chest preference with total confidence, leaving the others stunned by the sheer commitment. Yutu runs from beauty itself, convinced she must protect her senior from losing the battle. A handmade knit meme becomes the diary's answer, turning an absurd confession into something genuinely tender. Kakura Mimi accepts the little gift, and her shy gratitude gives the sender exactly the warmth she needed. At a mountain tea shop, Rentarou meets Yamani's aunt and uncle, and the shy couple immediately charms them. Yamami eagerly helps her run the shop, but every tiny request sends her to a full-volume happy meltdown. Then a tall stranger appears, declares herself Yamame's ideal Japanese beauty, and sizes Rentarou up like competition. The rival claims she can make Yamame happier, so Rentarou accepts the challenge without even blinking. Their absurd romance contest stops cold when a massive bear steps from the trees and growls at them. Rentarou tries every bear defense trick at once, then screams loud enough to make himself look huge. Apparently, it works. The challenger collapses after witnessing Rentarou's devotion, while he still refuses to let Yamame see her defeat. Yamame admits she loves all sides of Rentarou, and their warm kiss settles the rivalry for now. But overnight, Yamame finds Rentarou unconscious, and the bear scare suddenly becomes a real emergency. On the train, Rentarou meets Cachoeira, a Brazilian exchange student with seriously confident energy. She thanks him sweetly, and our boy is instantly dazzled by her cool, composed smile. At the park, Ira proudly explains she is a capoeira instructor, while Rentarou happily learns more about her. Then a tiny ladybug lands nearby, and this fearless spider launches herself backward in pure panic. A sneezing cat makes it worse. Ira admits animals scare her, even though her strength is ridiculous. When a car suddenly bears down on them, Ira stops panicking and smashes it away with a flying kick. She can kick a car aside, but lightning still sends her scrambling for safety. Priorities are wild. Ira apologizes for being scared, and Rentarou gently tells her that he likes her exactly as she is. He pulls her close and kisses her, turning all that trembling fear into a quiet moment of trust. Still shaking, Ira vows to someday learn special attacks for every fear she cannot simply kick away. The family chats about birthdays, and the sheer number of girlfriends makes the calendar look impossible. Ira explains her Brazilian roots with total confidence, while everyone politely tries to keep up. Then an innocent question about capoeira becomes a very hands-on demonstration. Personal space has left the building. Ira declares a mixed martial arts battle, standing tall and completely ready to prove herself. She glides through the first exchange with flashy footwork, but her opponents are already reading the rhythm. A sudden soccer-style strike sends Ira flying, and even the spectators are stunned by that hit. The girls pile on with ridiculous tactics, turning a martial arts match into organized chaos. Ira finally discovers her fatal weakness. One wrong touch makes this elite fighter completely fall apart. Defeated from every direction, Ira looks crushed, wondering why this battle went so badly. The answer is simple. The others shower her with kisses, leaving Ira flustered and desperately wanting her turn. Rentarou makes room for Ira too, and her humiliating loss ends with the reward she wanted most. At breakfast, Shizuka sits quietly with Nano, barely touching the conversation and staring into her bowl. The family notices Shizuka has been acting strange, and her silence is getting harder to ignore. They learn she has moved out, and Shizuka nervously shows Nano her new home instead. Nano finds Shizuka's math notes adorable, but realizes those neat equations are hiding a storm. Nano asks Shizuka to take a bath with her, offering company before demanding answers. Surprisingly smooth, Nano. In the bath, Nano calmly asks why Shizuka is hiding. She wants to help, not pry. Shizuka suddenly snatches back her phone, frightened that even this small connection will be taken away. Unable to say it aloud, Shizuka types through tears. Nano reads every word and tells her she understands. Nano brings Rentarou in, and he instantly understands this is bigger than a simple bad day. Shizuka clings to Nano with a shaky thank you, finally letting someone share the weight. Then Rentarou meets the stern woman waiting inside, and the cheerful romance suddenly gets very serious. Rentarou meets Shizuka's mother, and her cold stare makes it clear this will not be easy. She orders him away from Shizuka, convinced he is just another boy playing with her daughter's heart. Rentarou realizes Shizuka has been suffering alone, trapped between her fear and her mother's distance. Our boy refuses to judge her mother yet, but he will not let Shizuka lose another day. He declares he will love Shizuka for the rest of his life. Subtlety has officially left the building. Rentarou fires back that Shizuka needs nobody's permission to be herself, because every part of her matters. His words finally crack her mother's armor, and she admits through tears that she is happy. Shizuka remembers why they drifted apart. Both cared deeply, but neither knew how to say it. A simple breakfast becomes their first honest step forward, with mother and daughter quietly sharing the same comfort. With Shizuka's blessing, Rentarou finds a more efficient solution, sealing the family peace with a kiss. The whole girlfriend squad meets at school after dark, and Rentarou already knows this will get weird. They start comparing fears, from ghosts to creepy dolls. Somehow, this becomes a group activity. The girls split up to investigate, while the brave talk gets noticeably less convincing. A horrifying mascot-like thing appears, and the hallway instantly becomes a panic zone. Then a towering shadowy figure shows up, proving everyone's imagination has excellent production values. Shizuka finds comfort with a friend, but insists the unscientific scares cannot possibly be real. Nano calmly declares the ghosts do not exist, then immediately spots something worse, a human costume. The scare parade escalates fast, and even the tough girls start running from things they cannot explain. May becomes a nightmare when her blank face and soaked uniform turn a familiar friend into a ghost. Cheo admits she is scared too, but she still steps forward and faces the monster head-on. Her courage works perfectly. Cheo tears the costume apart and sends the fake terror packing. The final scare is buried under a mountain of trash, where one girl happily declares victory with grace. At school after dark, the girls find a cute doll, then immediately discover it has terrifyingly possessive energy. Natty and Yaku investigate the strange noises, but Yaku admits this is exactly the kind of ghost she cannot handle. The hallway turns hostile, and a grinning little monster comes crawling out. So much for a harmless school club. The spirit's weird smell hits hard, leaving one girl unable to walk and another staring like she is possessed. Then the tiny threat reveals its real form. A grotesque baby creature demanding to know where its precious one went. It snatches Kishika's bag and twists her motherly instincts against the group, making every friend look suspicious. Kishika is suddenly claimed as its baby, and the girls are forced to flee while the monster closes in. Rentarou arrives to find his girlfriends in tears. Our boy does not need a second invitation to charge in. The chaos turns out to be part of the school's haunted house competition, but the supernatural panic is far from over. Chio, Ren, and Era are already running late, and Era is panicking before the day even starts. They sprint toward school, but the girls quickly realize this commute has become a full-on endurance event. Era normally loves traveling anywhere, yet every room today seems built specifically to ruin her mood. At the biology room, Era freezes at the animal display. Her brave girl energy has officially left the building. Even a biohazard sign is enough to make Era recoil, while Chio and Rin gently keep her moving. The pair treat getting Era through school like a mission, and their fearless confidence gets her moving again. Era admits she is supposed to be the strong one, which makes needing help sting even harder. Then a dog appears and Era completely locks up. Apparently this is her one undefeated opponent. The dog lunges close, and Era takes the hit to protect the others despite being terrified herself. Once everyone is safe, Era sees the truth. Fear does not erase the courage she already showed. Chio and Ren tell her exactly why they love her, and Era blushes under their wholehearted support. The final roadblock turns out to involve Rentarou working like a man possessed, because of course he is. With the path finally open, the girls make it through together, turning Era's rough day into a win. At school, Rentarou brings out special bread, and his girlfriends immediately volunteer as very enthusiastic taste testers. The first bite makes one girl blush hard, because the bread somehow tastes exactly like Rentarou. Then the descriptions get absurdly specific, from soft chicken-like flavor to the dangerously comforting taste of bread itself. Even the calm girls cannot stay composed. Each bite feels familiar, gentle, and uniquely tailored to her. The tasting panel turns into a gourmet debate, with everyone comparing Rentarou flavors like a luxury tasting course. Rentarou is thrilled that every girlfriend experiences something different because their feelings for him are all one of a kind. By the end, the whole group is completely swept away, and one girl says he is dancing on her tongue. The final reaction is so over the top that Rentarou calls it a full Bollywood production happening inside their mouths. Rentarou takes Yaku to an antique exhibition, and she lights up like this is her dream date. Then police storm the gallery. Every antique here is supposedly fake, and everyone is told to run. Yaku is not scared at all. She is thrilled because judging antiques sounds ridiculously fun to her. Our boy watches her happily inspect each piece, completely charmed by how seriously she takes every object. But Rentarou suddenly worries that Yoku might be a forgery too, hiding behind her youthful appearance. Yaki keeps calling the exhibits fake with total confidence. Apparently, antique appraisal is her battle manga arc. Her certainty becomes almost frightening, and Rentarou realizes she has spotted a forgery before anyone else. Rentarou is shaken by her intense expression, but Yaku has found one vase she cannot dismiss. The vase is genuine. Its tiny English message was carved by Yaku's grandfather for someone he loved. Yaku admits she noticed the letters long ago, but only now understands the hidden tenderness behind them. Rentarou gently comforts her, and Yaku kisses him, grateful that he made the memory feel real again. Yaku declares her taste in men is still perfect. Rentarou survives another heartfelt surprise attack. Rentarou finds a cat-eared girl in a box, calmly holding a sign that says, "Please adopt me." She introduces herself as Tama Nekonari and explains that she has spent years pretending to be human. Tama hated work, hated effort, and dreaded every new demand waiting for her at the office. So, she made a dramatic career pivot. No more human life, only naps, food, and being a cat. Rentarou feeds the starving runaway, and Tama instantly starts looking less like a stray and more like a very demanding pet. While Tama knows snacks are temporary, a cat life still needs someone willing to keep her safe. Rentarou gets it immediately and offers the simplest answer: he will adopt her. He tells Tama that struggling to work does not make her broken, and she should not blame herself for surviving. That kindness cracks her tough little cat act, and Tama finally lets herself cry. Tama asks for more than an owner. Rentarou makes her his girlfriend, and the lonely stray finally has a home. Rentarou meets Tama, a serious cat lover who insists she is basically a cat already. The family hears this and immediately decides every girlfriend needs cat ears. Naturally. Within seconds, the whole crew is posing as a full-blown cat-girl parade while Rentarou short-circuits. Tama finally touches a cat, and her stunned smile shows this moment means everything to her. She starts petting everyone anyway, declaring humans are technically animals too. The logic is questionable, but adorable. A nose boop becomes a kiss, then the girlfriends pile in with zero respect for personal space. Rentarou joins the act with paws and a tail, fully committed to supporting Tama's cat fantasy. The cat energy goes nuclear, and the entire group collapses into a ridiculous twitching catnip trip. 3 hours later, Tama admits being human has perks too, especially when this family is ready to pamper her. Hahari watches Mei and Hakari together, quietly wishing their bond could have gone even deeper. Then Hahari spots her opening and dramatically asks Mei to play little sister. No pressure at all. Mei suddenly collapses with a raging fever, and Hahari switches from fantasy mode to full emergency mode. She refuses to leave Mei's bedside, gripping her hand while the exhausted maid barely stirs. Hakari worries that Hahari is overdoing it, but Hahari cannot stand aside while Mei suffers. Hakari finally snaps, reminding her mother that Mei is family too and needs her help. Hahari gives Mei a massive dose of big sister energy, and the fever finally starts breaking. Mei admits sisters need deep trust, and Hari realizes she has been acting like an older sister all along. With Mei resting against her, Hahari gets the sisterly moment she wanted, and Mei calls her a fine older sister. Korane meets Rentarou's massive family, and everyone welcomes her like she already belongs. She insists she is fine, but her guarded stare makes it obvious this crowd is overwhelming. Then her own relatives arrive, turning one awkward family visit into a full-scale tsundere summit. Karen loudly denies being happy, while both families celebrate like subtlety has officially died. Rentarou realizes he has accidentally unleashed the ultimate super tsundere family. Karanji's father introduces himself politely, and the tense welcome starts feeling genuinely sincere. Rentarou promises he will win over her family, then rushes off with determined panic. Alone with Karani, he assures her that both families care because they love her. His heartfelt praise hits hard, and Karani melts while still trying to shove him away. Their future talk suddenly gets serious, and Rentarou makes a promise about making their baby happy. Karani blurts out a proposal, and Rentarou is stunned by how fast this romance escalated. Karan quietly imagines a future with Rentarou, while everyone else is already picturing married life. The family agrees that sharing meals and living together sounds perfect. This house has ambitious dinner plans. One girlfriend loves caring for everyone, but her sweetest wish is serving Rentarou for every meal. They all want marriage someday, but some girls nervously wonder whether their beloved sisterhood can survive it. Rentarou has the answer. Instead of splitting up, he wants all 25 girlfriends living together. The group embraces the idea, imagining one enormous home where nobody has to leave anyone behind. Their future plans immediately get wildly enthusiastic, with the girls declaring they finally understand the assignment. Then reality hits. Living together is one thing, but legally, Rentarou can marry only one person. The girls fall silent, each realizing that a shared future still leaves one brutal question unanswered. Karani blurts that he never proposed directly, and the entire family instantly pounces on that suspicious detail. Rentarou refuses to rank his girlfriends because every single one deserves the same wholehearted love. When the girls ask if marrying everyone would truly make him happiest, our boy finally finds his answer. He looks across the entire family, each face stunned, emotional, and waiting for what comes next. Then Rentarou drops to one knee and proposes to all of them. Subtlety has officially left the building. The answer is a roaring yes, as every bride-to-be celebrates the most overpowered group proposal imaginable. Wedding outfits appear instantly because this family treats a life-changing ceremony like a perfectly timed party trick. This celebration explodes into a whirlwind of brides, bouquets, and non-stop cries of marriage from every direction. Surrounded by his ecstatic brides, Rentarou's impossible promise becomes their happiest shared ending yet. Tama has no job and zero urgency, happily calling herself a full-time cat. Then Tama wonders why everyone expects more from her, and the question visibly rattles her. The family welcomes Tama's new animal buddies, while she enjoys the house like a spoiled kitten. But watching everyone work makes Tama feel left behind, even though she never asked for responsibility. Her little identity crisis hits hard. Tama cannot bring herself to live only as a cat anymore. Hahari notices the change immediately and realizes Tama has been trying hard in her own way. Tama bolts out in tears, determined to find work. Emotional cat-girl road rage is now on the menu. At the flower shop, Tama finds the answer, a part-time job accepted on the spot. Tama admits she wants to stand beside her friends, contribute something, and make them proud. Her friends celebrate the new job, and Tama finally looks proud instead of lost. Hari welcomes her back anytime, reminding Tama that this family never abandons its kittens. Tama thanks Hadi Dari, then asks her to play. Work can wait until after one proper cuddle. Rentarou finds the whole group gathering on the roof, and everyone looks seriously unsettled. The girls are acting wrong, so our boy immediately suspects something strange is messing with their personalities. Yuto suddenly talks like a hyper-aware narrator, treating the crisis like a speedrun to the chapter. Ago has lost her usual smile and takes on Era's intense athletic confidence instead. That is deeply alarming. Now Aku charges into a ball game with wild kicks, while Rentarou braces for friendly fire. Hikari turns into a sweet little cat, happily chasing balls while insisting she is perfectly feline. May gets hit with narcissistic competence, praising her own beauty while the maid act completely disappears. May suddenly becomes a flawless maid, calmly serving tea while everyone else stares in disbelief. Kusuri inherits Howry's clumsiness and instantly gets embarrassed by a body that will not cooperate. Natty swaps into a cool, blunt personality, and even her English swagger gets a total rewrite. Yaku goes full-out American mode, singing Christmas songs like his rooftop is a national stage. Meme is suddenly starving for burgers, proving a personality shuffle has reached maximum snack emergency. Kurumi calmly pulls food from her pocket, and Rentarou realizes nobody knows who is in whose body anymore. The role-swapping chaos begins when Kurumi turns into a hungry, foot-obsessed action heroine. Iku suddenly becomes ice-cold and polite, but she still craves a good kick. Karain tries to act sweet and bashful, yet immediately makes the whole thing deeply awkward. Rin inherits a very grabby personality, and Rentarou realizes personal space has officially died. Tama becomes a gentle granny cat, calmly pampering everyone while the room falls apart. Momoha gets handed strict class president energy, then immediately turns it into underage drinking jokes. Shio is overwhelmed by an affectionate new persona and demands to know what ethics even are. Shizuka gains Kashika's knightly devotion, determined to protect her beloved boyfriend at all costs. Shika goes full mommy mode, but Rentarou wisely retreats before the headpats become dangerous. When the madness ends, the girls admit the role swap helped them understand each other better. Rentarou hears an eerie singing voice in the restroom and immediately senses a new mystery. The singer steps out, and our boy recognizes the girl from that strange restroom encounter. She apologizes for splashing him with sparkling water, because apparently normal apologies are not dramatic enough. Himika offers him an absurd bandage sticker, then proudly announces she is an urban legend. She says her talent is being wildly different, leaving Rentarou completely baffled. Himika explains that every genius talent feels abnormal, and she desperately wanted to stand among them. But she thinks she is only ordinary, and that painful belief makes her push everyone away. Rentarou refuses to let her call herself normal, when his entire beloved family is wonderfully abnormal. He charges through the chaos with pure love power, determined to reach her before she disappears. With 25 girlfriends already cherishing him, Rentarou asks Himika out. Her shocked smile says yes. Rentarou introduces Kiki, a girl so devoted to being abnormal that normal behavior offends her. Kiki immediately worries she might look ordinary beside Rentarou's wildly unconventional girlfriends. She snaps back that she needs oxygen like everyone else, then somehow makes even breathing dramatic. Rentarou calmly calls her abnormal, and Kiki melts because he sees her exactly as she wants. The family starts listing their quirks, and Kiki realizes she may be the closest thing here to normal. Even the girls with impossible habits agree, making Kiki's confidence wobble. This family has no baseline. Kiki finally breaks, declaring every last one of them abnormal while the chaos continues behind her. Rentarou apologizes for calling her ordinary and asks her to join his family anyway. Kiki accepts with a grin, and their shared love of being abnormal seals the newest romance with a kiss. The town doubles its school festival, and Rentarou's 13 schoolgirls instantly turn it into a family project. They throw every personal talent on stage, from elegant dancing to pure chaotic messy enthusiasm. The practice room erupts into a ridiculous quality parade because apparently normal is not on the schedule. But the girls realize their strengths clash, and envy quietly starts creeping between their polished smiles. They admit the painful truth. Each one shines differently, yet nobody wants to dim another girlfriend. One determined girl cuts through the spiral. This performance has to be what they truly want. Rentarou sees their answer taking shape and pushes them to choose a show they can own. With the proposal approved, the whole family rallies around one promise: deliver their highest quality performance yet. The girlfriends split into dance practice groups, and Dano immediately treats rhythm like a medical emergency. Ako cannot stop grooving, while Kareni panics that her body is refusing to cooperate. Sue admits she cannot dance, then gets encouraged to make the steps her own. Tama turns the whole routine into cat behavior. Honestly, that is still more commitment than most people bring. Rin cannot relax into the beat, so Mimimi demonstrates with flawless confidence and maximum dramatic flair. Kishika demands something intense, and Kusuri happily offers a dangerously energetic solution. Mai keeps counting steps, but Mime's fierce focus makes the lesson feel like survival training. Hakabi and Yamame discover that dance posture becomes extremely distracting when breasts enter the equation. Ruto overthinks every move, until Shizuka gently reminds her that dancing can simply be fun. Ira freezes at the thought of performing, while Chio quietly fears she is not improving enough. Mine comforts a trembling Himika. Restrained singing still earns a sincere compliment. Even after all that chaos, Himika realizes nobody judged her. Her imperfect performance was beautiful because it was hers. At the school festival, Rentarou's family finally gets their turn to perform, and the crowd is already curious. The girls decide every single one of them has to join in. Coordination has officially left the building. The routine starts with wildly different specialties, including a full capoeira flex that catches Rentarou completely off guard. Then the cat dance arrives because apparently a festival stage needs maximum feline confidence. Kendo moves, maid moves, and even drunk dancing pile together into one gloriously chaotic show. More styles keep crashing in, from number-based steps to farm work moves. Rentarou can barely process it. Instead of rejecting the mess, Rentarou sees something adorable in how sincerely everyone commits. For the finale, they stop treating their differences like a weakness and turn them into one shared song. A violin joins the dancing, Kiki belts her heart out, and Rentarou's love for the group practically explodes. The whole family fills the stage together, proving this bizarre routine works because nobody's left behind. Afterward, the girls collapse into a happy group hug, glowing with relief and pride. With everyone smiling and celebrating, their festival performance ends exactly how Rentarou wanted: together. The Daifuku craze has hit maximum insanity, and two determined girls join a line that barely moves. Kurumi is already naming every fruit she sees, then snaps when anyone dares notice her hunger. The weight crushes her willpower, and she nearly drops out before her partner quietly keeps her standing. Then rain starts falling, but the line is so close now that quitting feels impossible. They make a deal to keep moving together, using each other as their last bit of motivation. Their emergency morale boost gets extremely awkward, but it works. Desperate times have bizarre customer service. At the counter, only one ultimate fluffy Daifuku remains, and both girls want it badly. Neither will take it from the other. Their hunger is fierce, but their friendship is fiercer. They choose the obvious answer at last. They will enjoy the prize together. The giant Daifuku delivers pure happiness, ending this ridiculous survival mission with a very sweet victory. Natty greets Rentarou with another full-body hug, already treating this date like her American dream. She packs the car with hugs and marriage jokes, while Rentarou tries desperately to keep his cool. At Max drive-thru, Natty discovers the menu is painfully Japanese. Her patriotic spirit takes critical damage. She proudly serves him a Mac hug, and Rentarou gently corrects her. That is a back hug. At the lake, Natty keeps flirting through the hunger, while Rentarou becomes her personal French fry assistant. Their next stop is a drive-in theater, the classic movie date fantasy Natty has always wanted. The silly date suddenly turns tender when Natty asks if Rentarou will marry her, and he cannot look away. Rentarou calls her ketchup between the buns, then admits every hug makes her even more beautiful to him. Natty finally asks for a hug because she wants one, and Rentarou gives her exactly that. Realizing hugs can make two people this happy, they seal their huggily ever after with a kiss. Hakari shows off a Mother's Day gift, and Hahari immediately melts into proud, clingy mom mode. Hahari babies Hakari with shameless affection, while Hakari acts annoyed and secretly loves every second of it. Nano quietly explains her reading habits, treating book selection like a precise personal science. Shizuka finds a book that hits perfectly, and her tiny burst of joy is absolutely enormous. Momimi enjoys a quiet shopping trip, graceful as ever, until someone notices she is not quite herself. Mamimi's normally flawless composure collapses into tears over a silly purchase. Beauty has its limits, apparently. A girl praises Kiki's strange music, then meets the singer in person, and discovers the songs are even stranger. Kurumi tries to focus on food, but Kiki's bizarre performance keeps pulling her into a very hungry confusion. Aiku turns pain into a record-breaking sport, while Karini watches in horrified admiration. Aiku and Yamame revive the piggyback routine, both grinning like they just found their favorite childhood game. Yamame happily carries her friend around, ending the chapter with pure affection and one more impossible strength flex. On the rooftop, Himika admits she wants to perform, but she refuses to be an ordinary singer. Her talent is apparently normal, which Himika treats like a personal catastrophe. Standards are brutal. Inyuju's unusual songs grab Himika's attention because they carry a real story instead of empty noise. Out in the woods, Uto calmly explains that being herself is the only way she knows how to live. Himika visits Uto's home and learns the bard's odd world was built from books, music, and family memories. As a child, Uto found wonder in every song, even when everyone else found her behavior strange. Himika finally demands an explanation, and Uto bluntly tells her she's amazing exactly as she is. Uto's logic is wildly self-centered, but her bright-eyed certainty makes Himika stop and listen. Uto admits she crossed the line while chasing inspiration, then sincerely apologizes and promises to respect Himika's space. Himika accepts the sincerity, and Utai is moved to tears by this stubborn songstress beside her. At the school festival, Rentarou is ready for snacks and chaos when a gothic visitor rolls in. She's a full gothic Lolita, glaring at the stalls like joy, personally offended her. Rentarou learns Matsuri actually loves festivals, even while she acts tough enough to bite the decorations. Her outfit gets compared to an English coat, and Matsuri treats the comment like a declaration of war. Behind the attitude, she admits festivals make her heart race, and Rentarou sees the real excitement. She asked him to walk around with her, wanting him to understand why this place matters so much. Then romance becomes the problem. Matsuri cannot stand seeing lovey-dovey couples at the festival. She shoves Rentarou away and reveals that festival memories have made romance feel painfully personal. Rentarou refuses to force a cheerful answer, gently reminding her that loving festivals is not a crime. With fireworks overhead, Matsuri finally lets the festival be a festival again, and her smile comes back. The night ends with her feeling lighter, while Rentarou quietly proves he can make room for every complicated heart. The cooking club opens with yakisoba, and the glasses girl proudly insists her family has perfected it for generations. Her classmates vote to join the cooking club, but she immediately turns the lesson into a serious noodle manifesto. When someone questions the yakisoba obsession, she snaps and demands they show her their better idea. More girlfriends arrive in wildly customized uniforms, turning an ordinary schoolroom into a fashion parade. The group bickers over festivals, candy, and club duties while their new cooking project quietly gets bigger. She attacks the stove with total focus, making 27 servings because apparently moderation is banned in this kitchen. Exhausted but beaming, she admits this yakisoba carries her family's special taste in all her pride. The whole group digs in, and the massive batch finally earns the enthusiastic reactions she was chasing. Then the taste test takes a wild turn when our boy gets ambushed with a sudden kiss. Her first kiss arrives with the flavor of yakisoba, proving this cooking lesson had a very personal secret ingredient. At the cultural festival display, Mimitsu gets nostalgic and quietly wishes they could make new memories too. The school announces a last-minute beauty contest, and Mimitsu sees the perfect chance to settle an old score. She boldly declares a beauty contest rematch, determined to erase the sting of her past loss. Nano enters too, and Mimitsu promises herself she will finally face those lingering feelings head-on. The finalists line up for judgment, while the crowd realizes this contest has become a battle of impossible beauty. Votes are counted, and Nano and Mimitsu finish in a dead tie for first place. Naturally, beauty needed overtime. Instead of gloating, Mimitsu sincerely thanks Nano, admitting their earlier clash pushed her to grow. Nano agrees they can keep raising each other's standards, and their rivalry turns into a genuine bond. Rentarou and Akko start filming together, but her sleepy little setup already feels strangely serious. Akko worries he is only being kind because he thinks she is upset, and Rentarou panics immediately. She declares her love with maximum cuteness while Rentarou is visibly one compliment away from collapse. When Akko sees herself on camera, the footage suddenly stops feeling like harmless fun. Rentarou searches for answers, then returns with a ghost costume. His crisis management is fearless. The costume gag fails, surprise food fails, and Rentarou realizes he cannot joke this feeling away. He keeps filming their affection, but Akko's uneasy reaction shows the romance is becoming too public. Rentarou finally understands. Putting their private moments online could invite strangers into something precious. Hunko admits she was overthinking, and their hub turns the whole awkward project into a real promise. Then the whole girlfriend squad piles in with kisses, proving privacy was never going to last long. A cargo door opens over the school, and a whole batch of precious headdresses gets sucked into the sky. The rooftop turns into a recovery mission as the girls spot their runway accessories drifting across campus. Two girls calmly model their gothic looks while another calculates the wind like this is a military operation. One lost piece is returned with perfect maid devotion, while its owner looks quietly pleased with herself. A flying headdress gets treated like a target in battle, because apparently fashion requires combat training now. Another pair catches their prize together and immediately poses like they planned the whole stunt. A lasso whips through the air, snacking another escapee before the wind can claim a total victory. The rescue gets physical when one girl launches herself upward, refusing to let her headpiece get away. Even a simple hairpiece earns a dramatic save, leaving its owner delighted by how smooth her hair feels. The final holdouts act exactly like cats naturally, and their friends can only stare at the feline chaos. With the disaster finally contained, the group can breathe again after turning one gust of wind into an epic. The group hits the festival hard, sampling strange food and treating every stall like a sacred mission. Everyone is having a blast, but Matsuri is already worrying about every fun moment slipping away. Matsuri stares at the happy crowd and decides this festival feeling should last forever. No pressure, right? The idea curdles past. She cannot understand why anyone would accept an ending to something they love. While the others cheer, Matsuri looks horrified, trapped by the thought that tonight will eventually be over. She snaps into full festival zealot mode, insisting infinity has no end and the celebration must never stop. Rentarou confronts the meltdown with terrifying devotion, because nobody gets to break his girlfriend's heart. The shrine gets dragged into the drama too, because this family can turn a festival crisis into mythology. When the festival finally ends, Matsuri crumples in guilt and admits she heard everyone chasing an impossible forever. The girls gently remind her that festivals matter because they make people smile, including her. Surrounded by hugs, Matsuri accepts the truth. The night ends, but the love and memories keep going. The lingerie store, the girls turn one simple choice into a full-blown philosophical emergency. At the festival, Akko proudly declares a Nobel Prize is absolutely not on today's shopping list. Kishiga tries to act normal around Eiko, but her flustered devotion immediately goes off the rails. Meanwhile, Chio and Kusuri face a supermarket dad whose enthusiasm could power the entire neighborhood. He casually hands Chio 1,500 yen, and the little shopping mission becomes a grand quest. Over sushi, the group treats favorite toppings with ridiculous seriousness because apparently this is sacred business. Thomas' cat act gets so convincing that everyone starts wondering whether she is actually transforming. Mai sees a school uniform and instantly imagines a perfect maid's outfit. Her standards remain impressively specific. A tiny girl gets lost in Densho goals, turning a simple game into a surprisingly tender rescue. When an online comment targets her singing, the normally detached girl finally lets her irritation show. Matsuri answers the insult with pure festival spirit, shouting back until the whole moment becomes gloriously loud. The bead sword fighting tournament starts fast, and Rentarou's pair tears through the opening rounds. Then a powerhouse couple appears, and their brute force immediately turns this match into a nightmare. Rentarou gets battered around, but he refuses to abandon his partner when she needs support. His opponent threatens revenge, while his battered partner realizes he has taken far too much damage. She suddenly sees it. His strength is not just power, it is how fiercely he cares. One last couple blocks the prize, and Rentarou's partner steps up with renewed focus. Our boy realizes she has been holding something back, and he wants to understand every part of her. She thanks Rentarou, protects him without hesitation, and unleashes the chivalry she truly believes in. That final strike wins the tournament, but her real victory is finally facing Rentarou honestly. Rentarou admits her fight made his heart race, and her guarded expression finally melts. She accepts both his strength and vulnerability, then tells him she loves him. Clean hit, Chief. Their celebration becomes an avalanche of affection, as her pent-up need to be cherished takes over. Later, she's flustered by where that closeness led, while Rentarou stays completely devoted. The girls unveil handmade baby clothes, and the room immediately agrees this tradition is dangerously adorable. Once the outfits go on, every tiny pose and sleepy face gets treated like a national treasure. The cuteness overload turns into cheek squishing and little hand admiration. Personal space has officially left the building. Then the baby act spreads fast, with the girls wobbling, whining, and demanding attention like committed professionals. Our boy tries to keep the mood gentle, cuddling one overwhelmed girl while everyone else doubles down. One energetic girl channels her inner baby through flying kicks, proving even daycare needs a combat division. A calmer girl tries to observe the madness, but the crying and chaos finally crack her composure. Another girlfriend rolls up her sleeves to manage the mess, only to get swept into the baby frenzy too. Soon the play acting becomes real tears, and the group realizes somebody has to get this daycare under control. The resident grown-up proudly steps in with baby gear, declaring her training to be everyone's mom has paid off. With steady comfort and a low patience, the girls return to normal, safely surviving their cutest hour yet. At the photo swap party, every girlfriend arrives with memories of Rentarou dressed for the occasion. The snapshots reveal every version of our boy, including Cowboy Rentarou. The wardrobe budget is clearly doomed. The whole group proudly unloads a mountain of photos, each one showing how deeply they treasure him. Their pictures capture him helping, sharing meals, and quietly listening, proving his kindness never takes a day off. Then the collection gets dangerously unfiltered, with one photo making everyone wonder if decency left the room. Another girlfriend presents a literal cat version of Rentarou because apparently normal photos were not enough. Even with dozens of girlfriends, the photos show the same thing. Every tiny moment with him matters. But the final image introduces a black-haired girl nobody can place, and confusion hits the party instantly. She calmly insists she knows everyone, while the girlfriends stare back and demand to know who she is. Sheena admits she constantly fears everyone has disappeared, and that lonely thought leaves her visibly shaken. Her reverse trypophobia makes crowded things comforting, but being alone feels like a full-blown nightmare. Watching Rentarou's girlfriends crowd around him, Sheena sees the beautiful kind of love she desperately wants. The whole family eagerly invites her in, and Sheena's overwhelmed face says this offer hits hard. But panic wins. Sheena bolts, convinced loneliness is waiting to swallow her again. At the station, she spots a women-only train car and sees one last escape route. Rentarou catches up and finds her trembling on the platform. Our boy does not let her disappear. The train arrives like a steel monster, while Rentarou's rescue mission becomes wonderfully overdramatic. He holds Sheena close and promises she will not have to feel lonely anymore. Sheena begs him to fall for her too, because being beside him already feels different. Rentarou answers her fear with a kiss, turning her lonely sprint into a brand new beginning. The girlfriends welcome Sheena into the family, and she dives happily into the crowd she needed. Mai insists she does not need a big sister, but her shy smile gives the game away. Then a poised stranger arrives with a bunny girl certificate and calmly introduces herself as Mai's grandmother. Grandma puts Mai in the bunny outfit, and Mai freezes like this is a very serious workplace inspection. The test has 3 demands: bunny charm, proper looks, and the skills to serve under pressure. Mai practices the pose, but her nervousness makes the whole bunny act wobble immediately. She fumbles spectacularly, and one failed test leaves Mai looking completely defeated. When the final trial begins, Mai protests hard, then crashes into trouble before she can even serve. With her tray shaking, Mai forces herself onward. The job is not glamorous, but she refuses to quit. The scores appear, and Mai stares in disbelief as her number comes out surprisingly strong. Grandma praises Mai for making friends and working hard, finally giving her the approval she wanted. Then Grandma delivers the reward herself with a sudden kiss, leaving everyone nearby absolutely stunned. Rentarou catches a sudden cold, and his girlfriends immediately panic over their usually indestructible boyfriend. He blames a ridiculous stack of ponytails and knit sweaters because apparently fashion has counterattack damage. The diagnosis is simple. Rentarou needs rest, but the whole house takes that as a personal mission. Yamame remembers how her mother soothed her fevers, so she pulls him close to share warmth. Kusori brings a sleep drug, then makes sure he gets food before the cuddle squad deploys. Kishika carries him toward a warm bath, looking stern while treating him like priceless cargo. Tama curls around him like a cat by a heater, completely convinced this is medical care. Momohaha joins the warm pile, and Rentarou is far too flustered to pretend he hates it. Hahari comes next, smugly calling it better than 1,000,000 views. She may have a point. By morning, every girlfriend is copying a stacked ponytail sweater look, and Rentarou is overwhelmed again. After 169 chapters, his forehead finally gets a day off while everyone celebrates the absurd recovery. Rentarou downs the antidote, but the girl's strange drug has already made their deepest urges explode. They are all demanding their favorite thing at once, and Rentarou looks completely outnumbered. Again. He realizes this is not chaos for chaos's sake. Every girl simply needs her own kind of downtime. While the others relax their own way, Rentarou is wrapped up and dragged around like deluxe boyfriend luggage. Amika happily watches eccentric videos, proving her idea of rest is wonderfully, aggressively unusual. One girl quietly reads romance novels, while another naps nearby and dreams of a future engagement. Mai works hard even while resting because serving everyone is what makes her feel peaceful. Ren wants scary movies, then immediately smacks down a creepy grin with zero hesitation. Kurumi enjoys a sweet treat, and her simple happiness makes Rentarou's heart melt. Iku trains, Usami hugs her plushie, and gaming turns out to be too lonely alone. So, they gather for a lazy day together, because even downtime is better with this ridiculous family. Final verdict is brutal. Their exhausted friend looks like Luffy after burning out completely. Rentarou's girlfriends demand the tiny girl, ribbon and overalls look, and our boy's already overwhelmed. They borrow child-sized overalls and proudly model them, while Rentarou looks 1 second from collapse. Shizuka hugs her doll with dreamy focus, and everyone commits hard to the adorable act. Matsuri treats yakisoba like a daily ritual, bringing chaotic lunch break energy to their pretend childhood. Shizuka quietly reads a picture book, while the others gasp at how seriously she sells it. Kusori built a numbered block castle, annoyed when Rentarou interrupts her very important architecture. Their make-believe house upgrades with a ball pit, pool, yard, and second-floor ambitions. The group dives into the ball pit and Rentarou gets crushed under maximum cuteness. After the playdate, the girls swarm Rentarou with kisses, turning innocent dress-up into his reward. They insist they truly want to be Rentarou's girlfriends, leaving him completely floored. Usa-chan's glowing because Rentarou's attention has finally made her feel deeply loved. A few days later, the girlfriends notice Usa-chan has gone quiet and emotionally distant. She worries that needing attention so badly might make her a burden to everyone else. Mimini tells her to vent freely, because bottling it up is never beautiful. Then Usa-chan's phone explodes with messages, and the poor girl short-circuits completely. Mimimi realizes Usa-chan fears Rentarou may only notice her problems, not her face. The whole family reassures her that everyone needs care sometimes, no matter their age. Rentarou arrives with the entire crew behind him, ready to handle this emotional emergency. Usa-chan admits she feels lonely when he gets busy, even after receiving his promise. Rentarou listens closely, while Usa-chan confesses that her heart feels less beautiful without him. Mamimi gives her a stern verdict, then invites Usa-chan to the washroom as a friend. Crisis Management, Beauty Edition. The girls start debating sewing versus knitting, and both look politely baffled by the distinction. Then the topic becomes picky kisses, with one girl treating soft cheeks like premium marshmallows. A grabby beauty demonstrates her so-called wisdom while everyone else immediately regrets standing nearby. The motherly girls take their turn, making affection look sweet, chaotic, and slightly overpowered. The cat-loving pair debate cat food, then accidentally prove their point by meowing at each other. A knightly maid sweeps in to rescue her princess, turning a simple pose into full royal drama. Another girlfriend imagines a carnival romance and the room instantly becomes her private festival. The cowgirl argument gets derailed when a centaur crashes in, fiercely defending her own category. A shy girl struggles to speak, but the others patiently keep the conversation going for her. The chapter ends with the family squeezing together, proving every odd little difference belongs here. The girlfriends split food into two teams, and Kurumi firmly declares herself teen food. Rentarou takes Kurumi to an amusement park, but she is already plotting the fastest route to every snack. Kurumi admits each bite loses its magic fast, so she chases the next flavor before the first one fades. Rentarou proposes a ruthless solution: skip the mediocre food and hunt only the park's greatest hits. They blitz through ice cream, popcorn, drinks, and every flavor imaginable. This date has become a buffet marathon. Away from the crowd, Kurumi quietly asks whether Rentarou has actually been enjoying himself. He says seeing her happy is enough, then gently reminds her that they are here together. Kurumi blushes hard as they buy matching headbands and finally start acting like a real couple. The food mission pauses for rides, and Kurumi's nervous excitement makes the whole park feel brand new. At the glowing castle, Rentarou suggests sharing the night view, and Kurumi cannot hide her happiness. Under the lights, Kurumi drops the tough act and kisses Rentarou. Now that is a proper final attraction. Then a spring-loaded girl appears for one final attraction because this family never leaves quietly. Rentarou's girlfriends are admiring a cute picture book when a strange new visitor quietly arrives. The girl steps in looking sweet and harmless, but her huge dark eyes carry a seriously unsettling mood. She reveals that the picture book is hers and its innocent art hides a story built on despair. She insists this world is cruel and hopeless, while Rentarou stares back completely blindsided. Against a bright sky, she says every fairy tale needs despair first. That escalated fast. She explains that childhood hope faded as she learned how much pain ordinary people carry. Her new book becomes a challenge: show deeper despair, and maybe the fairy tale can mean something. Rentarou reminds her that people still have hopes and dreams, even while life keeps hitting them. He says love can be different for everyone, but every person deserves a path toward happiness. Her hard expression finally softens when Rentarou promises he wants to see her joy and laughter. Overwhelmed by a feeling that seems like a real-life fairy tale, she asks to go out with him. She decides fairy tales should recognize every kind of happiness, as Rentarou gains girlfriend number 29. Shizuka proudly calls herself a fairy tale herald, while everyone else wonders where this is going. She pitches classic tales with sparkling eyes but admits the story somehow gets sadder every day. For Shizuka, faith in fairy tales means believing dreams can still save people. The girlfriends start fact-checking every tale and the princesses are losing badly. Shizuka hears the criticism and looks shaken because fairy tales are much closer to her heart. The room erupts into competing fairy tale dreams, from true love to pure jackpot nonsense. They admit fairy tales can be cruel, then immediately argue over which childhood trauma wins. Shizuka finally cracks, upset that happy endings can still leave so many people behind. Rentarou answers with the obvious miracle: this family was born from impossible happiness. Shizuka sees it at last, a fairy tale where every beloved heroine gets her ending. Then she offers Rentarou one gentle invitation, making their own fairy tale official. The whole crew heads out for cherry blossom viewing, already treating a gentle spring day like a major event. Everyone unloads food, drinks, and enough snacks to make this picnic look suspiciously well-funded. Our boy reveals his dangle plan, then casually drops marriage-level affection on the entire group. The answer is an instant pile of kisses, because this family has never met a normal reaction. The picnic turns into a dance party, and even the stern faces cannot resist joining the chaos. One girl gets so absorbed that the blossoms become a full fairy tale playing out around her. Yamami approves of the woodland fantasy, while everyone watches her delightfully pure springtime imagination. A supposedly high-class sakura drink gets rejected as a terrible idea, and the mood swings hard. The negativity drug hits, turning compliments into complaints until the girls immediately miss each other. Meanwhile, Chio's cherry blossom jeans and Meme's bangs become their own bizarre spring fashion crisis. Meme hides inside the blossoms with petal-covered glasses, proving camouflage can absolutely be too effective. When the teasing finally stings, a powerful gust sends the cherry blossoms flying everywhere. The petals gather into a mysterious human-shaped blossom, ending the picnic with an impossible sighting. Rentarou gets pulled close as one girlfriend calmly decides their family love needs another kiss. Under the night sky, a shy girl asks to be held, and their quiet kiss lands like a tiny confession. At Tama's place, a lazy cuddle pile becomes a kiss delivery system. Productivity has officially lost. A girlfriend charges in after years apart, squeezes Rentarou senseless, and makes up for every missed kiss at once. From Kushiyari's point of view, being cute with Rentarou is a full-time hobby, complete with dramatic cuddles. Another girlfriend proudly invents the double cheek kiss, then realizes matching Rentarou's affection is serious business. She goes for a kiss with absolute confidence, proving Rentarou somehow makes every romantic rule feel optional. Meme hesitates over what a kiss even means, then gets swept into a rapid-fire smooch marathon. A fairy tale romance becomes real when Rentarou meets his princess in character and kisses her without missing a beat. Even a peaceful lap pillow turns tender, as an older girlfriend remembers that love still makes her heart race. Shizuka quietly asks Rentarou for a kiss, and her small request hits him with maximum emotional force. By the end, the family is kissing everywhere, and Rentarou can barely contain how adored he feels. Rentarou gets another reminder that Momoji's idea of romance is intensely hands-on and completely fearless. A sleepover becomes a full confidence battle, and the girls turn affection into competitive sport. One girlfriend proudly commits to a look built from every possible contrast. Subtlety has left the building. Rentarou faces a direct challenge for an interesting movie because even date ideas become duels here. The cute number contest escalates into a kiss reward, and Rentarou happily loses track of the score. Another girlfriend studies every detail of his face, then admits she loves every single part. Kishiga storms in with a serious warning, turning a quiet moment into a dramatic rescue mission. The group visits an exhibit celebrating their impossible love story, and everyone reacts exactly as loudly as expected. A flustered confession reveals that even the most composed girlfriend can get overwhelmed by Rentarou. Usa-chan clings to him with absolute devotion, while Rentarou realizes her happiness means everything to him. Then a single familiar scent sends a whole household into a love-struck meltdown. Romance has no brakes. The final girlfriend charges in at full speed, proving this family can turn one hug into total chaos. In the school library, a book-loving girl gently suggests that her anxious friend try writing a story herself. The aspiring writer admits she has never tried, but books inspired her so deeply that she wants to create one. That confidence vanishes at bedtime. She stares at the page, overwhelmed before the first real sentence even lands. Her friend reminds her that sleep matters, but inspiration is already paid to fight with common sense. Armed with an energy drink and pure desperation, she keeps drafting outdoors through a full night. Her hands keep moving, but tears gather as she realizes how frightening it is to make something from nothing. The book she loves once saved her, yet that only makes her feel painfully unqualified to stand beside their authors. Still crying, she rides through the doubt. The story is not giving her an easy exit. By morning, she finally finishes and nervously offers to bring the manuscript to school. Her friend starts reading immediately, while the new author hides behind her phone like it is riot gear. The reader explains that every story is exceptional because someone chose to give it life through their own words. She says comparison is pointless. This story belongs only to its writer, and that makes it beautiful. The shaken writer hears the reward she needed. Her book saved someone just as beloved books once saved her. With the pressure finally gone, the two girls share a quiet library moment, joined by the stories she dared to finish. The family heads out for a private beach vacation, packed together and ridiculously cheerful. Then, the plane crash lands on a deserted island, turning beach day into survival mode. Everyone debates their options, while Rentarou realizes this rescue mission needs a miracle. The rescue team is hours away, and Rentarou admits survival skills are outside his usual playbook. A strange fruit gives Rentarou a rubbery body, and suddenly his limbs stretch like crazy. Instead of panicking, he uses the new rubber body to gather supplies and build protection. The girls turn that stretching arm into a human lounger. Safety regulations have left the chat. Their teamwork goes into overdrive as every girlfriend attacks the island problem from a different angle. By the time Rentarou catches his breath, they have somehow built the House of Rentarou. Now the giant rubber contraption launches them skyward, chasing an escape route beyond the island. Rentarou rockets through the air, determined to keep every one of his girlfriends safe. The whole group ends up drifting away on a floating island, because normal rescues are clearly overrated. The family realizes their floating island holiday has a brutal deadline, and panic starts creeping in. With food gone and escape impossible, everyone looks shaken, but Rentarou refuses to let the trip end here. Our boy rallies the entire family for one ridiculous rescue charge. Subtlety has officially left the island. The escape works, and the exhausted group finally gets off the floating island together. They pile onto Rentarou in relief, promising that no strange sky island can weaken their love. After all that chaos, the family settles down close together, safe, sleepy, and completely worn out. And a familiar divine figure appears, looking less like a threat and more like a very confused guest. The god explains the bizarre island system was just a glitch, and the strange fruit gets them home safely. Back to normal at last. Rentarou is buried in a happy group hug, ending the ordeal exactly where he belongs. Era and Himika start with a simple problem. They are the same age, but Era cannot speak casually. Era tries dropping the honorific, immediately panics, and lands on a painfully formal version of Chan instead. Himika finds the awkward effort adorable, while Era admits she wants to become more serious about life. Era explains that choosing college was difficult because even deciding what she wants feels frightening. So Himika takes her to a spa, because apparently self-discovery now comes with a sauna pass. The heat loosens Era up, and Himika gently asks what she truly wants from their time together. Era admits she wants the full experience, but she still freezes whenever a decision carries real risk. Himika says every choice makes a person, and hesitation only means Era cares deeply about choosing well. With Himika's hand in hers, Era realizes she can learn through mistakes instead of fearing every possible future. Era finally decides to try new things and speak more freely, starting with calling Himika by her name. Her confidence explodes into a very enthusiastic bath time squeeze, and Himika instantly regrets encouraging her. Rentarou meets Saki Tomogura, a stern senior who immediately demands a word with him. Saki declares herself the school's shadow bombshell, and her glare does not leave much room for debate. She explains the title is not just tough girl posturing. Seniority is everything to her. The twist is wild. Saki has repeated a year every time just to stay the oldest student. When our boy happily calls her senpai, Saki melts instantly. That title was the whole dream. At the candy store, Saki treats younger kids like treasured juniors and buys them snacks. She charges into a fight to protect them, proving her Bancho act comes with real courage. Then the kids cry over her damaged outfit, and this fearless fighter suffers total defeat. Rentarou realizes Saki wants to be a dependable senpai because someone once inspired. Saki admits she likes him, and Rentarou gladly asks the Shadow Banjo to date him. Saki learns the painful truth. She is technically older, but everyone else outranks her in school. Our boy watches Saki panic as the family treats her like a tiny first-year rookie. The rankings get worse fast, with university students and working adults joining the seniority pile-on. Even Momiji is suddenly Saki's senior, and Saki looks ready to file a complaint with reality. Then Yaku enters the debate, reminding everyone that age is not a power-level system. Crushed by the hierarchy, Saki dramatically becomes a family shadow banjo and offers obedience. Rentarou gently stops her, proving that her place beside him matters more than any ranking. The whole family gathers around Saki, turning her absurd seniority obsession into a shared celebration. Saki finally explodes with pride. No matter the paperwork, she is still their senpai. Rentarou learns Hikari wants to play a delicate porcelain doll, which means she expects full princess treatment. Yuju calmly asks for a surprise kiss, and Rentarou delivers before her unreadable cool can crack. Hikari finally asks for a private ride, then pulls him close for a very unmaidenly moment. Yamama wants the full princess carry, and our boy learns that romance can require structural reinforcement. Usami spirals after realizing she cannot rely on Rentarou the same way he relies on her. He answers with the one thing she needs most, an honest promise that he loves and needs her too. Tama gets jealous over a cat, so Rentarou apologizes by carrying her and giving her attention immediately. One shy girlfriend cannot stop fidgeting after her kiss, and the happiness overload hits maximum volume. Saki gets scooped up by her cute senior, then declares the whole experience aggressively adorable. Himika turns her amusement parkade into a competition, desperate not to lose to Rentarou again. Even after losing, Himika admits she loves him either way, and the challenge ends with a hug. Saki meets her self-proclaimed senpai and Kohai, and both immediately start treating her like family. Saki gets roasted for talking to her senpai too casually, while the tiny Kuhai demands equal respect. Their festival stop is Foot Heaven, an acupressure path that looks harmless until Saki steps on it. The painful stones have gaps between them, and Saki calls the whole setup completely unfair. Her senpai and Kuhai stroll across smiling, while Saki realizes this is not a normal foot massage. Saki powers forward through agony, but each step drains her until she is ready to collapse. The little Kuhai guides her toward safety, proving it absurdly tough grandmas know every shortcut. Saki refuses to quit. She would rather die on these stones than surrender to her senpai. Saki finally slips, and the whole challenge becomes a desperate scramble to keep her upright. Her companions admit the route was too much, then rally around Saki with genuine concern. Saki rejects pity with a cheeky grin, because apparently bruised pride hurts worse than acupressure. Momiji's harmless groping habit suddenly becomes a crisis when stopping it leaves her in real pain. She tries to resist, but her desperate expression makes it clear this is no longer a silly impulse. The girls form a ridiculous Bermuda triangle, because apparently this is now a medical emergency. Even teamwork fails as Momiji's urge spreads into chaotic, mutually inconvenient groping. Rentarou charges in and pulls her away before the situation turns into a campus-wide disaster. Momiji is shaking and overwhelmed, convinced she will die if she cannot grope someone. Our boy firmly catches her hands, choosing restraint over letting her suffer alone. He hears the real problem behind her panic. She needs comfort, not another target. Rentarou promises to hold her hands until the urge passes, and Momiji melts at the kindness. The other girlfriends quietly give them space, trusting him with his very hands-on recovery plan. Days later, Momiji still misses the feeling, so Rentarou knows exactly where to begin. A hug. The chaos ends on a soft confession and a kiss, turning her struggle into another proof of love. The family piles into a bat for flowing salmon, but Rentarou immediately realizes this meal is serious business. A huge spinning noodle course appears, and the girls walk in like this is an Olympic final. Shizuka tries to calmly enjoy her bowl, while the rotating current turns every bite into a rescue mission. One girlfriend snatches the family's priceless chopstick with a flashing move, then apologizes with perfect manners. The competition escalates fast, and a desperate teammate declares that summon bangs will save the day. Meanwhile, another girl has found the real battlefield, the dipping sauce, and she is tasting every action. The noodle race launches, but Rentarou watches his girlfriend get left behind and completely loses his composure. Kurumi treats the stream like a personal buffet, while the others try increasingly unhinged ways to keep up. Our boy learns that the watercourse has its own food chain, because even the noodle catcher gets hunted. Yamame finally takes control of the current, scooping noodles with brute force and turning the bath into a river. Her water pressure reaches absurd levels, blasting the whole summon supply floor before the setup finally bursts. Rentarou dives in to help, and the family ends the chaos together, soaked, fed, and somehow still smiling. Kurain tries to act unfazed, but Alko's matching Tundere routine leaves her visibly flustered. The younger girls hand out candy with earnest smiles, and their tough-looking senior melts immediately. A simple snack becomes a language lesson, because this family treats every tiny misunderstanding like a mission. One sister gets assigned a new job, and attacks it with enough force to shake the whole room. Ahori gently reminds her that affection cannot be forced, while everyone watches the chaos with concern. A fairy tale gives a lonely girl courage, and her grateful hug makes the lesson land perfectly. Shio charges ahead at full speed, then instantly regrets becoming a human wrecking ball. Her apology turns unexpectedly sweet when the dad admits his daughter's first friend made him cry. The reading challenge dies on page 1, proving enthusiasm alone cannot defeat a truly long book. Mei follows every order flawlessly, until her friend realizes she wants a wish, not another command. A lingering look sparks a confession attempt, and the observer is suddenly caught completely off guard. Meanwhile, the hiking pair turns a landslide into a rescue challenge and refuses to leave anyone behind. Meme is quietly knitting while Tama fights the powerful urge to pounce on every moving thread. The yarn finally wins, and Tama launches herself at Meme's knitting like it personally insulted her. Tama apologizes, but she cannot help it. That wiggling thread is basically a 5-star cat buffet. Mame admits she loves spending time with Tama, even if her feline friend keeps resisting the impulse. Mame realizes Tama is not being difficult. She is simply overwhelmed by instincts she cannot switch off. Later, Meme spots Kurumi and excitedly recruits her for a mysterious back alley mission. Meme sprints through the streets hunting a rice-themed machine, while Kurumi can barely keep up. Kurumi gets tugged into the chase, loses her footing, and crashes hard in the middle of the mission. Meme checks on her with real concern, and Kurumi notices this shy senior is trying her absolute best. Their weird expedition finally pays off with ice cream, and both girls celebrate like they conquered a dungeon. Kurumi hugs Mimi in gratitude, and the awkward mission ends with a genuinely sweet new bond. Yamame finds a tiny animal-shaped stranger in the mountains, and immediately suspects it might be an alien. Rentarou tries to stay sensible, but the little visitor is already begging for its own slice of chaos. The family welcomes it like a pet, while Yamame gently treats the confused creature as a real person. Everyone piles on with gifts and care, because this family sees one strange visitor and starts a support group. As the alien spends time with them, it learns their language through the family's most dangerous word, kissy wissy. Yamame patiently listens to its strange sounds, and the alien finally starts talking back to her. It admits that life among its own kind was lonely, even though everyone stayed physically close. The visitor has to leave, and Yamame looks crushed as their short but genuine friendship ends. Back in space, the alien reports that Earth is peaceful, lovable, and definitely worth protecting. It even asks to return someday because one kind girl taught it what friendship actually feels like. Then its superiors learn the truth. The feared invasion signal was just the alien's new favorite affection. And just like that, a whole alien planet catches the kissy-wissy bug. Earth survives through romance, obviously. Nemoi helps at her grandparents' shoe shop, but the work is wearing this permanently sleepy girl down. She loves shoemaking because it lets her thank the grandparents who raised her. Cute goal, brutal schedule. Rentarou worries when Nemoi admits she keeps falling asleep everywhere, even while standing beside him. Then she sleepwalks straight into him, calmly announcing she's off to make shoes. That is one determined nap. Nemoi reveals her dreams are shoe workshops, where she happily works alongside her grandfather every night. Her grandfather confirms it, they share the same dream, and neither knows why it began. When Nemoi apologizes for being trouble, Rentarou gently tells her he likes her exactly as she is. Rentarou presents handmade shoes just for Nemoi, and her sleepy expression finally lights up. She thanks him with glowing eyes, realizing his kindness gave her a reason to feel happy while awake. Nemoi admits she likes him and asks for a date, hoping their dreams can become real life too. Their first kiss lands softly, and Nemoi's new romance promises plenty more sweet dreams ahead. The family settles in for a massive sleepover, hoping their dreams will be as sweet as the company. Everyone drifts off happily, but the dream party immediately starts taking some very strange turns. A bad dream spreads through the sleeping girls, turning a cozy night into a full nightmare parade. One nightmare becomes a violent festival, while another girl mourns a friend who is supposedly banished forever. The dreams pile on the misery, with tears, doom, and sleepwalking drama. This sleepover needs a refund. Even the nightmares get absurd, from slapping awake to funeral food that apparently tastes like nothing. The girls call out for comfort in their separate dreams, each one overwhelmed and desperately wanting Rentarou nearby. Then our boy gets pulled into the chaos, dragged across dreamland by the sleeping girl's needs. Rentarou answers the nightmare invasion with relentless affection, racing from one dream to the next. By morning, the entire family is peacefully asleep again, the shared bad night finally softening into comfort. When they wake, every girl remembers the same amazing dream. Rentarou came to see her. Rentarou starts with a simple sunny walk, soaking up the weather beside another happy girlfriend. A boy's girlfriend gets flustered after sweating, then confidently declares an emergency spray down. Shizuka bravely tackles a terrifyingly spicy ramen bowl, and her body immediately regrets the decision. Mei insists she cannot kiss him, but one gentle request melts her maid-like restraint. Momiji turns rock-paper-scissors into strict gambling because apparently normal games were too peaceful. Nemu wakes from a nap wanting adventure, and Rentarou takes her straight to a roller coaster. A clingy little sister type worries she is burdensome, until Rentarou gives her the reassurance she needs. Ahari enjoys a grown-up dinner date, then casually asks whether he wants to keep the night going. Mimimi wins yet another beauty award, and naturally her first instinct is making the moment extra romantic. Nana wakes from a strange dream and says exactly what matters most. She loves Rentarou. Two girlfriends discover they share a very specific interest, movies packed with violence and thrills. They head to the cinema together, both quietly excited to turn that shared obsession into a real date. With tickets and snacks ready, they settle in for Blood Zombie. Apparently choosing peace was never an option. One of them even bought a pamphlet, proving this is not casual horror viewing. The opening begins, and their eager faces lock onto the screen like they found treasure. Then the movie gets brutally graphic and both girls clutch their popcorn as their confidence starts evaporating. The gore keeps escalating, turning their cool movie date into a full-body panic response. They are scared senseless, but neither wants to break the mood by admitting defeat first. Outside, friends catch them looking wrecked and immediately question why this was their first date choice. Despite the terror, they thank each other honestly. Sharing the scare made the date feel special. They even suggest another outing because apparently surviving a bloodbath together builds romance fast. On the walk home, Chio finds a tiny puppy and immediately starts wondering if she can save it. After spotting an adoption poster, Chio quietly asks her dad whether she can bring the little rescue home. Rentarou hears her out at school and realizes this puppy needs a safe, loving home fast. He agrees to help, softening immediately when Chio calls the little stray friendly and unbelievably cute. Her dad accepts the plan, but his rigid expression reveals dogs are a much bigger problem than expected. Chio finally says it plainly. Her dad is deathly afraid of dogs, and he has hidden it from her. Dad launches a wildly dramatic exposure session, terrifying himself in record time. Parenting has become a boss battle. Amazingly, he pushes through the fear and hugs the puppy with completely over-the-top victorious affection. The puppy bites Dad's stomach, but he cheers through it because the little guy finally trusts him. With Dad, Chio, and the pup posing together, this rescue turns into a genuinely sweet family moment. Once the panic settles, Chio gives Rentarou a grateful kiss, sealing one very unexpected puppy victory. Rentarou's enormous family celebrates 200 chapters with a festival-sized party and one very dangerous game board. Each space recreates an old chapter, so every roll can drag the group into another ridiculous memory. Chio draws a cruel card and suddenly becomes 18, while everyone realizes this board has no safety settings. Mai lands on the kissing zombie chapter and lunges at Rentarou, completely overwhelmed by her old zombie instincts. The infection spreads fast as Akko and the others turn into affectionate zombies. The party is now officially doomed. Another callback makes one girlfriend a baby again, proving the board treats continuity like a chew toy. A stylish throwback hits next, and the girls admire the absurdly perfect look while the game keeps escalating. Karan gets pulled into her soon-to-be beloved moment, then melts when Rentarou's affection reaches her again. The board keeps cycling through old adventures, but the kissing zombie chaos is clearly no longer under control. Surrounded by kisses and mayhem, Rentarou trusts every girlfriend to stay with him all the way. The family starts a board game, but the first roll already promises chaos instead of friendly competition. One girl gets a physical enhancement roll and immediately treats a drink like her personal jackpot. The next square turns Hikari and Kirane intensely physical, and the usual rivalry becomes a full kissing ambush. A violent head roll sends one girl charging in, while Rentarou takes the hit with very little dignity. Another roll makes a girl act like everyone's little sister, and the whole group melts instantly. Then someone gains a seriously dangerous hole in her butt. The board game has abandoned all professionalism. A zombie nurse roll follows, and she happily leans into the creepy act while the others panic. The game keeps assigning strange chapter-themed personas, turning the room into a rapid-fire costume parade. A maiden-in-love roll makes one girl crash around dramatically because romance apparently comes with property damage. The numbers roll gives another player absurd confidence, and she declares herself naturally destined for number 2. A cat roll brings instant meowing, confusion, and one baffled question about what kind of speech this is. By now the room is a glorious mess of SWAT personalities, bizarre poses, and zero chance of calming down. The game wraps with everyone celebrating their ridiculous roles, while Rentarou is lovingly crowned big brother to them all. The group enters board game space, where every square turns one girlfriend into something completely ridiculous. One girl gets hit with marriage mania, while everyone else realizes this game has no mercy. Another lands on a hub friend square and squeezes Rentarou with shamelessly cheerful affection. A gloomy bunny girl curse turns a normally energetic girlfriend into pure awkward sadness. That is a first. The penalties keep escalating from baby energy to rubbery bodies, and nobody gets a normal turn. A tiny cat girl apologizes for grabbing him, but Rentarou only sees an unbearably soft little sister. Then the board announces chapter 200, and the whole group suddenly understands how far they have come. All 20 girlfriends gather together for the milestone, turning total chaos into a real celebration. Rentarou reminds them that every chapter has been non-stop fun because every girlfriend made it matter. With full girlfriend power, they smash through the next chapter and charge toward even more madness. The game ends with kisses, gratitude, and a promise that this absurd love story will keep growing. Tama and Nano start the day with a silent cat staring contest because apparently this is serious business. Tomo finally carries her exhausted senpai to bed, looking proud of this tiny act of feline heroism. Two girls launch into number make-believe, treating ordinary digits like the most thrilling game on Earth. Their harmless number game escalates fast until one dramatic player insists nobody understands the rules but her. Festival fever hits hard, and the hungry girl wants every snack in sight before the fun disappears. Yamame discovers a friend covered in bugs and reacts with pure delight. Nature really has favorites. Matsuri suddenly remembers Rentarou and bolts after him, her face flipping from blank to full emergency mode. Maddie's cowboy lasso catches the wrong target, and Amimi realizes she has been spectacularly outplayed. Maru vows to protect her precious story world, clutching the book with fiercely innocent determination. Kiki's strange Anka singing suddenly lands with the public, and her stunned joy says the dream is real. Rentarou finds a nervous girl in the hallway, convinced a serious crime has just happened. She introduces herself as a great detective and vows to solve this mystery, no matter how strange. The detective learns they attend the same school and immediately demands their names. Very official business. Her real talent is unbelievable. She can identify people by scent even from clothing. After smelling Rentarou's uniform, she detects several girls and starts treating him like a suspect. Our boy panics and insists he would never sniff random panties off the floor. One close sniff changes everything. The detective is completely overwhelmed by how much she loves his smell. She admits the truth. These days, her detective work mostly means sniffing victims' panties. Embarrassed beyond repair, she bolts through the halls while Rentarou chases after her. Crying, she says she cannot forgive his crowded love life, yet she still wants him. Rentarou gently says love makes him happier than his wildest dreams, and she wants in too. The girls welcome a new detective challenge, and Rentarou is immediately surrounded by very eager assistants. The case is simple but urgent. Rentarou's adorable middle school swim trunks have vanished from the bat. The detective treats it like a locked room crime, while the whole family watches her deduction with sparkling anticipation. One sniff changes everything. She catches Rentarou's scent on the missing trunks and nearly short-circuits. Every suspect admits a tiny obsession with the trunks. This investigation has absolutely no normal people involved. The girls offer increasingly suspicious alibis, from swimming in them to carrying them around like treasured evidence. The detective admits she dreamed about the trunks, then realizes the culprit may be everyone at once. One girl calmly confesses she tasted them, while another says the scent is enough to make her dizzy. Rentarou remembers the answer. The detective had been searching for a very particular irresistible smell. She dramatically opens the evidence book and finally announces the solution to her lovesick audience. The wind blew the trunks off the rooftop. The great detective wins because she opened the book. After one last sniff, Rentarou calls out her fake romance act and seals the case with a kiss. At the amusement park, Sue quietly admits she loves Rentarou, then panics when he loves her back. Their escape room turns into a speedrun because Sue wants every riddle solved before the date ends. Kurumi catches a whiff of curry and instantly abandons subtlety. Hunger remains undefeated. Rentarou carries Kurumi toward ramen, while she suddenly worries he is trying too hard to grow up. Kane can't handle how cool he is, so she pulls him close and goes straight for a kiss. Tehran has been trapped under equipment, but freedom only means more aggressive affection for our boy. Mine pats herself into Rentarou's arms, apologizing shyly while clearly refusing to let go. Ara looked peacefully asleep beside him, and Rentarou realizes her guarded calm is ridiculously cute. Kishika blurts out how much she loves him, and Rentarou's heart practically needs emergency repairs. Kurumi hulks out from a strange drug, then turns her rampage into an enthusiastic kiss attack. Momoji cannot reach his lips while hugging him, so she settles for maximum squishiness and a kiss. At school, Yamame spots a garbage mess and immediately treats it like a serious crime scene. She declares herself the great detective, while her friends look equal parts worried and entertained. Yamame starts sniffing for evidence because apparently this investigation runs on animal instincts. Her detective routine gets too intense, and Aiku is so overwhelmed she faints on the spot. Then Yamame finds the real suspect, a crow clutching trash and looking completely unbothered. Case closed. Yamame proudly catches the culprit, though the criminal is just a very cheeky bird. Her friends admit she really did solve it, even if her methods were gloriously bizarre. Being called the family's detective makes Yamanen genuinely happy, and the trio's bond grows stronger. The three celebrate like perfect partners, until Yame happily sniffs their morning scent. Friendship has no boundaries. Nano reveals she comes from a parallel world, armed with technology 2 centuries ahead of everyone else. She can synchronize worlds, and Nano decides the most efficient future is one perfected by her own mind. Namo takes the first step, quietly pulling information from another world into her own consciousness. At school, she walks past the group with an unnervingly blank focus. Efficient, sure. Friendly, absolutely not. The girls call out to Nano, but she treats the interruption like wasted class time and keeps moving. Rentarou sees her cold expression and realizes something is seriously wrong with his usually precise girlfriend. Shizuka breaks down after Nano brushes her off, while Nano looks shaken despite insisting she needs no one. Nano calls this emotional pain punishment for her old behavior, forcing herself to endure it alone. Rentarou grabs her before she can leave, refusing to accept that the suddenly distant Nano is fine. Nano dismisses their talk as wasted time and says farewell, while Rentarou is left staring after her. Then Rentarou realizes the synchronization has reached the memories, turning Nano's experiment into a personal crisis. A bizarre parallel universe leaves Nano remembering nothing about Rentarou while he stares at her in disbelief. Rentarou admits he truly loves her, but Nano calmly asks him not to force those missing feelings back. Even without her memories, Nano says she loves him too, and the confession hits both of them hard. That comfort turns painful fast when Nano realizes she loves a Rentarou she cannot actually remember. Our boy refuses to accept defeat and starts combing through every photo, determined to rebuild their history. He promises those precious memories will not disappear. Rentarou has officially made remembering his full-time job. Nano breaks down, blaming herself for hurting him, while Rentarou sees only the pain she is carrying. He tells her to stop making that sad face and let herself be happy, even if the past stays lost. Nano asks him to remember her, and they hold each other close, as she realizes how deeply she loves him. Rentarou asks her never to forget him again. Nano can only apologize through tears and thank him for remembering. By morning, Nano returns to the family, and the group welcomes her back with relieved, teary smiles. Rentarou decides he will keep finding happiness for everyone, while Nano thanks him for the salvation he gave her. Rentarou brings the girls to an aquarium, where the whole crew is already buzzing with excitement. The underwater exhibit gets a dramatic Atlantis makeover, and everyone happily leans into the fantasy. Even the deep-sea tank becomes cute and theatrical. This aquarium is running on pure chaos. A dolphin sure splashes the girls, and their delighted faces make the soaking completely worth it. The sea lion act is somehow even louder, with the performers turning every trick into a spectacle. Then the group waddles through a penguin show, looking absurdly adorable in matching costumes. The vice principal snaps, convinced the mermaid display is mocking him, and suddenly launches an attack. Rentarou charges in anyway, using a shark costume to draw danger away from the trapped girls. Just when things look hopeless, a self-proclaimed Poseidon unleashes a whale-sized declaration of love. A giant whale crashes into the rescue, leaving the vice principal stunned and the aquarium chaos finally contained. The girls squeeze around Rentarou in relief, while he quietly realizes there is always a bigger whale. The Bato girls turn a tiny mishap into a full-blown brawl challenge because restraint clearly left the building. Meanwhile, a sleepy little squad compares nap spots and treats, finding the best one like a sacred mission. The wandering bard makes a dramatic deduction, while her cowgirl friend is just trying to enjoy the view. A massage-loving girl finds the gambler gardening, and instantly suspects she has discovered some illegal lucky fertilizer. The gambler calmly explains that random chance is her whole lifestyle, then calls her visitor unbelievably unlucky. Chio gets bumped into by a strange pair, then gets pulled into their carefree little walk. Rin hears a color comparison that sounds absurdly poetic, but her quietly emotional reaction proves it landed. One girl's spotless forehead becomes a topic of deep admiration, while the other suffers through the praise with dignity. Kishika and Mai trade bizarre compliments, turning a simple map into another lesson in this family's unique etiquette. Then Matsuri hears the magic word, festival, and charges off with enough excitement to wake the entire neighborhood. Her friends immediately join the chant, and the chapter ends on a loud, happy festival-powered burst of chaos. Hare calls everyone over for a baby game, and our boy immediately senses incoming chaos. Seconds later, the girlfriends are acting like babies, with Hahari proudly playing their mother. Hakari watches her mom spoil the tiny troop, while the room fills with cuddles and demands. The baby act gets dangerously committed as everyone asks for snacks, toys, and maximum attention. One little performer starts singing, proving this daycare has absolutely no quality control. Even the tougher girls melt into the game, happily clinging to each other like toddlers. Hahari keeps feeding and fussing over everyone, thrilled to be the center of this ridiculous nursery. Rentarou joins the baby chaos too, and the household instantly promotes him to precious cargo. Then the playtime pile-up becomes a full emergency, with Hahari buried under needy babies. Under all that noise, Hahari remembers the children she never got to raise herself. The girls hold her close, quietly showing that she is not alone anymore. Hahari accepts the overwhelming cuddle attack with no regrets, surrounded by the family she found. Student Counselor Morikita Kamari introduces herself, already staring at Rentarou's huge relationship like it is a crime scene. Kamari orders our boy to end every relationship immediately because rules are apparently her love language. She explains that discipline shaped her whole life, from an upright police officer father to a strict judge mother. Behind that hard stare, Kamari walks home alone, quietly remembering the lonely boy she once watched over. Back then, Rentarou's kindness made her feel beautiful, and their small connection stayed with her for years. Even now, seeing him care for everyone makes Kamari wonder whether her rigid rules leave room for joy. Rentarou sees through her fear and tells her she does not have to break the rules just to be happy. Then Kamari finally blurts out that she loves him, and the counselor's rulebook catches fire. For the first time in 27 years, Kamari breaks a rule and lets herself feel everything. They embrace in the counseling room, Bo is stunned that this impossible romance is actually happening. Kamari immediately tries to restore order, but now she has one very inconvenient exception named Rentarou. The school erupts over a supposed student-teacher scandal, but the family insists the timing makes it perfectly legal. Himari-sensei looks furious because Rentarou is involved, and everyone knows her standards for romance are brutally strict. Then the intimidating teacher suddenly appears, and our boy realizes she is not here to start another lecture. At a snack shop, Kimari introduces herself as an adult educator, while Rentarou casually covers the bill. The whole crew piles into the shop, turning a simple errand into a full-scale snack expedition. Kamari admits she already considered them friends, then blushes hard when the group warmly accepts her. Her first bold snack choice is spicy grown-up pasta flavor, and she approaches it like a serious exam. The flavor hits too hard, so Kamari panics and spits it out. Adult tastes have entered the boss battle. Even so, she keeps trying treats, and her shy smile shows she's genuinely having fun. When everyone calls Kamari cute, her guarded expression melts. She is simply glad to have friends beside her. The chapter opens at a picnic, where even a homemade omelet becomes another excuse for overwhelming affection. A simple bridal carry turns into a full emotional victory lap, because this family treats love like an Olympic sport. One girl tries mature hand cream, but the innocent rubbing session gets intensely romantic almost immediately. After a quiet dinner, the devoted maid finally admits she has wanted a kiss all along. A girl experiments with acting grown-up, then instantly proves that cute chaos is still her strongest talent. During a scary movie date, Chio gets frightened and asks Rentarou for a hug to feel safe. The hug works too well, and Chio blushes as her need for comfort becomes a need for kisses. Just as another couple shares a tender kiss, an angry grandfather charges in, turning romance into chaos. A strict teacher meets her wildly affectionate student, and their friendship immediately starts looking suspiciously intense. The teacher pulls back, worried that being friends with a student crosses a line. The student crumples on the hallway floor, convinced she has done something terribly wrong. Meanwhile, the teacher realizes her rules came from loneliness, not wisdom. She remembers a life with no real friends and suddenly understands the student's pain. The student admits she still wants her as a friend even after getting hurt. They agree friendship needs boundaries, but distance alone will not fix a lonely heart. With a shy apology and a hug, the two finally stop treating friendship like a crime scene. Their compromise is gloriously simple. Teacher and student by day, total besties at heart. Hameka's lyrics are proudly bizarre, because ordinary love songs clearly need more chaos. When she suddenly stops singing, Rentarou notices the smile is gone and gives her space. He gently asks why she sings, and Himeka admits she is never really known. She tries listing reasons, fame, money, and being weird, but none of them feel true. Rentarou explains that everyone has different reasons, and even small reasons still count. Himeka pushes back hard, demanding the one reason that makes her want to sing. Then it hits her. She sings, because that wild, unmistakable urge is simply who she is. Relieved and glowing again, Himeka thanks Rentarou for helping her become a better singer. Rentarou seals the breakthrough with a kiss, and Himeka happily says she loves him too. The girlfriends discover a mobile game using their whole roster, and everyone instantly wants in. They dive into its matching puzzles, already treating this cute little app like a championship. The game even uses their voices, sending the girls into the lighted chaos of every tiny sound. Meanwhile, Rentarou is somehow level 50 already, powered by the experience he earned loving everyone. Our boy treats it like a real mission, while the others cheerfully unleash the musical attack. Then the phone starts sucking them in, because apparently even puzzle apps need a final boss. The whole crew lands inside the game world, where Rentarou himself appears as the boss. To clear the stage, they must break his heart piece by piece with increasingly dramatic attacks. Shizuka gets the final phase, turning the battlefield into a full-on love-powered puzzle spectacle. At level 50, Rentarou lands one final strike and clears the impossible game for everyone. With the chaos over, the giant family agrees on the only verdict that matters. The game was fun. Nemu can nap anywhere, but Natty envies that freedom because sleep keeps slipping away. Nemu notices the confident, hat-loving woman looks exhausted, and Natty admits she misses home. Natty's family memories turn ugly. Duty was dumped on her, leaving that smile badly cracked. She invites Nemu for a sleepover, and Nemu quietly decides to help her rest. The girls try every sleepy remedy, from baths to books, while Natty grows adorably stubborn. Even safe in bed, Natty cannot relax. Worry about her family keeps chasing her into the night. She fears happiness is not hers to keep, and Nemu listens without pushing. Then Natty's dream turns into a full superhero showdown. Apparently bedtime needed a shield. By morning, shared comfort finally brings real sleep, and Natty suggests making the sleepover a habit. At a ramen shop, the owner unveils a challenge designed to make every defeated customer crave another bowl. The first challenger digs in confidently, then realizes this ramen is not playing around. The group learns the cursed rule. Nobody can stop eating until they somehow beat the challenge. One girl is so hooked she starts treating the bowl like a sacred calling. Lunch has become a cult. Another challenger goes hands-free and devours noodles with absurd confidence, but the shop still holds. A cool-headed eater tries to calculate her way out, then discovers logic cannot defeat bottomless appetite. Even the picky taster admits the broth is incredible, which makes escaping it even harder. A sleepy challenger finds the perfect answer. The aroma pulls her in before she can resist. She starts eating in her sleep, proving unconscious confidence is still competence. Then a serious eater steps up, and her appetite is so huge that everyone finally sees hope. A self-appointed food detective checks the ingredients, but the impossible bowl keeps winning every investigation. As the bowls pile up, the challengers admit defeat, while the owner calmly waits for the next victim. One final challenger attacks with pure hunger and declares victory, turning the shop's curse back on itself. The owner finally cracks into the chaos and closes shop for good. Our ramen bowl had a body count. Yutu decides a fresh haircut might help, but even she knows the mirror will not be merciful. She calls for a hair growth medicine, yet her cheerful confidence is already starting to wobble. The new look becomes a giant hat that hides her face, and the girls immediately call it weird. Riddle marches in wearing the absurd disguise, demanding to know what on earth she is supposed to be. She turns the hat into a dramatic bird tail, but the joke cannot hide how badly she misses her hair. The family swarms her like a rescue crew, trying to pull the oversized hat away before she escapes. Ichu finally admits she cannot stand being seen like this, even with Rentarou beside her. Alone, she realizes the others shaped her feelings, and she considers hiding from school for a week. Instead, every girlfriend gathers around her, making it clear that a haircut changes nothing important. Utu blushes, thanks them, and finally lets herself believe she does not have to face this alone. Her heart practically erupts, and the family earns another ridiculous, very sweet victory. Butate sees twin tails everywhere, and the copycat hairstyle makes her feel completely ordinary. She gets so fixated on those twin tails that she bumps into Rentarou without even looking up. When he catches her gawking, Butate panics and assumes he must hate her twin tails too. At the park, Butate admits she wants her own special place, not another matching hairstyle. She tugs at her hair in frustration, ready to tear away the features she cannot stand. Rentarou gently stops her and marvels at how soft and glossy her twin tails feel. He tells Butate she would be cute either way, but her twin tails are already the best. Rentarou refuses to accept a jagged cut, treating every strand like a sacred restoration job. Butate finally says she loves him because he wants her twin tails to shine beside her. Their pinky promise seals it. They will treasure these twin tails together, one dramatic strand at a time. The family starts a twin tail contest, and everyone instantly treats it like a sacred battlefield. One determined girl dives in, convinced every twin-tailed girlfriend deserves a cute new look. The makeover fever spreads fast, and Rentarou gets dragged into the twin tail madness too. Then the mood shifts. Someone wants the greatest twin tails on the planet, and nobody feels good about it. A desperate plea follows, as the girls realize their precious styles may be facing a real threat. The family closes ranks, offering their twin tails and their support without hesitation. That is commitment. This sacrifice opens a bizarre twin tail realm, where endless hair stretches farther than anyone can see. Rentarou gets lost in the twin tail jungle, then discovers the hair itself is suddenly attacking him. With no sensible option left, our boy eats the problem and announces that the twin tail is inside. Himeka cradles Rentarou with dreamy confidence, admitting his heartbeat makes her feel completely alive. Our boy happily returns the affection, and their tiny cuddle becomes a promise to stay together forever. Matsuri refuses to lose and treats Hahari's gothic wardrobe like a full-on battle uniform. The fashion challenge ends with a bold kiss. Rentarou has entered the affection danger zone again. Tama gets a quick breather, then gets carried home like the pampered cat queen she is. Matsuri keeps escalating her fashion rivalry, and Saki gets pulled into the comparison without warning. Korumi spots Rentarou's tiny cut and suddenly becomes far more interested in first aid. That innocent concern turns into another kiss, because restraint clearly left this chapter early. A shy request to call him Renchan leaves Rentarou stunned when her feelings become obvious. The haunted house chaos ends with Rentarou surrounded by devotion and facing affection's final boss rush. Chio proudly declares that mastering homemaking is how she will become the perfect wife. Then Chio's dad walks in, and the girls immediately assume this household needs emergency supervision. The family dog is chewing his old hairpiece because apparently even the pet has standards. Chio blushes over wanting to be a good wife, while her friends volunteer to make dinner together. Their meal lands perfectly, and Chio admits this feels like the happiest kind of household. Everyone starts competing over toppings, turning a sweet dinner into a very serious culinary battle. Later, Chio carefully tends to her dad, and his usually severe face softens around her. When Chio's friends arrive again, her dad quietly realizes she has people who truly care for her. The girls crowd into bed beside Chio and promise she can lean on their family anytime. Chio tears up, overwhelmed that these friends are exactly the family she always wanted. But she worries about relying on them too much, so she decides to spend the night elsewhere. Her dad hears the plan and panics at once, proving he is just as lonely as she is. Ako notices Sue's grades slipping and gently pulls Rentarou into this academic emergency. Sue looks crushed because numbers are her favorite thing, yet math keeps humiliating her. Our boy finds Sue buried in practice sheets, sweating through equations that refuse to cooperate. Rentarou promises to help, but Sue admits even basic number tricks leave her completely lost. He realizes the problem. Sue sees every number as an individual, not something to combine. Sue spirals into self-blame, while Rentarou refuses to let one bad subject define her. His solution is ridiculous but effective. Drown her effort in praise until confidence finally breaks through. Sue nails the test, and Rentarou announces her prize as 1,000,000 kisses. Naturally, he means it. Sue asks for the first one now, and their study session ends very successfully. Rentarou's whole family heads to an amusement park for a massive Easter egg hunt. The bunny-suited pair learns fast that carrying an egg is harder than it looks. One girl proudly offers her chest as an egg cushion. Physics immediately objects. Their twin-headed dragon move finally rolls an egg across the goal line. They discover each egg glows when it is touched by their shared contact. The rules get awkward when one partner admits she is basically holding a cat. Next comes a jump challenge, and the smaller bunny is thrown upward like precious cargo. While hunting for another egg, the pair starts worrying about their missing friends. A quiet cuddle becomes the winning tactic because warmth makes the egg react. Their egg cracks open at last, but 8 more still stand between the family and victory. The girls begin an egg challenge, and the mission is simple: get their eggs safely to sleep. Aiko dives into the task with total confidence, but her egg immediately becomes a slippery little menace. When the egg slips again, the girls charge in to protect it like it is their actual grandchild. Their teamwork gets weirdly intense as they solve the clues. This is an egg hunt with raid boss energy. Mamimi and Hadi get distracted by each other's beauty, turning the competition into a very close stare-down. Haru admits she genuinely wants a true friend, and her guarded expression finally melts into a tender smile. Meanwhile, the search turns into a body check operation because apparently the egg can hide absolutely anywhere. They find the sleeping egg at last, and the exhausted pair celebrate like they just saved the world. The whole game reveals what holds this chaotic family together. Everyone cares about everyone else's happiness. Then the final egg reveals a dragon, because his family apparently cannot finish a game normally. Rentarou and the girls face the dragon together, certain their bond can handle even this ridiculous surprise. Their wish stays focused on everyone's happiness, while the dragon adds one last shamelessly spicy punchline. Momoha admits she's thinking about quitting teaching, looking unusually small and uncertain. Rentarou gently asks if that is truly what she wants, while Momoha wrestles with the decision. She says teaching feels wrong for her, but Rentarou sees how seriously she has tried. A few days later, Momoha introduces herself at Bonoji Brewhouse as their newest staff member. The brewery needs customers, so she pitches a tasting event with her trademark confidence. Subtle was never the assignment. Momoha becomes a living advertisement, dressing up and inviting everyone to meet the brewery's new kimono girl. Her product test gets wildly enthusiastic, and once a bottle does not survive the demonstration, the online commercial works, customers pour in, and Momoha finally finds a job that fits her. With Rentarou beside her, Momoha says she wants to stay at the brewery for as long as she can. Their celebration turns into a cozy, tipsy embrace, and Rentarou promises he will support her new path. At the park, Karani spots her little brother Karato brawling with older kids again. Karato snaps at everyone to mind their business, even while clearly needing help. Karani's friends quickly realize this loud little problem is her actual younger brother. The captain gently asks why he fights, while Karan listens with a worried frown. Kabeto admits he hates watching everyone fuss over his sister while he feels forgotten. Then, he charges back into trouble, desperate to prove he is not just Karan's kid brother. A teasing question about his crush sends the tiny tough guy completely off the rails. Karato finally admits he likes Honoka, then bolts after hearing his sister's encouragement. Karan comforts him after the outburst, proving she never stopped caring about her brother. By the next day, the girls turn his playground feud into a full support squad. Subtle, this is not. The captain throws herself into the showdown, backing Karato like he is one of her own. With the fight settled, Karato gets the attention he wanted and a much bigger family around him. For one quiet moment at here member 2 is school nurse everyone keeps talking about. He finds Nurse Jai, a sweet, elegant caretaker who immediately fusses over his pulse. But her smile suddenly cracks. Jai is furious that students keep getting hurt under her watch. She's so overwhelmed by concern that she practically short-circuits. This nurse takes compassion seriously. Jai admits she cannot stand seeing anyone suffer, even people who cause their own injuries. Then she realizes the real problem. She has fallen for Rentarou at first sight. Rentarou runs after her while Jai tries to bury those killings behind the teacher-student boundary. He sees through her retreat. Jai is not cold, she is just protecting everyone except herself. Rentarou tells her that she deserves the same compassion she gives every injured student. Jai tries one last time to keep her feelings contained, but Rentarou's kindness makes that impossible. He gently asks her out, and the nurse who worries about everyone finally lets herself be vulnerable. Jai accepts with a grateful smile, then suggests a kiss. Doctor's orders, apparently. At the school infirmary, a calm new nurse checks on two girls with patient, motherly concern. The girls immediately declare a hunger emergency because apparently snack time now needs medical triage. Then one girl cuts her hand with a knife, and the nurse moves fast to stop the bleeding. A sobbing patient fears she might die, but the nurse gently reassures her that she will be fine. The next injury comes from an overenthusiastic flower vase rescue, proving this infirmary never gets a quiet shift. Outside, a girl suddenly spots a cat, and her entire focus vanishes in one adorable second. She collapses from the sheer cuteness, so the nurse gets another patient before catching her breath. With everyone patched up, the nurse accepts their gratitude and somehow keeps smiling through the chaos. Now it is time to introduce her to Rentarou's enormous girlfriend family. Our boy has arrived. Her mysterious, ancient smile is intimidating enough, until the final reveal says this nurse is only 25. Rentarou kicks off another date marathon, and the disaster movie immediately becomes a screaming, chomping mess. With Mai, one tiny pout gets him completely flustered. Our boy is helpless against cute expressions. Mamimi calls it a beauty day, but she is clearly more interested in watching Rentarou admire her. Nano calculates that a hug improves her partner's mental state, then proves her point with maximum efficiency. Yaku worries their age gap makes her boring, but Rentarou only sees someone he wants beside him. Kurumi cannot pick a ramen flavor, so Rentarou orders the whole campaign, a heroic sacrifice for noodles. Nemu's nap day turns delightfully clingy as she dozes off, kissing him and refuses to let go. Moiji gets carried away with an affectionate squeeze, and Rentarou's startled yell says the massage worked. After crashing into him, Momiji panics and apologizes while Rentarou rushes to make sure she is okay. Mimi finds the world's most gorgeous view because she gets to share the nightlights with Rentarou. A rough-looking student drags herself to the infirmary, hiding a painful stomach and another skipped class. She admits this is not a one-time problem. She has missed so much school she is practically haunting the hallway. The school nurse gently tends to her and the delinquent suddenly has no defense against actual kindness. The nurse asks why she keeps skipping, and the girl's guarded eyes show this question hits deep. She confesses that returning feels impossible when everyone treats her like a problem nobody wants near them. The nurse offers a simple refuge. Whenever school gets hard, she can always come here. The girl freezes, realizing the nurse is not just being polite. She genuinely wants her to stay in school. The rest of the group arrives and praises the nurse's effort, calling the room exactly where she belongs. That praise overwhelms her completely, and the poor nurse starts sputtering like she caught emotional sunstroke. She bursts into laughter as everyone crowds around her. Apparently, nurse duty now includes emergency group hugs. The delinquent finally relaxes under a reassuring pat while the nurse promises everything will be fine. With her new guardian angel beside her, the delinquent is ready to face the school again. Kusuri wakes up to a full family breakfast, except the age situation has gone completely off the rails. The medicine mishap has scrambled the household's bodies, and Kusuri is stunned by the impossible swap. Kusuri desperately mixes another formula, but every failed attempt makes the pressure hit harder. Yaku tries to accept her fate with a smile, while Kusuri breaks down and begs for more time. When Yaku suddenly collapses in the lab, the goofy experiment becomes painfully real. Rentarou stays beside Kusuri as she clings to hope, even though science has no easy answer. Then Yaku wakes up safe, and Kusuri's tears finally turn into pure, relieved joy. Rentarou gets one last idea. Find someone who can help Kusuri create an immortality drug. Casual boyfriend behavior. Kusuri dreams of a drug that could let two people share each other's bodies. Normal lab work, obviously. The experiment nearly becomes a standard near-death experience, and Rentarou begs Kusuri not to risk herself. Kusuri promises she will not get reckless, while Rentarou swears his love will bring her back. Their body and soul ages are already a mess, so Kusuri decides the drug needs one more test. She triggers the medicine, and Rentarou immediately realizes the strange feeling is definitely not fine. Rentarou snaps back into his own body, but Kusuri's soul has been scattered instead of restored. Kusuri clings to him in tears as tiny pieces of her existence float away before their eyes. Her scattered fragments start gathering around one shared wish to stay close to Rentarou. The effect finally ends and Kusuri rushes into Rentarou's arms, relieved that he is still there. With one last kiss, Kusuri is whole again, and her grateful smile says the experiment was worth it. Kusuri unveils a medicine that turns the girls into familiar romance heroines, and the chaos starts immediately. The love-drunk girls swarm, Rentarou for kisses, each one acting like her own overpowered dating game route. Even the quietest girls get dramatic new personas. Apparently one tiny pill can wreck an entire school day. The transformations keep escalating, from sweet classmates to icy geniuses, while May watches the madness unfold. Mai insists she is fine, but her pounding heart gives away exactly how hard this situation hits her. Everyone agrees Mai is still acting perfectly normal, which is suspicious when this family defines normal so creatively. Mai admits a kiss feels like proof of closeness, and she quietly wonders whether she belongs that close to Rentarou. The others realize Mai may not be affected like everyone else. Her feelings were already this intense. As the medicine wears off, Mai freezes at the edge of her courage, still unable to say what she wants. Rentarou closes the distance and kisses Mai, leaving her stunned, blushing, and finally certain she is wanted. Meru cannot stop laughing, and Akko's affection only makes the giggling spiral harder. At the library, Akko introduces Meru to a quiet girl who sees charm in every odd little detail. Later, the girls' night gets boozy, and Meru becomes a one-woman laugh track. Classy. The black-haired poet is delighted by Meru's reactions, calling her a little poetic girl instead of judging her. She studies Meru's smile like art, while Meru nervously admits she cannot always control it. Their compliments snowball into a full praise battle, and both girls are visibly thrilled by it. The next morning, Metal remembers everything and instantly wants the earth to swallow her whole. Yuto insists she will not change for anyone, but she clearly cares what the honor student thinks. The honor student admits Uto has a gift for writing, then accidentally sends her emotions into overdrive. Yuto plays it cool, but her soft smile gives away how happy this unlikely connection makes her. Ako and Mimine hit the gal perfection contest, both smiling hard and ready to own the stage. They blitz through themed photo challenges, from beach shots to castle snaps. Apparently being a gal requires cardio. Their final challenge sends them straight into a noisy gal showdown, and Ako is absolutely fired up. Mimimi suddenly worries their rival is the real deal, while Ako sees the pressure building. Ako admits she just wants to have fun and be herself, cute clothes and all. Mimimi answers that beauty means enjoying yourself, and Ako's honest joy makes that click. The pair settle their differences with an absurd card battle, because this contest was never going to stay normal. Their combined gal power explodes across the stage, and the crowd cannot get enough of them. Win or lose, Mimimi treasures getting to be a gal beside Ako, and both look genuinely happy. The contest ends with a selfie, leaving these two friends glowing brighter than any trophy could. At school, Rentarou spots Misiro standing alone, bundled up but clearly freezing. She admits the cold has locked her body up, so our boy jumps in to help. Rentarou rates the locker with heat pads, turning basic first aid into a full winter operation. Even when she warms up, Misiro hides her face, embarrassed by how much heat escapes her. After school, the snowstorm gets brutal, and Misiro refuses to wait outside in this cold. Then Rentarou finds her still waiting at the park, shivering hard but trying to endure. Jacket and heat pads are not enough, so Misiro admits she needs a much bigger heat source. He holds her close without hesitation, and the warmth finally reaches more than her hands. Misiro looks up at him, stunned, while Rentarou softly tells her he loves her eyes. With snow falling around them, she returns his feelings, and their first kiss seals the moment. The next day, Misiro fixes her bangs and wonders if Rentarou will notice. He absolutely will. The family meets Kogoe, a tiny girl whose intense stare makes everyone immediately second-guess the cute introduction. They learn Kogoe is extremely sensitive to cold, so warm food is not just dinner, it is survival gear. At the packed table, everyone digs in, while Kogo happily works through a warming meal with the whole family. Then the menu turns fiery, and every new dish raises the temperature like this dinner has personal beef. The girls start sweating and suffering, while Chio looks genuinely offended that anyone would make them endure this. Kogode's barometer keeps climbing, and the family realizes the heat challenge is pushing her far past comfort. Even the tougher girls are slipping under the spice, each of them desperately trying to cool Kogo down. The heat keeps escalating, but Kogo stubbornly pushes through with a face that says she refuses to lose. Rentarou finally apologizes, seeing that everyone has suffered through the spicy spread just to support Kogo. Kogo has not even broken a sweat, proving her strange temperature meter has become the night's real final boss. A mountain of ice cream brings sweet relief, and Kogo admits the cold finally feels good after all. With the challenge over, the family piles into a happy cuddle, giving Kogo the warm welcome she needed. Ako tries gaming with Rentarou, but her soft smile makes our boy forget the controller exists. She suddenly appears in a boyish outfit, and Rentarou is stunned by a whole new side of Ako. Kamari panics after texting Rentarou, until his warm reply sends her straight into happy meltdown mode. At the cinema, Kamari finally relaxes beside him and quietly admits she loves Rentarou. Sue proudly shows off a bold new look, while Rentarou desperately asks her to put something on. Yamame worries she ruined the flower date, but Rentarou gently reassures her with a kiss. Karen gets sleepy during their date, then wakes up just long enough for a tender kiss. Kushika crashes into Rentarou after spilling coffee, and she treats the accident like a full emergency. Rentarou calls Kisuka unbelievably cute, and she launches herself at him before overthinking can win. On a chilly walk home, Kogoe suddenly spins Memi around like the weather personally offended her. Mei notices Kogo has made something for her, and the quiet girl's nerves immediately kick in. Mei admits she wants to knit Kogo a scarf too, but cannot find a design she likes. She visits a workshop, hoping knitting needles can turn that warm feeling into a real gift. Mei practices hard, while Coco quietly keeps working beside her. 2 scarves, 2 secret plans. Kogoe's knitting is absurdly smooth, and Mei realizes her own attempt might need a little help. Kogoe reveals she bought a spare pair of needles because she guessed Mei was struggling. Mei sees the finished scarf fits perfectly, and Kogo gets so happy she grabs her hand. Their matching gifts finally land, turning one cold walk home into a ridiculously cozy victory. The group heads to a picture book reading, and every child is already buzzing for the big storyteller. Rentarou meets Meru's beloved author, while Meru proudly points out the books that shaped her dreams. Then Maru casually reveals those sweet childhood books may have taught her some wildly questionable life lessons. Maru tries a terrifying storytime entrance, threatening to eat bad kids. Subtlety has officially left the library. The kids refuse to play along, calling themselves good and staring straight through Maru's scary act. One brutally honest child calls Rentarou a pervert, then decides his kindness makes him an angel. The author panics, as the children dredge up old naughty memories and start treating her like a bully. She spirals hard, convinced her hopeful stories have been ruined by a room full of tiny critics. Murray snaps into action and gives the unruly kids a very dramatic lesson from her own storybook rules. With the chaos over, Rentarou reminds Maru that fairy tales matter because they fill children with wonder. Maru melts at his praise, and the chapter closes with a grateful kiss after storytime saves the day. Nano suddenly admits she has an urge to grope everyone. That is a bold way to start the day. She tries to make the request sound logical, but her fixation is getting dangerously specific. Nano stares down the temptation, while the others realize this is not a joke anymore. Usa-chan finds Nano practically shutting down, so she rushes in with a desperate hug. The hug works for a moment, and Nano looks relieved enough to squeeze right back. Even the twin tails get dragged into the debate because this family treats every crisis like research. Then Yaku offers yakisoba, and Nano snaps from gloomy despair into furious food criticism. Mamimi reminds her that friends can disagree, but nobody should compromise what matters to them. Nano realizes what she wanted all along, a better yakisoba. The groping problem had a very odd root. With yakisoba soup in hand, the two happily slurp away, crisis solved, somehow. Mei treats her Tamagotchi like family, while the others realize this little gadget has serious emotional stakes. The family checks the pet's needs, and Mei quietly confirms she has been caring for it every day. Then Mei receives a terrifying command: feed the Tamagotchi a Tummy-gappy. The Tummy-gappy. This toy has no chill. She obeys, but the screen suddenly shows a grave, and Mei freezes as her beloved pet seems gone. Rentarou finds Mei blaming herself, convinced she failed the tiny life entrusted to her. Our boy reveals the truth. The Tamagotchi was not dead. It was only buried overnight. The girlfriends charging like a rescue squad, determined to dig Mei's precious digital pet back out. They find the button, Mei presses it, and everyone waits through the most dramatic reboot imaginable. A new little creature appears, and Mei's relief is so genuine that the whole family softens instantly. Mei decides she and Rentarou need a baby at once, proving this Tamagotchi raised the stakes fast. At the library, Shizuka is thrilled by the books, while Kiki studies the place with cool suspicion. Shizuka tries to apologize for a tiny mistake, but her nerves turn one quiet request into a full crisis. The librarian explains the borrowing limit, and Kiki immediately decides these rules need a cross-examination. Kiki sees the rule is unfair, so she heads straight for the staff. Subtle diplomacy has left the building. Afterward, Shizuka realizes Kiki is strange in the best way, and their shared taste in books clicks instantly. When malbreeders ruin the calm, Kiki bluntly demands silence, while Shizuka watches in stunned admiration. Kiki's fierce library manners backfire, and Shizuka is horrified that the whole room is now staring. As they leave, Shizuka starts to panic again, and Kiki stays close instead of letting her face it alone. Outside, Shizuka calls Kiki strong and cool. Kiki quietly admits that Shizuka makes her feel stronger too. Their book hunt ends with borrowed stories and a new friend beside them, which is a pretty great ending. Rentarou joins Era at an abandoned building, where her ghost-hunting dad has vanished again. Hera hugs him close and proudly reveals her anti-ghost weapon, apparently inspired by Luigi's mansion. Her dad suddenly wakes up, and Era realizes this investigation is getting way too real. The ghost starts haunting his own daughter, while Rentarou desperately tries to keep Era calm. Instead, Dad turns the haunting into shameless flirting lessons. The spirit has zero boundaries. Era demands that her father stop hiding behind her, but the ghost refuses to back down. The ghost possesses Rentarou, turning our boy into an unwilling weapon against the woman he loves. Era stays fearless, because even possessed Rentarou cannot save her dad from a clean kick. Rentarou admits he only wanted to protect her, and Era finally sees how deeply he cares. With Dad beaten and the fear gone, Era thanks Rentarou with a very heartfelt kiss. Momishi charges into the class president contest with total competence, convinced her hard work will finally pay off. But her classmates see her as the girl who cannot stop getting handsy, and the votes vanish fast. Momichi trains every day and still loses badly. Apparently relentless effort cannot outvote her reputation. Her dream of proving her talent useful crashes into a cruel thought. Maybe people will always call her vulgar. Overwhelmed and mortified, Momiji runs. Rentarou immediately realizes this is not just a silly misunderstanding. Our boy chases after her, while Momiji forces a smile and keeps pedaling away from the whole disaster. When he catches her, Rentarou apologizes and holds her close, giving her panic a place to finally break. He tells Momiji that grades and votes do not erase her effort, her kindness, or the good she can do. Then Rentarou asks her out. Momiji blushes hard, terrified he only likes the version everyone mocks. She calls herself a loose girl, and he answers with love anyway. That confession lands exactly where she needed it. Rana, the fiercely proper class president, meets Rentarou's huge girlfriend family and immediately spots the problem. Zero decorum. The girls' loose behavior horrifies her, so Rana orders them to forget their bangs and display some proper dignity. Rana makes it personal. If she joins his family, she will correct their behavior step by painful step. Then a righteous campaign backfires hard. Rana realizes she may be the most offensively vulgar one of all. Overwhelmed and blushing, Rana bolts from everyone. Rentarou watches her crash out with genuine concern. He catches up, but Wena snaps at him for chasing her. This girl is fighting herself at full speed. Rana tries to explain her panic, while the family turns every awkward detail into a full-blown emergency. Rentarou decides the only way to save her is to make her face the same chaos she fears. The plan is a ridiculous prank, and it works. Rana gets caught so thoroughly that her serious mask finally cracks. Rana asks Rentarou to let her beat him too, then kisses him instead. Her new love arrives with maximum embarrassment. One girlfriend opens with an aggressive cuddle attack, and Rentarou's stunned blush gives the whole game away. A horror movie date goes badly fast when Ahari's terrifying presence sends our boy into full panic mode. The mood softens on the next walk. Her simple hand-holding leaves both of them quietly flustered. Her hand is so warm that Rentarou freezes up, while she calls the innocent moment unbelievably indecent. Another date flips the usual script as she carries Rentarou around, and the role reversal gets her heart racing. A devoted girlfriend treats his lap like the highest honor possible. This man cannot have a normal afternoon. Lunch becomes a full-themed feast, and Rentarou happily lets her spoil him one bite at a time. Ahari turns her day into family time, smothering Rentarou with affection until he feels like their pampered baby. Mimimi proudly shows off her impossibly smooth skin, and Rentarou answers with a sincere, overwhelming embrace. The hug gets so intense that Mimi turns practically eel-like, proving romance has officially ignored all physics. Iku and Rana enter a paper airplane contest, Bulls acting like this tiny tournament decides civilization. Rana sees Iku as the polished rival she has to beat, while Iku quietly respects her drive. Rana refuses to back down, but Iku calls out the insult hiding inside her competitive obsession. The argument moves to baseball, where Rana is suddenly drowning in a mountain of things Iku can do. Iku admits she can handle baseball because she trained every day, not because talent magically arrived. She explains that effort cannot guarantee victory, but skipping it guarantees you never reach your own best. Rana takes that lesson personally and challenges Iku to practice, because moderation has left the chat. They launch into a furious batting drill, cheering each other through swing after swing. Rana gives everything she has, and Iku fires back with the same relentless energy. Exhausted but glowing, Rana realizes that doing her best beside Iku feels genuinely awesome. The next morning, Rana thanks her new rival and promises to win next month's contest. Tama suddenly gets a weird cat tingle, and her sleepy morning turns seriously suspicious. When Rentarou approaches, Tama drops the cute act and unleashes her full territorial cat mode. Our boy calls himself her boyfriend/owner, which somehow makes Tama even more offended. Tama swats him away, then realizes the newcomer is not a rival, just absurdly good at spoiling cats. But Tama's animal instincts refuse to calm down, and she launches herself at Rentarou like a furry missile. The fight fizzles out when Tama admits she only wanted reassurance that she still belongs with him. Rentarou reminds her that love is not ownership, and every girlfriend deserves to choose her own happiness. With the crisis over, Tama happily demands a bath assist. Territorial warfare has surprisingly cozy benefits. Face to face, Tama settles down at last, deciding this chaotic home is where she is happiest.